Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Hi, I'm Regan Hall, and we are here at round 4 of the Hampton Downs NZ Racing Academy KartStars series in Palmerston North, KartSport Manawatu, and we've got Scott Daly here. He's our commentator and man of the moment from the Manawatu club, and Glenn Arneson alongside me, who you would have seen from some of our previous rounds on the live stream. So we're going to do a bit of a rundown of what to expect this weekend. And Glenn, do you want to give us a bit of a rundown of what's going to happen this morning? We've got qualifying and heats coming up. What's the format and what do we need to look out for?
Yeah, we've got 8-minute qualifying for all classes. They'll go out. Probably a wee bit of a damp track if you're looking down the straight here. It's going to probably take a wee bit of the sun. You're a local man, Scotty. How long do you think it'll take for this track to actually be a good racy track?
You probably, I reckon about the third round in, you probably have a definitive dry line, but it is quite deceptive. The track is quite cambered, so the racing line will be dry, but the rest will be very wet. So when they're trying to jostle for position and actually get some clear track, it'll be a bit Tetris there, but we'll see how they get on.
Yeah, there's a few wet patches like coming down into pit corner here, so if you get offline, I think there'll be a dry line pretty early, but yeah, anything off that is going to be a bit sketchy. So those first few classes for qualifying, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? So who have we got up first?
First up, we've got the Cadet Rock. I think the important thing about yesterday and the last practice run was it set your grid for your qualifying. So I think it's going to be pretty important to be out the front, not trying to make passes. If you're needing to make passes, you're off that line and you're probably going to wreck a couple of laps on your tyres. We've got 8-minute qualifying, so that's probably ballpark about 12 laps around here. 11 or 12 laps, so enough time to get your tyres warm and get into it, and probably 3 or 4 flying laps, I would have thought. 8-lap heats today for all classes. We're going to do 3 heats, then into the pre-finals and finals tomorrow. I think it's 13-lap pre-final, maybe a 15-lap final, so still a bit of work to do. Cadet Rock, we've got the 1, 2, 3 NZ here. Which is really good with Joey Zauer, Freddie Waller and Max Gosling. If you watched the Nationals in Hamilton a month or so ago, those 3 battled it out. It was the best racing I've seen in a long, long time. And for 7, 8, 9-year-old kids, it was something to see.
Yeah, that was awesome racing, wasn't it? We've got a bit of a smaller field here this weekend, but those top guys are still here, so they're going to be battling pretty hard. What have we got? What other classes have we got and who are we looking out for?
Look, the VMR, Nixon Cripps, I watched him come around here yesterday. He's from Invercargill, so doesn't spend a lot of time here. But if the live timer yesterday is anything to go by, he was half a second up the road on anybody. So I think the rest of the field have got a wee bit of work to do. He's the runaway leader in the KartStars series and really the standout of the Nationals as well for that class.
Last weekend as well, at the club day, he was very consistent. Just the kart looked settled the whole time. We had a couple of local guys, Riley Craig and his brother Alex Craig, doing their best as well, keeping up with him. I think Riley actually pipped him to Nixon to a race. I think it was in the pre-final, so I think that bodes well for the local boys. But Nixon just, night and day out in front. Just kart looks settled. The kid knows what he's up to. He's just a smooth driver. He's definitely one to watch out for.
Yeah, he's definitely quick, that boy. It's going to be some good racing. We've got good numbers in that class as well. What's up next, Glenn?
DVS Junior, so this is all part of that Rock Cup as well, which is the last round this weekend. We've got Marco Manson, the 1NZ, out there, and Tommy Hart, Braxton Cravanger are stepping into this class this week. They haven't raced in this class for the whole series. Tommy Hart, local boy, I think he knows his way around. You got Miles Baker in there as well. He's the runaway leader in the Rock Cup standing for the ticket overseas.
This is the last round as well, is it? Yep, the last round.
That's the last round of the series for Rock Cup. Yep. And so you said Tommy Hart as well. So this is the first time he's raced in that class. So it'll be interesting. He's going to be quick. He'll be up there. That boy knows his way around this track. And
local boy. He looked very, very fast yesterday in both the DVS and the Junior Max, which is the next class we're going to talk about. Marco Manson, the 1NZ, be hard to beat. Obviously Tommy Hart in there as well. The local kids, Amelia and Jack Phillips, you'll know a bit more about them. They looked very, very good yesterday.
Done a lot of laps around here, same as Tommy as well. They could almost take every bump around this track. Amelia, a quick lady. If she gets on a lap, she can keep it up with the boys, and if anything, she's not afraid to throw elbows and slap sidepods. So hopefully, the the Junior Rotax put on a good show for us this weekend. With I think the most entries, yeah. So and the technical track, I'm sure is going to produce some great battles throughout the field.
And of course, Marco Manson, he did the double at our last round at the Nationals, so he's double national champion. So he's definitely one to look out for as well.
Yeah, the DVS Senior, another part of the Rock Cup, finishing after this round. I think the leader of that, Seth Frost, and it's a very small field. But the veteran Darren Walker in there as well. He's doing multiple classes. He just tends to come into this class and go pretty well as well. And then
that boy knows how to pedal a few different style of karts, doesn't he? From DD2 to Max Heavy to DVS.
Did he dabble in a shifter for a little bit as well?
I believe he's got one. He didn't come out and race though, so hopefully he will soon.
There must be a lot of money in block lane these days, Regan.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Rotax Max Light, another big field, 21, 22 people in it. I don't think you can look past Kian Burt, being a local from here. Didn't have a great time at Nationals by his own standards, but I'd probably expect him to go pretty well here, Scotty.
Yeah, definitely. And with old Kelly Orr spinning the spanners for him, I think between the two of them, I'm sure, even if it isn't a weapon, I'm assuming it will be a weapon by the end of the weekend with the main race, but they'll get up on the spanners and Kian will get up on the wheel and get a result for us, hopefully.
How were they looking on the live timing yesterday?
Look, didn't really watch it, mate. I was too busy doing my own things. There's a couple in here that in their first big meetings. A young kid, Ty Eglinton. So it's his first Group F meeting, which is Group E, what we're in now, a Tier 2 and above. He's just got his Tier 2 licence. So really looking forward to seeing those guys run around at the back through the field.
Yeah, we also got a couple of local guys. Angus Just as well. He's lights as well. It's his first big meeting as well. He does the odd Gold Star and all that. So it's his first time to step up to a slightly higher meeting. So I'm looking forward to see how he goes there. He's got reasonable pace. So it'll be good for him.
This is part of the Hampton Downs NZ Racing Academy KartStars series. Is when we come to different tracks in different regions, that the local guys can step up from their, their Gold Stars or top half or mainland series and club days and race at a top level event like this. It's really cool, and it's that's part of what we're trying to do with the series.
Yeah, definitely. It is good to see, especially all 4 rounds, having all the guys step up just from the local club day to see how they will actually go, and it's a great series.
They'll learn a lot too. They'll learn so much by racing with all these top.
Hopefully not too much.
Guys.
Hopefully not too much. I still want to win my club days. Club day hero.
You're getting too old for that, mate.
Your commentary now, Scott. Rotax Max Heavy up next. Just the normals in there, really. We've got Darren Walker in there, the 3NZ. Mason Armstrong hasn't been in the seat for over a year. I think a couple of years ago he qualified for Rock Cup, went over to Italy, I think it was, as part of the Rock Cup, but he really hasn't raced since then. And I saw him get out of the kart yesterday. It was a bit red, so I'm assuming he's a bit tired on it.
You remembered how hard it is to drive a kart?
Yeah, I think he was a lights last time though. He's now stepped up into the heavies class. Maybe it's because he's got a young child. He's got the dad bod going on. Also, Trent Ingham, it's always pretty strong. Look out for Hiro Sheridan, the local man, Ash Higgins and Brendan Hart.
Yep, nice. Yeah, great to see local, big supporter of karting in New Zealand, Brendan Hart. That family's been in the sport for a long time, since before we were all born, I think. Going back to their father. Yeah. So, great to see him still racing.
You've got a pretty quality field at KZ2 as well. I don't think you can look past Jacob Cranston. Hometown, he yesterday was out the gate, 7 tenths up on anybody else. So probably look for him. Then you've got Graham Smythe, goes good anywhere. And Daniel Bray sort of making a bit of a comeback. He hasn't been in a kart for a while. He's going to be pulling the gears in the KZ.
I did hear potentially he's getting some seat time for a bit more practice, just in case he decides to jump on a plane later on this year and give the Worlds another go.
I haven't spoken to him, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back at the Worlds again. He's come too close to not go back and give it another stab, so I guess he'll be getting some seat time and getting fit and getting back into it between now and a bit later in the year when the World Champs are. So, yeah.
So kick off at about 9:10, straight into Cadet Rock. It's probably 9 o'clock now, is it? Engines are starting up. People are getting a bit of temp in their things, making sure everything's going. Probably then going to put on some engine seals and then hit the ground running.
Yep, then we're into it.
A couple of the carts are pulling up to the grid now, so.
Great. Well, we'll hear more from you soon, Scott, on the microphone.
We'll give it a go, eh? Hey. Yeah,
Great. All right.
Cheers.
See you soon.
Ciao, boys.
Broken, eh, mate? Oh, 100%. Right lately, eh, mate? Mate, you don't want to end up like the window licker, eh? Yeah. Could be open window too, eh? Yeah, that's me, eh? It's always a good joke, eh? Yeah. How was your steak last night? I had shame. You can't go to a steakhouse and get that, mate. Don't go there. Come on, take some, Dad.
Good morning and welcome to Manawatu Toyota and TRC Toyota Raceway here at KartSport Manawatu for the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series Round 4. Sponsored by Higgins Concrete. We have the Cadet Rocks out there qualifying first. We had a whole day of tuning and practice yesterday, so now the time has come to lay some lap times. With the current 1, 2, 3 NZ in the cadet class here, it should be great racing. As the carts are coming around, they're warming up their tyres, trying to scrub the release mould off the tyres and get some grip on this very damp Manawatu circuit at the moment. Joey Joe out in front, he must have trying to work some heat into those tyres. He was here at the last club day and he laid some really, really good lap times down, just learning the track. Working aggressively on the wheel, all these kids. These kids are from 6 to 9 years old, so only young guys and girls, but the racing is probably some of the best that you will see all weekend. Freddie Waller coming around the last couple corners now. Now he'll set a benchmark time. Won't really be too relative as he'll still be warming up their tyres as they go. Freddie Waller still on pole at the moment with a 56. Joey Joe actually has just pipped him on a 56 flat. These times will tumble as the heat gets into the tyres and the track continues to get drier and drier. All of them still just trying to find some clear track just to pump a good lap. Max Gosling, huge slide into Hart hairpin, lost a lot of time there. Still very, very wet offline. Local boy Heath Phillips doing a good job, just right behind Casey Kane. Freddie Waller taking another lap. He's gone to the pole position on a 54.2. Clear out front at the moment, just clear track. He's able to warm his tyres up as needed. Down the back straight as he goes. Joey Joe trying to pass Kaiser Rankin. Down the inside he goes in the Rock Cup corner. Joey Joe's put it back on pole with a 53.7. He's got clear track in front of him now as well. Hopefully he'll be able to bang some quick lap times in there and get himself back up the front for the heat races to come. Current standings with the current 1, 2, 3 NZs in those positions respectively at the time, with Kaiser Rankin sitting in 4th. Freddie Waller taking off another lap. Nice and smooth on the wheel, not jerking it everywhere, just smooth through the corners, carrying his mid-corner pace. Freddie's actually gone to the pole position on a 52.9. Joey not able to go faster on that one. Potentially passing that other car has just slowed that lap down, but he'll carry on for this one. Max Gosling sitting in 3rd, and the South Island champ Taylor Costello sitting in 4th now. Heath Phillips, the local guy, 5th place. The Morning Sun doing its best to try and dry this track off. Joey Joe back onto pole. You look at that awesome drone footage as we follow Joey Joe through Toyota and down the main straight. This Manawatu track here looking absolutely amazing, as it always does here. The massive team that works tirelessly to put these events on. as they go through the infield now. Freddie really starting to work that infield, starting to work those tyres, but Joey's just looking like he's got it nailed as well. Got a couple more minutes left here in qualifying for these cadets as they start laying some decent lap times down on this rapidly drying track. Freddie back up on pole, 52.15, 1/100th of a second faster than Joey Zhou. Kaiser Rankin's put himself up into third with a 53.1, almost 1 second behind the top two pace setters. Rowan Liu's popped himself into 7th. The drone footage looking absolutely amazing as they run through, following the karts as they go through the infield. As they run through 2 trees there, clip in the apex, running it wide onto the outside curb. Through the pit corner to the finish line. They carry on, tick off another lap. Look down the Alfano, see if they've gone faster. Carry on, carry the speed all the way down through Toyota. Freddie, the 2NZ, has put a 51.9 down on the board. He's gone a couple tenths faster than Joey. Kaiser Rankin found a bit more time. Now he's only half a second behind the top two, which is good. He's found another half second in that lap. Fourth, Taylor Costello just behind him, 0.03 of a second behind him. The 3NZ, Max Gosling pops in a quick lap time there, puts himself back up into third. Joey Zhou managed to get a quick lap time in there, and now he's at a 51.7. He's a tenth faster than Freddie. We're coming around to finish qualifying, only a few more seconds left. Are we able to see some conclusions of some laps as we follow them through the infield? Freddie coming around the last corner now. Foot down to the line. As you see the faster one. Joey Zhou following him there. Freddie managed to pip him right at the last point. 51.4 with Joey Zhou on 51.7. 3 tenths in that last lap. Managed to find. Max Gosling sitting in third still at the moment with a 52.2. Kaiser Rankin sitting in fourth with a 52.3. Taylor Costello in fifth at the moment with a 52.6. The local guy, Heath Phillips, 52.8. Rowan Liu in seventh with a 54.7. And eighth is Casey Kane with a 55.1. Good little session there from the cadets. Seeing how much that track increased on its pace over the last 8 minutes. You see a definitive dry line now. As they all come into the pits, as we see there the results, Freddie Waller on pole for the heats. Joey Zhou, the current 1NZ, sitting in 2. Third place, Max Gosling. Fourth was Kaiser Rankin. As tech starts to go through, make sure everything's good. No one's getting any penalties. Next up we have the senior DVS class. So the senior DVS class going out for their 8-minute qualifying now. 88 of Jamie Vandenberg. The 3NZ of Jack Strand.
All right, so Freddie Walker has just won qualifying, so we'll catch him for a quick word. You all right? Hey Freddie, you just got P1, mate. That's awesome, well done. How'd that go for you? Was it tough out there with the wet track?
Yeah, it was pretty tough.
Yeah, it was tough, but you managed to pull it off. So you beat Joey, so that's pretty awesome. He's a national champion, you just beat him in qualifying. How do you feel about it?
Good. It's going to be tough starting off pole. Joey might pop out anywhere down at the hairpin down there, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well done. Good luck for the racing. Back up to you, Scott.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Regan. Good to see the cadets getting through, teching all well. Congrats on the pole sitting there. But right now we've got the senior DVS out on track. Warming their tyres up. They've been out there for a couple of minutes now, so hopefully they're about to set some good laps. Finding some clear time. Seth Frost, the pole sitter at the moment, with a 57.0, so still definitely warming up the tyres as they get on. James Vanderbergson in second. Jack Strand, the 3NZ, in third. Leo in fourth. And Darren Walker sitting in fifth at the moment. Darren also doing double duties this weekend in the Rotax Max Heavy class. Seth Frost increasing his lead in the lead. He's 49.6. 3/10 faster than Jack Strand at the moment. It looks like we've got an off. Jamie Vandenberg went a bit deep in two trees. He's back on the track now. He'll be warming those tyres back up and hoping to set a quick lap time. Jack Strand and Seth Frost follow each other as they go through the infield, sliding as they come out of the two trees. Through Higgins corner. Nose to tail as they go. Down through Toyota, down the long straight into a tight hairpin Rock Cup corner as they come through 50 Cent. Seth's kart looking very settled as he's actually gained on Jack during this lap as they come through Hart hairpin. Back towards the infield they go. Seth's pulled out of this one, giving himself a bit of room. Realised that he was too close to Jack and was actually compromising his lap time. We go through the final corner as they take another lap off in qualifying. Jack Strand appears to be on pole at the moment. Seth Frost back on pole at the moment with a 45.4. Jack Strand sitting in second, 2/10 behind. These two still neck and neck on the track as we run through Hart Hairpin now into Bamba, into the infield. Through pit entry now, two trees, again making sure they get a good drive off two trees, not wheel spinning. Big slap of the curve from Jack Strand. That would have unsettled the front of the cart, delayed the amount of time he was able to actually put his foot down on the gas and drive it back out of the corner. as the leaders come through 50 Cent down into Hart Hairpin. Seth Frost still on pole at the moment with a 45.1. The times are starting to drop. Jack Strand 2/10 behind on a 45.3. James Vandenberg's actually popped himself back up into second after going off early in the session, all by himself as he's going down the back straight. He's only a 10th behind Seth Frost. Clear air in front of him, not being held up by any carts or anything like that as well. So hopefully we can see Jamie bang another couple of quick laps in and see what he can do. Hopefully he can fight Seth up the front with lap times. Seth still right behind Jack Strand. Kart looks planted. The setup looks very good for first thing in the morning. Darren Walker, 4th place at the moment as he runs through Bambo. Misses the apex a little, but carries the speed. Runs through two trees. Always the last corner to dry off as it's covered by the tree. Doesn't quite get the sun, so karts tend to understeer as they go through there. As we pick up the leaders again. Coming through Hart Hairpin as they run back towards the infield for another lap. Seth Frost still your pole sitter at the moment. James Vandenberg getting closer and closer. He's less than a 10th behind him now. Jack Strand right behind that as well. The leaders all within a 10th of each other. Darren Walker 4th 10th behind that, and Leo a second or so behind. As we're getting to the last couple of seconds of qualifying, there will be the last laps as they come round. Last effort, see what you can do. Put the gas on a little bit early, ask a little bit more of the tyres as we come through the last lap. Kart's starting to slide around as the tyres are heated right up. Jack Strand going through Toyota, foot hard to the floor, try and get as much speed as you can out of the kart. Brake as late as you can down the end of the straight, carry the speed, hit the bump at 50 Cent. Jamie Vandenberg taking the checkered flag. Has he got anything for Seth Frost? Doesn't appear to be. Jack Strand coming around as well. Seth Frost doing an amazing job in qualifying. Looking like he's claimed the pole position in the senior DBS class. And there we see as the results pop up. Seth Frost taking pole position on a 44.6.5. Jack Strand second, just misses out, 0.19 of a second behind Seth Frost. It'll be a good start between the two. James Vandenberg coming home in third. Good recovery from the earlier incident he had. With Darren Walker and Leo in 4th and 5th respectively. DBS Junior up next for their 8-minute qualifying. Yeah, national champ Marco Manson out in this with local competitors, Jack Phillips, having a go in the DVS as well as Tommy Hart. First time in a DVS this weekend. Oh, we'll run down to Regan Hall and he can talk to the pole sitter in the senior DVS class.
Jack Strand over here. P1. We'll wait till he weighs in and have a quick chat to him. Seth, can we grab you for a minute? You just got P1 by I think about 0.02 of a second, so, and I think it was right near the end. So well done. How did it go for you?
It went alright. It was just the track was really slippery to begin with, so everyone was just getting faster and faster.
Yeah, are there still damp patches out there on the racing line? Or?
Yeah, lots of damp patches still on the racing line. Easy to lock up and spin.
Yeah. Oh, well done, mate, and good luck for the racing.
Thank you.
All right, back up.
Thanks, Regan. And congrats to Seth Frost on his pole position. Now, junior DVS out there at the moment. Lockie Tomlinson sitting on pole at the moment as they go through their heating tyre warming phase. Braxton Cravanger was sitting in second in the moment. Miles Baker's just popped it up into second, following Lockie as they run down the back straight through Toyota. Marco Manson's popped himself into third with the local driver Tommy Hart's in the fourth. The track's definitely drying up. You can see a dry line forming as the karts rotate. Lockie and Miles Baker out in front, just working together as they run through qualifying through the final corner. Braxton Cravanger and Max Amon right nose to tail as they follow each other as well. Marco Manson popped a flyer in there, popped himself into pole position. This is this gaggle of karts as they all run through Hart Hairpin down into the infield. Like Jack Phillips with Luke McMillan right behind him from the Hawke's Bay. Lockie Roberts right behind him as well, another Hawke's Bay driver. As they work all out where to push, where to look after the tyres. Miles Baker all over the back of Lockie Tomlinson as they run through Hart Hairpin, back down towards Bamber. They down the inside of Two Trees, hoping to get some clear track, pumping another quick lap time to get them back up to the top of the timesheet. Marco Manson still in the lead at the moment, doing a good job at just staying in clear air, cutting some clean laps, smooth on the wheel. As he runs down the back straight, good run through Higgins, keeps the power going. Try and scrub the least amount of speed as they run through Toyota. As the karts will be sitting on the limiter towards the end of the straight. Brake as late as we can. Again, hit the bump, run it down as deep as you can into Hart Hairpin. Using the bumps around the track to their advantage. Marco Manson just doing a brilliant job of just staying nice and calm behind the wheel, nice and smooth inputs on the wheel, not jerking, just letting the kart do its thing. It's just getting quicker and quicker. Sitting at a 43.9 at the moment. Only just ahead of Braxton Cravanger, who's actually put in a quick lap time to be in second. less than a hundredth behind Marco Manson. First time in the junior DVS class for Cravanger as well, so brilliant job. Tommy Hartson in third as well. Again, another first time in the DVS class. Multiple drivers in this class doing double duties with the junior Rotax. Completely different driving style between the two karts, so these guys are doing a great job of being able to chop and change from karts. Tommy Hart banged the quick lap time, and now he's back into the pole position, 43.7. Cravanger in second place as well, he's gone faster. Manson gone back to third. Lockie Tomlinson, 43.9, sitting in fourth place from Miles Baker. Even though he's managed to pass Lockie, hasn't been able to put a quicker lap time in. Lockie Robertson, sixth place, with Luke McMillan, Jack Phillips and Max Amon in the following positions. As they carry on, they tick off another lap for qualifying. As they carry on, Marco Manson just catching the field in front of him slowly, hoping that it's not going to affect his lap times too much. Back to pole. Marco, 1,000th of a second faster than Tommy Hart at the moment for pole position. Through the infield he goes. 2 trees as he takes it. Awesome drone footage here from the live streaming boys as they follow Marco through the final corner, across the line again. Through Higgins, back on the gas, run as long as you can before you turn in. Carry the speed down the hill. Wait for his braking point, hard on the brakes. Kart's looking very settled as they go. As we head through the infield, the very technical infield. Corners appear very quick, no time to breathe, just out of one corner into the next corner. As they come round the final corner, back on the gas, tick off another lap. Manson still on pole position at the moment, 1,000th of a second ahead of local man Tommy Hart. Cravanger is in the third, 1/10 behind. Tommy Hart deep on the brakes, right behind Lockie Robertson. Manson here going through a pit entry corner, opening up 2 trees, gets a good run through it as we head into the final corner. And that is checkered flag done for the junior DVS qualifying. Marco Manson there managing to hold on to pole position by 1,000th of a second over Tommy Hart, the local guy. Brexit Cravanger coming home in third with Lockie Thomason in fourth. Miles Baker in fifth place. Lockie Roberts right behind him in sixth. Luke McMillan, Jack Phillips and Max Amon making up the other positions, 7th, 8th and 9th respectively. Great job from all those junior DVS drivers. Close times. Hopefully that translates into some very hard close racing between those guys. Next up appears to be the Rotax Max Light field, sponsored by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Favourites here would definitely have to be the local guy of Kian Burt, with Jamie Thompson as well. Very, very fast. The 3NZ of Ashton Phipps Another local man, Patrick Holmes, sent some quick lap times yesterday. We're good. We'll jump down now into the weigh shed and catch up with Regan, who has
catch up with
pulse
Marco.
potentially.
Over here. Marco, you got P1 by 1/1000th of a second over Tommy. So well done. How did it feel? What was it like out there?
Oh, good, yeah. A little bit slippery, but obviously quite nice. Good.
Yep, sweet. And was it getting faster and faster throughout the session?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, as the track was drying out?
Yeah, just got better and better.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Well, you're holding up the number one on your kart really well, so well done and good luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Regan. Good job, Marco. It was a very tight qualifying. Rotax Max Light out on the track at the moment, running their qualifying. Scrubbing the tyres in, trying to find some clear track to pump a lap time. Our biggest field at the moment today with 21 karts on the track. Chris Benton's sitting on pole at the moment with the first lap through. Tyres will still be cold as they all slowly build them up to temp. Find their spot on the track. Jamie Thompson in the best position at the moment, clear out in front, no one there, no one to stop him from warming his tyres up and just putting a lap time down when he wants to. Ashton Phipps behind him on the track. South Island champ Caleb Cross next. Ollie Workman and Chris Benton right behind them. A little gaggle there as they all follow each other through the infield. Kian Burt behind that in his barrel cart. Kian coming off a round win at the AKC over in Aussie. Did an amazing job over there to win that. So we'll be looking forward to carrying that success over to round 4 here at Manawatu. Kian looking planted, got the local legend of Kelly Orr spinning the spinners for him this weekend. I'm sure between the two of them, they will be able to work some magic and get that barrel up the front. But they'll also have a lot of competition to do that. Kian on pole at the moment with a 45-1, 2/10 ahead of South Island champ Caleb Cross and Matthew Johnson sitting in third. As they all file through another lap, tick off another lap. All the tyres will be warming up now. Kian doing a great job of just slowly increasing that pace, working the tyres out. Matthew Johnson doing a great job there in second place with a 44.7. A 10th and a half behind Kian. Still a little bit of water on the track. Drivers will be having to negotiate that. Shouldn't affect the karts too much as they come through. Matthew Johnson going down the back straight at the moment. There's 50 cent there as they run through into Hart Hairpin. Karts just filing through. Still trying to find their own position on the track to set their own time. Using the karts in front of them and behind them as reference markers to see if they're gaining on them for a quick lap or dropping back. Kian going faster again, a 44.3 with Caleb Cross back into second with a 44.4. Amazing track pictures here from the live stream crew as we run down the back straight. Kian there running through 50 cent. Kart's looking on rails as he goes through Hart Hairpin. Gets off Hart Hairpin well as they fire back in towards the infield. Kart looks settled. Very little hand movement on the steering wheel. Kart doing exactly what he wants it to do. Caleb Cross put in a quick lap time and going into pole. 44.3. Amazing lap from Caleb Cross. But Kian bounces back straight away with a 44.2. Kian's not letting this pole get away from him. Just slowly building his laps, ticking them off. Lap after lap, building each lap on top of the next. Caleb Cross and Matthew Johnson in second and third. So Ashton Fitz, Nelson in fourth, with Chris Benton in the energy cart in fifth. Another local man, Patrick Holmes, sitting in sixth place at the moment. Seventh, Cody Noble. Daniel Pye in eighth place out of Wellington. Hasn't been in the cart too much recently, Daniel Pye, so he's doing a great job to be sitting in eighth place. Ninth place, 30th of Jamie Thompson, who's actually just been bumped by Ollie Workman, who's popped himself up into eighth. Caleb Cross going faster again with a 44.1. As qualifying works his way down. Only a couple minutes left. Ken Kiam finding another quick lap time and put himself back up onto pole. Caleb Cross doing a great job of putting in a quick lap time in the place he actually won the national champs here a couple of years ago in the Rotax Max Light class here at Manawatu. So surely he's got a soft spot here for this track as he's finding some lap time. As we follow the carts as they run down into Bamba. Caleb through two trees there, gets a good run off two trees. A right-hander into the pit corner. Kart's looking very, very settled as we run towards Higgins there. Gets a slingshot off Higgins as he fires himself down the straight for another lap. We finish qualifying for the Rotax Max Lights class. Caleb Cross seems to have just held on. He's done enough to sit it on pole for the three heats today. Kian Burt coming home in second. 300s just behind Caleb Cross there. Ashton Fitz, the 3NZ, sitting in third with Matthew Johnson coming home in fourth. Cody Noble in fifth place with Chris Benton in sixth. Patrick Holmes, the local man, seventh. Jamie Thompson, eighth. Ninth was the 72 of Lewis Draper. 10th, the 9th of Ollie Workman. Daniel Pye, Jet Price and Ethan Holland making up the next spots, 11th, 12th and 13th. Sam Wang, 14th. 15th, Harrison Zhao. Ty Eagleton qualifying 16th. Great job from him with his first big meeting, as Greg was saying, or Glenn was saying this morning. 17th, 18th, 19th were the Scott McDonald, Nathan Grammer and Angus Just, with Jack Bridgman and Daniel Coleman making up the 20th and 21st spots. That'll be great racing from all these boys this weekend. Looks like we're about to shoot down into the weigh shed with Regan. Hopefully we can grab Caleb or someone else to talk to.
We're going to try and catch Caleb Cross here. He's going to come in over the scales. We'll try and talk to him as he's doing it. We'll just have to wait for him to weigh the cart. Even though he could be underweight. As he holds his breath. Yep. All right, come down here. He's running away now. Caleb, mate, well done, man. That was super close. I think you're 1 or 2 hundredths of a second quicker. So P1 for the weekend. It's awesome. How did it go out there?
Yeah, it was really good. To be honest, I think the track dried up a bit quicker than I thought it would. So I know there's still more speed for us to find, compared to yesterday. Anyways, so yeah, we'll go back and have a bit of a debrief and fix that for Heat 1 and try and have a really smooth weekend. It's taken a lot of time to get to this point of getting the whole combination of the kart, driver and motor right. And I think we're finally where we want to be now. It would have been nice to be here at the Nationals, but that's the way racing goes. So yeah, we'll press on today and hope for a clean day.
Yeah, well done, man. Good luck for the racing.
Thanks, Regan. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Regan, and congrats to Caleb on that pole. Right now we've got the Rotax Max Heavies out there, sponsored by Marcel Electrical. Darren Walker on pole at the moment. Sitting at a 47 flat. They'll be slowly working those tyres up to temp again. Darren obviously in his second class, so he's already had a session of qualifying this morning in the senior DVS. Now he's in the Rotax Max Heavy. Trent Ingham sitting in second with Brendan Hart, the master, in third. Brendan Hart been around a long time here in karting, especially in the Manawatu. Darren Walker going faster here with a 45.9. Tom Van Ken popping it up into second. Well, third now with Trent Ingham going 45.9. Second it on pole. Trent, Darren, Tom Van Ken and Hero Sheridan sitting in fourth. Adam Bell and Aaron Tahu sitting in fifth and sixth, respectively, with the FK karts. Trent managing to go faster still. Sitting on pole at the moment with a 45.1. Darren Walker sitting second with a 45.3. So got a tenth and a half over Darren does Trent. As the drivers still try and jostle for position, find some clear track. Pump a quick lap. Darren out front, just doing his own thing. Clear track in front of him. Trent still sitting on pole at the moment with Darren. Trent going faster now with a 45.1. 1.5 tenths still over Darren Walker. Mason Armstrong pops it up into third spot with a 45.4 over local man Ash Higgins, sitting in fourth. Adam Bell and Hero Sheridan's fifth and sixth, sorry. And that gaggle of carts as they come through the pit final corner. Ash Higgins through Higgins' corner as he fires himself down the back straight. Flows as much speed as he can through Twitter. Looks like just to drop a wheel. Adam down the inside. He's had enough of following him for qualifying. He wants to be in front now. Ash right behind him as they go down into Hart Hairpin. They fire out a Hart Hairpin through into Bamba. Fighting on the qualifying won't be helping their lap times, but it sure does look good for us watching. Maybe they're all just getting a little bit of practice for later on today. Trent Ingham going even faster. He's sitting at a 45 dead now. Darren Walker with a 45.1. Adams managed to pop himself up into third, so maybe Ash was holding him up. They fire down into Hart Hairpin. Got Darren Walker going through Bamba. Pit entry. Kart's looking good. Recently jumped into that arrow kart and has taken off with some pace. Kart's looking steady as he comes through pit corner. Has he got enough to knock Trent off pole? He's got faster, but so is Trent. Darrenson now with a 45.05, but Trent's managed to go to a 44.96. Lightning pace from Trent out front. Mason Armstrong in third still. Adam Bell back down to fourth with Ash Higgins popping himself back up to fifth. So the boys that are fighting on track are still fighting for fourth and fifth. Tom Van Cannon sixth. Aaron Tahu in the FK kart now. I don't know how many meetings he's done in the FK kart. It might be his first time back in that. Sin in seventh with Hero Sheridan eighth. Brendan Hart the Masterson in ninth. Mitch Vi in 10th. Another local man, Brett Holmes in 11th. Trent James has got his Hart kart sussed and on rails. He is setting blistering lap after lap as we follow him down the hill, down the long straight. Engine will be sitting on the rev limiter as much as he can, brakes as late as he can. Hits the apex a Hart Hairpin, runs it right out to the concrete curb, uses as much of the track as he can to keep that minimum speed up through the corners. The flowing infield, runs it nice and tight through pit entry, two trees, the late apex, runs it along the concrete, using the bump to unsettle the car. And we took off another lap with Trent. Is he going faster again? As the checkered flag comes out. Doesn't quite go faster in that lap, but he's still doing enough to stay on pole. Darren Walker looks to be coming home in second with Mason Armstrong in third. The last couple corners, guys finishing the qualifying laps as qualifying time is done. As they all come in, Darren's already in the pits. Looks to be Trent pulled in early. Same with Mason, Brett Holmes, just winding down the carts, looking after the engine, looking after the tyres. So there we go. So Rotax Max Heavy qualifying done. Sponsored by Marcel Electrical. Trent Ingham on pole there with a 44.9. Blistering pace over Darren Walker with a 45.0. Mason Armstrong coming home in third with Ash Higgins in fourth. Tom Van Can, fifth place. Adam Bell, sixth with seventh Aaron Tahoe, a couple of FK boys there. Hero Sheridan in 8th, the local guy, local legend, as some say. 9th, Brennan Hart. 10th, Mitch Vi, and 11th, Brett Holmes. Great qualifying from all those guys. Should be some good, fierce racing with those. We'll feed you down now, back down to Regan, who hopefully can find one of the top place guys in the Rotax Max Heavy class.
All right, we're here to see you, Trent. What did I do? Right. Oh, you just got P1, mate, that's all? Yeah, that's good. Not too bad for an old fella, eh? How'd it feel out there?
It felt pretty good.
Must have done, because you got P1.
Yeah, first new tyre run for the weekend. It's a lot more grip than what we had yesterday, but gear cut felt good, I felt good, so yeah, no complaints.
Now you just got to hang on to it all weekend.
I do, that's a bit of a tough job having to keep those guys behind me, but I'll give it my best shot.
Yeah, well done, mate. Good luck for the racing.
Thank you.
All right, back up to you, Scott.
Thanks, Regan, and congrats, Trent, on the pole. Rotax Max Junior out now, sponsored by Higgins Concrete, our naming rights sponsor as well. Lots of fierce competitors here in the Rotax Max Junior class, with national champ Marco Manson here. Cy Finnemore as well, the 2NZ, with local drivers Tommy Hart, Amelia Phillips, and her brother Jack Phillips to be expected to be right up there with the leading pack. Zach Tucker, another multiple national champ in the VMR class, looks to be trying to set some good lap times, warming up his tyres. He's got a little bit of clear track in front of him from the 3 hard carts right out front. Zach Tucker doing a good job of putting it on pole after the first, well, being the quickest time at the moment after the first lap times as the tyres warm up. Most of these kids know what they're up to at this point. They've done countless amount of qualifying sessions, countless amount of tyre warming sessions. They know how to bring the tyre in at a steady rate just to keep it under control so they're not overusing the tyre. Same set of tyre that they have to use all weekend, apart from if it rains, obviously they'll get to use the one set of wets, but the same set of slicks throughout the whole weekend. So they have to look after the tyres now while also trying to pump a quick lap time in. If we follow the leaders as they're coming out of Hart Hairpin towards Bamber, coming up behind Jacob Pye, who's just settling into his rhythm, trying to set a good lap time. But the fast boys behind him are trying to unsettle him at the same time as they come through. Marco Manson with Tommy Hart right behind him. Miles Baker just behind him as well. As we fire down the straight, Marco down the inside of Toyota, trying to clear him. Tommy Hart looking to almost fire it down the inside and get him to the front of the pack for a clear lap. Miles Baker sitting in pole at the moment with a 44.9. Zach Tucker in second place with a 44.99. So Miles has a 10th over Zach and Tommy Hart at the moment. As Tommy's in clear track now, hoping to put himself further up the timesheets. as we follow the boys as we go down the straight. Jack Phillips, local guy, sitting in 5th at the moment. Zach Tucker put himself into pole position at the moment with a 44.7, so he's got a 10th over Braxton Cravanger, who's managed to get himself up to 2nd. Cravanger managing to get past Lockie Tomlinson for a clear track. It's a good lap from Braxton to pump a lap like that right behind another car. That can affect your lap time, as they might not break as late as you would like to. That's why you see all the kids battling for clear track. Tommy Hart now up into 2nd. 2/1000ths of a second behind Zach Tucker, who is just sitting behind the group of Hart carts, just keeping enough of a gap that they don't affect his lap time. Marco Menson now putting in a lap time, a 44.38. Miles Baker following him with a 44.4. Tommy Hart, 3rd place. Zach Tucker's been dropped down to 4th. Cravanger sitting in 5th with Lockie Tomlinson in 6th. Charlie Jemison sitting in 7th. The Hamilton boy, he started his racing here at Palmy, so he's got a lot of local track knowledge. He'll be using that to negotiate the traffic in front of him, which Ari and Lala, another ex-local, using their knowledge to try and bolster their way up the qualifying order. Jack Phillips now dropped down to 10th at the moment, with Patrick McDonald in 11th. Amelia Phillips, one of the fast ladies, sitting in 12th, just behind her brother. The 2NZ of Cy Finnemore, struggling for a little bit of pace, sitting in 13th. Braden Watson in 14th. The mainland champ at the moment, Levi McMillan, 15th. Angus Wilton, 16th at the moment. Buster Bailey, sitting in 18th. Andy Irwin, 20th. But out front, it's still Marco Manson with just over a minute to go left in qualifying. Zach Tucker seems to have put it on pole at the moment. He's put in another lap. To put himself a couple of thousandths ahead of Marco Manson and Miles Baker. Tommy Hart's dropped back a bit behind Cravanger. Ari Lala doing a good job, sitting in 6th place. It appears to be as they're coming around for their final laps of qualifying, as time is running out. Zach Tucker sitting on pole. Looks to have done a great job of just managing the gap, staying in clear traffic. Just using the carts in front of him for a bit of a draft, so just managing, using them as well, just as just a reference point to see if where he's faster or where they're faster, how much speed he can carry through, as they all take the checker flag now as qualifying is done. Zach Tucker holding on for pole with a 44.26. Marco Manson in 2nd with a 44.28. Tommy Hart back up into 3rd, the local man, who have an inside start for the 3 heats with a 44.3. Cravanger doing a great job of putting it into 4th. Miles Baker, 5th place. Ex-local man Charlie Jamison and Ariane Lala, 6th and 7th, with Lockie Tomlinson in 8th. they all come in, they file through. Levi McMillan and Jaden Buttermore 9th and 10th. The 2NZers, Cy Finnemore, struggling for a bit of pace in 11th, with Amelia Phillips in 12th. Patrick McDonald, Indy Ewan and Jack Phillips make up 13, 14 and 15th. Buster Bailey, Lewis Smith and Magni Whittle 16th, 17th and 18th. Angus Wilton 19th. Braden Watson coming home in 20th. Jacob Pye and Xavier Bothaway coming in home in 21st and 22nd respectively. Good job there from the Rotax Max Juniors, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. That'll be some fierce racing as the weekend gets on. I wonder if we can catch up with Regan Hall, as it looks like he's found someone to talk to. We'll pop you down there and have a chat with him.
All right, we're going to catch up with Zach Tucker here when he comes through. We'll come into the pit lane. I think he's a bit down the order. All right, Zach, you got P1. Well done. How did it feel out there?
Oh yeah, it was pretty good. The track just kept getting better and better. And then I managed to get myself in a pretty good position, and I was just in the right place at the ends.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Well done, and good luck for the racing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, back up to you, Scott.
Thanks, Regan, and good job, Zach. There should be some fierce racing between a lot of them. KZ2 qualifying out on the track at the moment, sponsored by Sylvester Clark, Consultant Engineering. Sylvester Clark, the company of KartSport Manawatu's president, Cam Jack. Just a huge shout out to Cam Jack for everything he has done around here. Him and his small team of helpers get this place looking absolutely amazing. So if you see Cam running around with beads of sweat pouring off his head this weekend, please just thank him. But at the moment, as we focus on KZ2 qualifying, Graham Smythe sitting on pole at the moment. Mitch Corinson second, local man. Jake Cobe C. Ranston in third. KZ2 karts, absolutely brutal machines. Appears to have an issue down in Rock Corner with Ethan Sayer pulling his car off the track. Appeared to be like a mechanical failure. It's unfortunate for Ethan. He was seen some good lap times yesterday. I think it's his second meeting in the shifter kart, so only a young guy, but he's doing a great job. Being mentored by Dan Bray. Dan Bray has done plenty of laps around plenty of tracks, knows what he's up to there. Speaking of Dan Bray, he's the fastest at the moment. He's just been pipped by local man Jacob Cranston. Jacobson at a 42.405 and Bray of 4.06. So nothing in it between the two. As Bray comes through two trees, back on the gas, feeds it down another couple of gears, back on the gas, plucks another couple gears as he fires through Higgins. As he gets through Toyota, by the end of the straight he'll be ticking on about 120, 130k. And then he'll feed it 4 gears to pull it up for the hairpin. Dan Bray, fastest on track at the moment, but only just over Cranston. Nathan Krang sitting in 3rd place at the moment. Luke Thompson in 4th. Cranston back up on pole. Near on to a 42 dead. Blistering pace for these boys. Graham Smythe put himself up into 4th. Luke Thompson 5th. Mitch Corrin ahead of his brother Blake Corrin in 6th and 7th. And Sam J1 sitting in 8th. David Malcolm in 9th. Raymond Mellon in 10th. Henry Gelb sitting in 11th at the moment. And unfortunately, 12th place is Ethan Sayer. He will not be improving his lap time as he is sitting in the flag tower. I think 9 out of 10 experts would recommend sitting in your kart makes you go faster, but unfortunate for the mechanical problem, he is unable to improve his time. Jacob Cranston still on pole at the moment. As he runs through 2 trees, Jacob back on the power. Kart's looking very settled. Jacob done plenty of laps around this Manawatu track. He'd almost be able to tell you where every single bump is around this place. As he's the Corrin brothers running through down the back straight through Toyota. Lovely shot from the drone. The Manawatu track here, it's probably only about 5-10 minutes out of the CBD, so probably one of the closest tracks to the CBD that you will get around the country. As Dan Bray pulls it into the pits, he is done for qualifying. He's had enough. He's looking after the tyres. In a second at the moment with Blake Corrin popping it up into 3rd. Luke Thompson sitting in 4th. Graham Smythe sitting in 5th place. You can never count out Graham Smythe. He will always find a lap, and if he can't, he'll be formidable when it comes to the race. As Corrin, Raymond Mellon popping it into 4th. He's put a quick lap in as the times come. Qualifying is coming to a conclusion with only a couple of seconds left. A few karts pulling into the pits, saving their tyres. Jacob Cranston looks to have slowed it up. Might have pulled pin on qualifying. He'll look around, see who's out on the track still, see who he has to go against. Luke Thompson coming into the pits as well. Same with Jacob Cranston. He's done. Can anyone finish a lap ahead of these boys? Raymond Mellon popping it into 2nd at the last minute. A dying second. He has stuck it on 2nd with Dan Bray still in 3rd. Blake Corrin coming around to finish his lap with Mitch as well. The 3 Drago karts. There's some absolutely stunning looking karts out there at the moment. The Dragos with their new sticker kits. A little bit more white than normal. But Jacob Cranston managing to pip everyone for pole with Luke Thompson coming home, Raymond Mellon, coming home in 2nd. Daniel Bray, third place ahead of Blake Corrin and Luke Thompson in fourth and fifth. Graham Smythe, sixth place, with Nathan Crang, Mitch Corrin and Sam J. Ones coming home in 7th, 8th and 9th. 10th was David Malcolm, 11th Henry Gelb, and 12th will be the Ethan Sayer, who unfortunately had that mechanical issue. Hopefully we can catch up with Regan Hall, who has actually Jacob C. Ranston with him.
TV pads, 20 pounds. All right, we're here with Jacob Cranston. So the last of the qualifying sessions for today in KZ2. Jacob Cranston, you just qualified P1, pretty convincing P1 too. I think you're a couple of tenths ahead. How'd it go out there?
It wasn't too bad. Kart felt pretty good. Yeah, I mean, sort of home track and love this track. Haven't done a lot of testing, but sort of know my way around here, and yeah, the kart's bloody mint. So.
Yeah, look pretty good. So good luck for the racing, mate. You're off grid 1 for the first 3 heats. So go for it.
Yeah, cheers, Regan.
All right, back up to you, Scott. I think we're into the heat racing shortly.
I think we are. I think we have one more qualifying. The VMRs. The biggest field, maybe, or the second biggest field behind the lights. As we just wait for track recovery. The recovery vehicle was kindly donated by City Honda. So thank you, City Honda, for the constant use of the recovery vehicle. Very much appreciated. And thank you to all the other class sponsors and all the other people who donate so much time and effort to make this place look as great as it does. VMR qualifying coming up. Nixon Cripps sitting on pole for the qualifying grids at the moment. Nixon here at the club day last week, looking very, very fast indeed. Nico Thomason is also here as well. Local boys, Flynn Pocock, Riley Craig and Alex Craig up the front as well. I'm sure the local boys will be hoping to get a good result, show these out-of-towners how we do it. Flynn Pocock's last meeting in the VMR from what I heard, and then he's going up to Junior Rotax. So hopefully he can go out with a good result. No pressure. Ivor Spence in there as well at the front of the grid. There's a lot of dads sitting on karts, giving them a last little minute pep talk. They'll be talking about finding some clear track, pumping a lap, looking after the tyre. VMR sponsored by DL Tree Services. If you're in the Manawatu area and you need some trees looked after, hit up Dart and the team at DL Tree Services. This is a packed VMR field. We have the North Island champ of Matthew Shaw, Nixon Cripps, Nico Thomason, 5 of Nixon Boscher, 6 Reed Phillips from the Hawke's Bay, Bray Milne, Flynn Pocock and Ivor Spence, Alex Craig, 15 Oliver Dennison, 22 Elliot Armstrong, 35 of Nico Hewson, 42 Ollie Bennett, another local boy, Charlie Clark, Sam Amon, Dominic Ivers, the 78 and 79 of Iris Lee and Aaron Lee, 87 of Riley Craig, the 91 of Van Merritt, and the 95 of Benji Bellamy, the local boys. As they all head out the gate, start finding some track to start warming up their tyres and cutting some laps. Oh no, Nico Thomason appears to be doing a little bit of lawn mowing here for us. It just happened to drop off the track. He seems to have got it back on the track. He is proceeding to warm everything back up and carry on. Nixon Cripps sitting on top of the totem pole at the moment. The bright yellow and green helmet, very hard to miss from the number 1 of Nixon Cripps. As he runs through Higgins, tucks the head as he runs down the straight through Toyota, foot flat, hold the speed. Local boys, Riley Craig and Flynn Pocock right behind them. Very, very quick local guys. They'll be doing their absolute best to keep up with Nixon throughout the weekend. Charlie Clark right behind those boys, sitting third on the times at the moment. As we look as they go through the final corner across the line, Flynn Pocock managing to put himself up into second behind Nixon. There's about a 0.3 of a second lead at the moment over Flynn, and Ivor Spence. Riley Craig popping himself back down into fourth. We've got local man Ollie Bennett fighting on track at the moment with the 91 of Van Merritt, just jostling for position, just constantly trying to find clear track to pump a lap time down. Just Reed Phillips there, getting a bit sideways as they come through the final corner. Nixon Cripps with a 0.3 of a lead over Flynn Pocock. Flynn Pocock pushing Riley Craig down the straight. I think Riley might have waved him through. Now he's going to tuck him behind him and use him as a draft and try and gain some speed. Ivor Spence in the fourth place with Alex Craig, the little brother of Riley Craig, sitting in fifth place. Alex Craig doing a great job. His first year in VMR, has just recently moved up from the cadet class and is showing pace straight away, which is amazing. A lot of kids take a little bit of time to adjust the speed from cadet to VMR and the racecraft that is required, but Alex doing a good job there, sitting in fifth place at the moment. Charlie Clark in sixth still. Ivor Spence managing to put a lap time in, has put him up to second. Still 0.3 behind Nixon Cripps, who is just checking out in the lead, just laying lap after lap, just constantly moving the goalpost. Ivor Spence here on screen as it comes through the final corner. They've run through Higgins. You see the boys just doing their best just to maintain as much speed as they can so they're not scrubbing too much speed. Tucking behind the wheel. Trying to get as much aero as they can. Just take as much aero off the kart as they run through the infield here. The three karts of Flynn, Riley and Ivor. Nixon's out front. He is coming through the final corner, and this is only qualifying, and he's got a good gap on the boys as we... Nixon going faster once again with a 48.28. Ivor put in a good lap time in, but he's still 0.3 of a second behind Nixon. Riley Craig is in third place now with Flynn in fourth.
The battle up front is very hot and contested. Nico Hewson sitting in 11th at the moment with Ollie Bennett in 12th. Bray Milne sitting in 13th. There's big train of cars as they all fire through 50 Cent and towards the Hart Happen in the infield. But Nixon Cripps, his car is just getting faster and faster and faster. Lap on lap on lap. Managed to put another 8 thousandths of a second on Ivor Spence, the gap out to 3.38 of a second now. If we have a pass going down the inside of Toyota, you have to have both drivers working together to get two karts through Toyota as the track cambers off on the exit, so karts can get a bit loose and sideways as they start running through there. Nixon once again going faster, 48.1. He's got the gap out to 4.5 tenths over Ivor and Riley Craig. Bray Milne's done a good job of pumping himself back up into 11th as the checkered flag comes out and qualifying for VMR. It seems to be all done. Karts finishing off their laps. Finishing up their laps as they wind them down, making sure that there's no damage as they come back in. There we are. Nixon Cripps, clean pair of heels out front, putting 4 tenths on everyone else. As we finish, Matthew Shaw coming around, taking the flag. These kids racing back to the weigh shed. The old red eye miss, and they might have missed the checkered flag that was waving in front of them. There we are, Nixon Cripps. Confirmation, pole position over Ivor Spence. Riley Craig and Flynn Pocock, a couple of local boys coming home in 3rd and 4th, the second row. Charlie Clark and Matthew Shaw, 5th and 6th. Nico Thomason, the 3NZ, coming home in 7th. Alex Craig, 8th position. 9th was Reed Phillips, 10th. Nico Hewson. 11th, 12th and 13th were the competitors of Bray Milne, Aaron Lee and Van Merritt. Ollie Bennett coming home in 14th. Oliver Dennison, 15th. Local driver Benji Bellamy home in 16th. We'll be looking to move forward during the heat races. Dominic Ivers, Nixon Boshier, Elliot Armstrong, Iris Lee and Sam Amon make up the following positions. I think we have do we have a track recovery? No, no track recovery. It seems to be all well. I'll head you down to Regan Hall, who has Nixon Cripps with him.
All right, we're here with Nixon Cripps, who just got a pretty convincing P1. That was awesome, mate. You were almost half a second quicker than Ivor. How did it go out there?
It was amazing. The kart felt perfect.
Yeah, awesome. Well, it must have been perfect because you're pretty quick. So well done. You're going to be off P1 for the heat racing. So what's the plan from here?
Hopefully we win, but who knows? Anything can happen in these long races.
Yeah. Oh, well, go hard. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right.
We have another.
Do you want to grab someone else? Yeah. Yep. Let's try and catch. Where's Ivor Spence? Oh, here he is. We've got Ivor Spence coming through. Are we still? Number 9. Ivor, can we grab you, mate? Oh, you got to take it down there. Right, whip the cart down there and then we'll get a quick interview with you. Ivor, that was P2. How did it feel out there?
Wasn't the best at the start, just didn't really have the pace with the new tyres, but coming through the end I felt pretty smooth and comfortable in the kart, and hopefully I can chase down next in the race.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit different in the racing. The track conditions are probably going to change a bit, so yeah, I think it's going to be some close racing out there. So good luck for the heat racing.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Congrats to the pole sitters and the place getters in qualifying so far. So we've got three heats today of each class. Right now we've got the Cadet Rock sitting on the dummy grid. Freddie Waller sitting on the pole position. Did a blistering job of coming home there with a 51.4. The 1NZ of Joey Zhou sitting in second. Max Gosling sitting in third place with Kaiser Rankin in fourth. Taylor Costello sitting in fifth at the moment with Heath Phillips in sixth. The final row, we have the 98 of Rowan Liu and the 77 of Casey Kane. Now, if anyone watched the live stream of Nationals or was present at Nationals, the final between Freddie, Joey and Max was amazing. Probably the best racing anyone's seen. So hopefully we can replicate that here over all three heats and pre-final and final. But we just wait for a couple of carts to clear off and the track to be cool clear so we can get these cadets out there and start warming up their tyres. A lot of pressure for the young guys and girls sitting on the dummy grid, age 6 to 9. The Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series Round 4 in Palmy here, or KartSport Manawatu. It's an amazing venue. The boys and girls, I will keep saying this over the weekend, the volunteers, we cannot do anything, we can't race. Volunteers that each club gets, the medics that come down, the kitchen staff, the track recovery, the live stream, the officials, all the competitors. Thank you guys for turning up. Obviously, this is a sport that we all need to be a part of, and you guys are doing a great job. So thank you for supporting the club. Thank you for supporting the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series. The Rock Cup. You guys are doing a great job. If you guys are feeling a bit hungry and a bit peckish, thirsty, shoot down to the kitchen and see Maureen and her team. KartSport New Zealand unofficially said that we have the best kitchen in the country. I just said that. I've declared that. We have the best kitchen in the country. If you'd like to go to the kitchen and buy some food and prove me wrong, I'll quite happily take that. But as we sit here and wait for the cadets to be released, it seems to have a small hold up for whatever reason.
Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles. Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce costs.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
Do the job right.
Hi, I'm Regan Hall and I'm at KartSport Auckland for a Have a Go day, and we run these all throughout the country. The club will provide everything that you need. Your job is just to enjoy yourself and have fun.
Right guys, come on inside. Let's show you what you're getting into. Yep, you're going to be Aaron today. How does that sound? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to choose helmets. Let's go. This really cool. That looks awesome, eh? Gloves. So once we're all set up, we're going to go down, we're going to meet Ryan and Simon and show you into the go-karts.
Your first go will be a familiarisation, just getting yourself around the track. Sometimes we have people like Ryan Urban, who is a former world champion, helping to give you the guidance and instruction and coaching that you need.
Because you've got quite a bit of skill there. I think just a little bit under brakes, maybe not so hard on the pedal. Yeah. Just try and keep the car a little bit straighter under brakes before you turn in, but you're certainly not scared.
Oh, hi Sophie.
Hi.
Oh yeah, this is your first time having to go in a go-kart today, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, what did you think?
I thought it was amazing. Like going fast and passing others just felt like I was flying.
And so, what made you decide to come out here and have a go today?
Well, my mum always knew I was competitive and she found it online and then she was like, come on, let's give it a go. So that's how we got here.
You went wide, eh? That went all the way around. It was a great
I've got with me Jess and young Aurora here, who's 7 years old. And this is Aurora's first day in her own kart, isn't it? Yep. And what made you decide to get into karting?
Well, Aurora likes cars and she likes Formula One, so we thought, what can we do to get her behind the wheel? And so I googled and KartSport Auckland came up. So we came down and had a go and went from there. Everyone has been amazingly helpful. They've got us into our first kart. They've showed us how to do everything because I don't know a thing. We're just learning, and yeah, like I say, they've just been amazing. Really, really good.
Yeah, it's a really helpful community, and because everyone's been there before, so they know what it's like to start. I think it's great that people pass on that knowledge and help get others into the sport. Jess, when you did your first Have a Go day and you saw Aurora out there going around and around the track in this machine that can actually go quite fast, what were your thoughts?
I think it was exciting. It was really neat, especially when she came back in, took her helmet off and said, "Mama, look how fast I went." So that was neat. No. So just that feeling of, yes, she can do it. Yeah, the backing from the guys here, and that's ultimately why you came back, is the support we got and all these knowledgeable people just feeding us information and encouraging us, and here we are, we've got a kart.
If you want to experience what they've experienced, then you need to get in touch with your local club and they can take you through the whole process. Or you can check out gokartsport.nz.
Cadet Rock, sponsored by Palmerston North Roofing, out on the track now on their formation laps. Weaving around, getting some heat on the tyres. 1.5 laps is a long lap around this 935 metre track here at KartSport Manawatu. Lots of corners to get the force through the tyres, get the heat in there. aggressively working the wheel, Joey Zhou. Oh, Freddie Waller on pole position with Joey Zhou in second. Max Goslinson in third. Kaiser Rankin will be starting this one in fourth. The South Island champ Taylor Costello will be starting fifth, next to local man Heath Phillips in sixth. Seventh, Rowan Liu. Eighth will be Casey Kane. Cadet Rock, a part of the Rock Cup competition. The final round for the Rock Cup here at KartSport Manawatu. I believe the winner of the cadet class wins themselves a VMR engine at the end of this weekend. So there's all that to race for. As Freddie brings them along to the blue line as they start forming up. As they come round, two solid lines, the weave-in is seized, game faces on. It's a long lap, it's a long time to come round. Freddie's done a good job getting them in formation. Nice, slow, constant speed. Bit of biff and bash happening behind them. As we're about to take the start here, Freddie feeding them into the tram lines. Joey are on the outside. Who's going to get the jump into turn one? Very slow lead up to the starter's box. Freddie's doing a good job. As they hit the yellow line, when's Freddie going to go? He's gone. Joey's got a good start as well. Manages to get around the outside. Joey off. It has built a gap before we even hit the end of the straight. Max Gosling down the inside of Kaiser as they all file through 50 Cent. Heath on the outside, which will then turn to the inside. Fires it down the inside of Kaiser Rankin as well. But Joey Zhou is gone. Freddie Waller has managed to actually hold a little bit of a gap as they fire through Bamba. Max Gosling sitting in third. Oh, big pump into pit corner from Taylor. As we come around to the conclusion of the first lap, Joey working the wheel, kart sliding around. Freddie in second and Max in third. 1, 2, 3 and Z in those positions. Taylor Costello with a mid run now to Higgins. Down the inside of Toyota. Too wide. Oh, tangle as they go off. Max trying to hold on to it as he's on the grass down the straight. Heath Phillips and Kaiser Rankin picking up a couple of spots in fourth and fifth. Max managing to stay back or get back on the track. Head tucked behind the wheel. Back, keep doing some laps, plenty of laps to catch up. Joey Zhou, Freddie checking out in front, just ticking the laps off. First race, smooth kart inputs from both of them. Taylor Costello in third, all runs a bit on the curb, bounces around a bit. Heath Phillips in fourth. Gets a good run, but Kaiser out of Higgins. Kaiser Rankin gets an even better run out of, looks through Toyota as they go down the straight. Heath looking behind him, see where Kaiser is. Does he have to block? Breaks late into Rock Cup corner. Freddie Waller is catching Joey Zhou at the moment. Down to a couple kart lengths, the gap is. They run through pit entry. Little wide there for Joey Zhou. Through two trees. Gets a good run out of two trees. The final corner as we finish the lap. Kaiser Rankin right behind Heath Phillips, working away there. As we got the drone footage as we go down the straight, Kaiser Rankin pushing Heath down the straight through Toyota. Heath again looking, seeing if he has to block. Kaiser doesn't quite have the legs at the end of the straight. Might have a tooth on, a couple of teeth more than Heath. Quick through the infield, but not quite down the straight. Joey Zhou and Freddie Waller. Gap slowly coming in. Freddie working away. Hits the curb, unsettles the cart slightly. Joey Zhou running the high line, but carrying that mid-corner speed. As they come through two trees, the right-hander before pit corner. Freddie launching over the curb. He's got some pace. He's bringing the gap down now. It's 3.5 tenths across the line. Oh, Freddie drops a wheel at the end of as they go through Higgins. Loses a little bit of time. Joey Zhou tucking their head behind the wheel. As they go through Rock Cup, here comes the bump at 50 cent. Does that unsettle the carts? No, they both managed to get through it cleanly. Third place, Taylor Costello still at the moment. Doesn't quite seem to have the pace at the front two. Heath catching right up behind Taylor with Kaiser. Max Gosling doing a good job of catching back up. Still sitting in sixth at the moment with Casey Kane and Roman Liu, 7th and 8th. Joey Zhou taking off another lap, building that gap a little bit more. Freddie struggling through Higgins, managing to stay on the track, but didn't look too clean. The gap now out to 6 tenths. Joey put 3 tenths on that lap alone. The gaggle behind them though. Taylor Costello in third, fourth Heath Phillips, and fifth Kaiser Rankin. The closest battle group we have at the moment. Heath deep into Hart hairpin. Can he get it turned? Can he get the speed out of the corner? Taylor's signalling. Let's work together. Let's see if we can move forward. Catch the front two. There'll be a tall ass. Those two out front are gone. Heath run a little wide. Kaiser running that inside line. As they come through the pit corner, Heath Phillips working the wheel. Keeps looking behind. Kaiser's still there. Can he get a run out of Higgins? Freddie Waller's done a great job to get back to Joey Zhou. He's actually on his bumper as they get to the end of the straight. Through 50 cent. As we get to Hart hairpin, what's he got? Breaks deep. Joey gets a little loose. As they go through the infield, Freddie's pushing. He's done a great job to catch up. Has Joey had an issue, or is Freddie's kart coming on late? Is the crisscross, is he going to go down? Looked at two trees, decided to, I'll save it for another lap. Pit corner here. Joey Zhou starting to work the wheel a bit, kart sliding around a bit. Freddie's kart looks to be gripped up. Look at that run out of Higgins, pushing Joey Zhou as they get through Toyota. Nose to tail. As we go down the back straight. Does he look? No. As they break deep into Rock Cup corner. Joey Zhou doing a great job of maintaining. Has a quick look, sees Freddie's right there, playing Morse code on the rear bumper. As we go into Bamber, is he going to have a look through here? No, he is following him. Nose to tail as they go through pit corner. Great racer between the front two. And the pack right behind the Kaiser Rankin fires it down the inside of Heath Phillips at pit corner. Caught him sleeping. As Freddie still looking for a way behind Joey Zhou. Looks like Joey Zhou's actually going to take this first heat with Freddie right behind him in second. Taylor Costello will come home in third with Kaiser Rankin getting fourth place on the last lap from Heath Phillips. That's a good job. Max Gosling managing to come home in sixth place. Managed to pull back some of that gap that he lost in the first couple of laps by going off. Seventh will be Casey Kane and eighth Rowan Liu as they finish the race. Great job from all the cadets there. Joey Zhou managing to get the first heat win over Freddie Waller. Taylor Costello in third place. Kaiser Rankin with an excellent move down the inside of Heath Phillips through pit entry. Heath will be looking at improving for that next one. Coming home in 5th place. Max Gosling again in 6th. Casey Kane 7th and Rowan Liu in 8th. Great job from those Cadet Rock, sponsored by PN Roofing. Next up we have the senior DVS class. Pole position for senior DVS has Seth Frost. Second is Jack Strand. James Vanderberg will be starting from 3rd. Darren Walker in 4th. And Leo Kotsalinis, I'm so sorry if I've butchered your name, mate. I might have to come up and tell me how to say it. Starting in 5th. Senior DVS sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate. Senior DVS, a part of the Rock Cup Academy as well, or Rock Cup competition as well. The winner of the Rock Cup gets a ticket to the Rock Cup finals in Italy, and I think it's $5,000 to go towards that trip as well. So a great trip there for the winner of the Rock Cup. Seth Frost leading the competition at the moment. He's also on pole position, warming those tyres up, seeing how much heat they can get out of the tyres in the 1.5 laps that they have before they take the lights. Seth Frost in the DVS has been in the DVS a couple of years now, stepped up from the KartSport 120 class. He has proven to duck to water really. He's gone from the low horsepower to a high horsepower class, and he has managed to sink, not swim, which is great. Jack Strand, the 3NZ as well, looking to overcome the 2NZ on pole and hopefully take a couple of heat wins. Jamie Vanderberg's always up there at the pointy end of the DVS class with Darren Walker as well, proving that he can drive any class, anytime. Leo starting in 5th as the field is all formed up as we look to take the start. Seth holding them at a very constant, steady pace as we run through the tram lines. Small field, but I'm sure the racing will be just as fierce as all the other ones. As the lights go out, as we go through Toyota, Jamie Vanderberg managing to get a great start down the inside of Jack Strand and Seth Frost right at the start. Seth left the door open and Jamie didn't need a second invite, just sent it down the inside. So we got Jamie Vanderberg leading from Seth Frost. Darren Walker's managed to get himself into 3rd, but Jack Strand dropping back to 4th and Leo in 5th as they go through the infield. Seth still right behind Jamie, not letting him go. Jamie with a blistering start though as we fire through 2 trees. Darren Walker looking to defend, doesn't need to. It's not quite close enough here. As we tick off the first lap, Jamie Vanderberg, Seth Frost. Oh, Jamie dropping a wheel as he runs through Toyota. Will they open the door at the end? No. Seth didn't quite have enough pace to look, but he's gained out of coming out of 50 Cent, going down into Hart Hairpin. As we run through Hart Hairpin, the 88 of Jamie still in the lead. 2NZ, Seth working the wheel as we run through the infield. Darren Walker left the door open. Jack Strand fed it down the inside of 2 trees. Darren looked for the up and under, but didn't quite have the pace for that. Can Jack Strand keep his eyes forward and actually get some pace down to catch the front two guys who have a decent gap at this point. Jamie Vanderberg, Seth Frost still first, second. Jack Strand now sitting in third place. As they run through Hart Hairpin. Jamie's kart looking very nice and settled, as well as Seth Frost. Running the tight line as they go through pit entry. Kart looks to be gripped up as it gets a good run out of two trees. He's got to look into pit corner. No, thinks better of it. He's just going to follow Jamie at the moment, see where he's faster, see where he can go for a move. As they run through Toyota. Seth Frost, the fastest on the track with a 44.9. Only 3 thousandths of a second faster than the leader, Jamie Vanderberg, though. Jack Strand still in third. Managed to drop off the fourth place of Darren Walker at the moment. Just slowly pulling away. Leo's fifth place, still doing a good job of holding on to the field. Jamie Vanderberg pulling out a bit of a gap now on Seth Frost as they run through 50 Cent. Jack Strand gaining a little bit slowly, but I think he's going to run out of laps here. He needs the front two to start fighting for position, slow their lap time so he can gain as we run through pit entry. The sun's out here in Manawatu. The track looks amazing. A great weekend here for kart racing. The round 4 of the KartStars New Zealand Racing Academy and the Rock Cup. James Vanderberg pumps the fastest lap of the race so far. Pulled another 10th away from Seth Frost. Can't rest easy yet though, the gap is still only 4 tenths. One small mistake and Seth will be on him, if not past him. Seth actually then just struggling to get through that corner, slid a little. Jamie's kart looking very, very stable. Darren Walker ticking the laps off as well. Still in fourth, hasn't quite got the pace in this one. As we run through Toyota again, Seth starting to work the wheel as we get a bit sideways through Toyota. The tyres will be screaming. Jamie Vanderberg looking very controlled now in the lead with Seth Frost in second. Jack Strand lost a couple tenths in that lap. The front two a couple tenths faster than him. Can't quite catch them. We're on our last lap here as we come round. Jamie Vanderberg about to take his last lap board. Seth's got one lap to try and catch him and pass him, but I think Jamie Vanderberg has this one under control. Looks behind, see where he's at. Knows he's got a gap, just got to keep it on the track. Pull it up each corner. Tick the corners off as we go. It's the first heat. Just make sure you get your first heat done. It can make and break your whole weekend. Seth still working the wheel, braking late as we fire down through the infield. Jamie just 3 corners left, gets through 2 trees, keeps it off the curb, doesn't want to drop a chain. 1 corner down to the final corner, sticks it over the line. That's a good heat 1 win for Jamie Vanderberg. Seth Frost coming home in second. Jack Strand managing to catch up quite a bit there in that last lap in third. Darren Walker coming home in fourth. And Leo there in 5th place. Congratulations to Jamie on that heat win. Vortex Rocks DVS Senior, sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate here in Manawatu. If you're needing or if you're in the market to buy a new house, or sell your current house and upgrade, shoot down and see the team here at Bailey's Real Estate in Manawatu. I'm sure they can look after you.
See you. All right, we're here at the pit side of Miles Baker, and Glenn Arneson, who moonlights as a live stream pundit. Actually, what you don't know is he's a mechanic guru, and he's mechanicking for Miles Baker, who's running in 2 classes, Max Junior and DVS Junior. And Glenn, do you want to tell us a bit about what you're doing on the karts in between races other than putting fuel in it?
Yeah, look, Miles came back into us after qualifying and said he had a bit of problems turning the kart in. So we decided, look, we're going to make a slight change. So we just moved the car, made it softer in the front of the kart, just to try to give himself a bit more tip-in, I guess you'd call it, into the corner.
That's the torsion bar, is it? What is that?
Torsion bar at the front. It can stiffen and soften the kart up. We also went probably a bit too high on the tyre pressures. So we're going to drop that down for the heat race. We sort of, with 8 laps versus 11 laps on qualifying, we need the kart to come on earlier, so we'll adjust the tyre pressures around, throw some fuel at it, look at the rear track and work out where we are there, maybe a couple of mil difference in there. But the beauty of what we're doing here is he's out on the track now in the DVS Junior identical kart. He'll give us feedback on the track from that, which will then be able to relay into this kart. So yeah, it's hard work doing 2, but it's also benefiting this kart.
Yeah. Can you tell us what the secret tyre pressure is?
No, it's
come on, mate.
Coming in at 20.
Oh, right, okay. Do you want to get a close-up of the torsion bar? So have a look in here. I don't know if you can see in here. So for people that don't know what it is here, so these little clamps, you undo them, you can turn it, and it will flex in a different way. If you want to, and then it enables the kart to flex more than what it would. So that changes the whole dynamic of the front end of the kart. I think we've probably got to go back to the racing now. So back up to you, Scott, in the commentary box.
Thanks, Regan and Glenn. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more secrets from the very dominant Hart kart. Ooh. Speaking of dominance, we got Junior DVS right now, sponsored by Palmy Automotive out on the track. Pole position is the Marco Manson. Second, Tommy Hart. Third is Braxton Cravinger. Fourth, Lockie Tomlinson. Fifth is Miles Baker, the other kart that he is racing this weekend. And Lachlan Roberts will be starting 6th. As the lights go out, and there's a tangle already. Jack Phillips and Luke McMillan. Tangle as they go through Toyota. The rest of the field managed to get through clean with Marco Manson out in the lead with Cravinger right behind him in 2nd. Tommy Hart in 3rd. Big tyre smoke as we get through Hart Hairpin. There looks to appear to be, is that Tommy Hart or no? Cravinger's had an issue. I don't know who that is. That's turn 4. Hart Hairpin, sorry. But Marco Manson leading still from Tommy Hart, and Miles Baker in 3rd. Craving has dropped back to 4th with Lachlan Roberts 5th and Max Amon 6th. Jack Phillips appears to be out. Luke McMillan's got himself going. Looks like we're missing Lachlan Thompson. He must have been in the Hart Hairpin incident. Miles Baker moving his way forward into 2nd place, trying to catch Marco. Marco's been on a very good recent form, winning both junior classes at the recent nationals. As we fire back down through Toyota. Look, Tommy Hart down the inside of Miles Baker. Craving is going to try and follow him through. Miles is having none of that and flies it back down the inside of Cravinger. Cravinger is not going to let it slide though. Flies it back down the inside of the next hairpin. He goes side by side down through into Bamber, Who's going to get it? Side by side still, Cravinger looks to appear to have it at the moment. As we go through two trees, Miles Baker back down the inside, crosses back up. Cravinger doesn't quite have the speed. Lockie Roberts down the inside of the last corner, hits the curb, almost touches, but they get through cleanly. So we got Marco Manson out in front with Tommy Hart in second. Miles Baker and Braxton Cravinger third and fourth. They've lost a bit of time there in that little squabble. Lockie Roberts right there. Max Amon trying to keep up. Not trying to keep up, trying to catch the pack. Get in that battle. Move his way forward. Rick McMillan back on the track, trying to catch up there. Marco Manson just out in front, just cutting laps. Clean laps, no one's ahead of him. Can just set himself a time and go for it. Tommy Hart trying to catch Marco Manson and disturb the apple cart. Put it on first position. Miles Baker now settled into third, Cravinger in fourth as the field starts to spread slightly. Tommy Hart with the fastest lap time at the moment with a 44.1, a tenth of a second faster than Manson in front. As they all fire it through the infield of Bamba, the G-forces, all these bodies take as they go right, then left, and then right again. There's no rest through that infield. As Marco ticks it off, another lap off, 3 laps to go. Tommy appears to be catching. Got the gap down to half a second. Fastest lap of the race, a 43.9, so Tommy's car is coming on fast. Is he going to be able to catch Manson though? Is he going to run out of laps? Tommy's got plenty of laps around here, local track. As he fires it deep through the infield. Kart looks gripped up, looks steady. Cravinger still holding on to Miles Baker, keeping him honest. Hoping to catch back up to him and renew the battle that they had a couple of laps ago. Lockie Roberts is just dropping off a bit there behind Cravinger. Max Amon keeping him honest though. Get down to 4/10 of a second now. Tommy is catching. Another fastest lap of the race, a 43.8. Manson doing a 43.9 though, so he's not slow himself. Miles Baker, 44.1. Cravinger behind him, a 43.9. So karts are coming on at different stages. There will be some battles, but are we going to run out of laps? We're coming around to take the last lap board. Tommy has caught right up to Manson here. He's got 1 lap to do it. Gap down to 2.5 tenths. As we fire through Toyota, as we head down the straight, Tommy braking late, kart squirming under brakes. They plant their foot, get good drive, quick look from Manson. Hart gets off the corner, right behind him. Manson tucked up behind the wheel, trying to keep it. Tommy getting some good drive through the hairpin. Doesn't look at 2 trees. Marco has it covered. Coming around the final corner there, Marco Manson will take the heat win over Tommy Hart. Miles Baker holding off a third over Cravinger, Lockie Roberts and Max Amon. Luke McMillan coming home as 7th. Couple of DNFs, unfortunately, in that one. We had the incident at the first corner with Jack Phillips, and then a couple of corners later with Lachlan Tomlinson. They'll get picked up, get fixed up, and they'll be out for heat 2. That's the Junior DVS Heat 1 done, sponsored by Palmerston North Automotive. Up next we have the Rotax Max Light class, sponsored by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Another very local supporter of the club. Brendan Hart, Fraser Hart and the team Manawatu Toyota, TRC Toyota, Wanganui, Levin, and Masterton, I think it is. If you're in the market for a new Toyota, go see the boys down at Manawatu Toyota. Tell them I sent you, and they'll probably bang another $5,000 on the asking price. Rotax Max Light. Pole position for that one.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true. Rotax Max Light heading out on the track for their first heat race. Caleb Cross starting pole for this one with Kian Burt, the local guy, in second. Ashton Phipps, the 3NZ, starting third with CRG teammate Matthew Johnson in fourth. Cody Noble will be starting this one in fifth. Alongside him, the 25 of Chris Benton. Patrick Holmes starting 7th, and Jamie Thompson starting 8th. Lewis Draper and Ollie Workman 9th and 10th. Daniel Pye, Jet Price 11th and 12th. Ethan Holland, Sam Wang 13th and 14th. Harrison Zhao and Ty Eggleton. Good job from Ty to qualify 16th on his first big meeting. Scott McDonald, Nathan Grammer 17th and 18th, Angus Just 19th, 20th Jack Bridgman, and 21st will be Daniel Coleman. A very packed Rotax Max Light field. Some heavy hitters here. Caleb and Kian, Ashton Phipps right up the front. They've done this before. It'll just be another race to them. They know that the most important one is Sunday afternoon. Some stunning looking karts out there now with that different liveries. We've got the blue and black of that arrow kart and the bright red of the barrel right next to it. As Caleb leads them into the tram tracks for the start of the first heat, we get a bit of biff and badge as we hit the starters block. Caleb's gone straight away, a good jump. Ashton Phipps has followed him through the first corner. Do they all manage to get through Toyota cleanly? They do. Kian having a look down the inside of the hairpin. They all manage to get through there as well as they come through 50 Cent. Caleb out in the lead with Ashton Phipps right behind him. Kian and Cody Noble in fourth. Matthew Johnson in fifth as they fire through the infield for the first time. Still jostling for positions, seeing where they stand in the pecking order. Caleb Cross taking off the first lap. He's out in the lead. Ashton Phipps second. Kian right behind him. The big pack of drivers towards the rear just nose to tail as they run through Toyota. As they get through there, Kian with a pass on Ashton Phipps at the end of the straight. Looks around, sees where he's sitting. Eyes forward, he'll be working on trying to catch Caleb, who's looking settled out front. No one's there to disturb him. No one's disrupting his rhythm. He's just slowly going through his paces, taking the laps off as he comes around to get one more on the board. 6 laps to go. Kian Bird in second now over Ashton Phipps. Cody Noble in fourth. Matthew Johnson fifth. Patrick Holmes in sixth place. Still holding on to that front pack. A small gap forming to Chris Benton appears to be over Ollie Workman and Lewis Draper seems to be next. Get out front half a second from Caleb to the chasing pack of 5 karts. Are they going to start squabbling and costing themselves time, or are they all going to try and work together? They've got 5 laps to go, so they can work together for a couple of laps, and then as the laps wind down, start squabbling for the final positions as they run down the straight. Big braking zone right at the end of the straight. Karts squirming as they load up the brakes. Again, brakes don't get much rest as they get into hard hairpin, and then again through the infield. Tyres get an absolute hiding, just left, right, left. All the heat and all the forces as they run through the infield. Try not to scrub too much speed, keep that mid-turn speed up, try and get on the gas as soon as they can. Caleb doing a great job, checked out 1.2 seconds over Kian Burt. Happy hunting grounds here for Caleb Cross. Proving why he won the national champs here a couple of years ago. Head down, taking the corners off as they come through. Chris Benton has Ollie Workman catching him though, right behind him, forming another little squabble of karts with Jamie Thompson right behind Ollie Workman. Pass for Ethan Holland on Daniel Pye through 2 trees. It was a clean pass, managed to carry it on, didn't lose too much time. Caleb Cross appears to be in his own race at the moment. The race looks to be for second and third, with Phipps all over Kian. Cody Noble just a couple kart lengths behind, but still in the pack. If they were to tangle or if they have any incidences, I think he'd be right through. Patrick Holmes doing a good job keeping up with Matthew Johnson as well in that front pack. There's a squabble as well of 4 karts from Ty Eagleton, Jack Bridgman, Nathan Grammer, and Angus Just towards the rear of the field. There's this pack of 5 cups, head back towards the infield, pit entry. Gambert still doing enough to stay in second at the moment. Ashton Phipps is on his bumper, looking racy though. Final lap, Caleb Cross 1.6 seconds ahead over Kian Burt. Ashton Phipps drops the wheel as they go through Toyota, won't quite have the speed as they get to the end of the straight. Patrick Holmes coming in deep, pulls it up beautifully. Jan gets through Hart Hairpin. Ashton's still on him though as they run through Bamber. Is he going to go for a move in the last couple corners? Caleb Cross out in front, just 2 corners to go. Leading into the last corner, Caleb Cross is going to take the heat win. Kian Burt will hold on for second over Ashton Phipps. Cody Noble coming home with 4th. Matthew Johnson 5th. And Patrick Holmes coming home as 6th. Chris Benton, Ollie Workman and Jamie Thompson 7th, 8th and 9th. Lewis Draper 10th. Ethan Holland, Daniel Pye and Sam Wing 11th, 12th and 13th. 14th will be the Scott McDonald over Harrison Zhao, Jet Price and Ty Eagleton. 18th will be Jack Bridgman. 19th, Nathan Grammer. And 20th and 21st will be Angus Just and Daniel Coleman. That is the Rotax Max Lights brought to you by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Next up we have the Rotax Max Heavies, sponsored by Marcel Electrical. Pole position for the Heavies, we have Trent Ingham. Sitting in second, we have Darren Walker. Third, we have Mason Armstrong doing a good job of qualifying third after being out of the kart for a little bit, with local man Ash Higgins in fourth. Tom Van Can will start this one off in 5th, next to Adam Bell in 6th. Aaron Tahu starting 7th, alongside Hero Sheridan in 8th. Brendan Hart, the master, starting this one in 9th, next to Mitch Vi and Brett Holmes. Another first big meeting for him. He'll be starting this one off in 11th. As they go through the tyre warming procedure, making sure that they are ready to go when it comes to lights out. But the last thing you want to do is get to the first corner and just run straight. Your whole race is ruined in 100 metres. So they'll be frantically working the wheel, getting the heat through the tyres. Ingham in his Hart cart alongside the Arrow cart of Darren Walker. Energy cart of Mason Armstrong and the Sodi of Ash Higgins. Another Arrow cart of Tom Van Can, followed up by a couple of FK carts with Adam Bell and Aaron Tahu. Hero Sheridan in the CRG, another Hart cart of Brennan Hart, and then we have the Cosmic and a Paralyn of Mitch Vi and Brett Holmes. Trent's got them into formation as they are about to hit the tram tracks. Nicely formed as they start building up the speed as they get the green light, as they get through the first corner over the curb. They all manage to get through as they jostle down the back straight, 3-4 wide. Ash Higgins round the outside manages to pick up a couple spots, but Trent Ingham, clean pair of heels out for the first couple corners. Mason Armstrong in second, Ash Higgins sitting in third, Darren Walker dropped back to fourth, Tahu's sitting in fifth. As four wide as they go through Bamba, trying to figure out where they all sit. Ingham taking first lap, nice and clean, no one in front of him, just eyes forward, takes the lap off. Mason Armstrong going with him. A small gap forming to Ash Higgins, who's looking behind, seeing where he's at. Darren Walker's right behind you, kid. Deep under the brakes at the end of the straight. They all managed to pull it up. Tyres still somewhat cold. They'll be warming up as the laps go on. Ingham doing a good job of just settling into his rhythm again. Darren Walker putting some pressure on Ash Higgins. Ash working the wheel, trying to get some heat into the front of that cart. Trying to keep up with the front two guys at the moment. Ingham, Armstrong, Walker pushing Higgins down the straight now. Down the inside at the hairpin. Can we get the crossover? No, holds the apex of 50 Cent. Waves to Ash, like, don't fight me, let's move forward. We've got Tahu in the battle now. Ash right behind Darren. Is he going to go for a move, or is he going to settle into a rhythm and work with him to try and catch the front two? The front two are just ticking the laps on. 5 laps to go. Ingham, Armstrong, Walker, Higgins, Tahu, Van Can, Bell, Sheridan, Hart, Vi and Holmes. As we run down the back straight. Bell coming in deep on Van Can, runs a bit wide, manages to get the inside for the 50 Cent, holds it off. Van Can drops her position. Ingham fastest on track at the moment. Armstrong only a 10th off him. Walker's managed to build a gap on Ash Higgins, slowly pulling away. Tahu now working on the back of Ash Higgins. As these big guys break deep into the hairpin at the end of the straight. Hero Sheridan looks like he is gaining on Van Can as well, looking like he wants to put a move on. Mason Armstrong doing the fastest lap of the race so far, but he's still 8/10 away from Ingham, sorry. Darren Walker, another 8/10 behind. So even gaps for the front 3 carts as the field starts to spread slightly. As we got 2 laps to go, Ingham just ticking the corners off as he needs to. Get through the heats today. Worry about the pre-final, final tomorrow. Don't drop a chain, don't drop a wheel, just move your way forward. Driving smooth. One single input going through the corner, looking after the tyres, not sliding. As Tahu looks like he's dropped off the back of Ash Higgins, and Bell is catching Tahu now. We're going to have a FK battle in the next couple of laps. Walker with the fastest lap of the race with a 45.1. Slowly catching up on Armstrong. Will run out of laps potentially, but he's still catching. Ash Higgins holding 4th place comfortably at the moment. 5th, under a bit of pressure now. The FK boys are going to start battling it out shortly. Bell definitely catching Tahu as we get through the final corner. We've got our last lap board. Bell going to go for a move on Tahu as we get through Higgins. Clean run through Higgins for Tahu. Builds a bit of a gap as they run through Toyota. Is Bell going to throw it in deep? Looks to, doesn't quite go for a move, but he pulls it up. We run down into Hart Hairpin. Looks line astern for now. Ingham just absolutely clinical today. Sitting on pole. First heat win so far at the moment. Final corner. Takes the flag. Armstrong second. Walker third. Higgins coming home with 4th. Tahu is going to hold on for 5th. Bell right behind him. Van Cam 7th. Hero Sheridan coming home in 8th. Brendan Hart 9th. Mitch Vi and Brett Holmes coming home in 10th and 11th respectively. That is the Rotax Max Heavy Heat 1 done, sponsored by Marcel Electrical. I think we are looking at shopping down to the pits. We'll see where the cameraman and Regan have found themselves. Hopefully they're finding some more secrets that people were trying to hide. Looks like Regan and the cameraman have been kicked out of that tent. There was too many secrets in that one. I think it was the wrong colour cart. Oh, even better. I think we're talking to Regan now, so hopefully we can chop down to him now.
Are we on? Yeah, we've got Matt Kinson here from International Kart Supplies. He runs the Sodi Kart team in New Zealand, which is one of the biggest teams one of the biggest brands in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, they're obviously around the world, obviously with their rental kart and their racing side of things, they're a very big company.
Yeah. So I've just seen you mucking around with a carburetor for someone from a different team. What's that all about?
Obviously, to be fair, there's two aspects to my business, I guess, and it's obviously one half is obviously the go-kart side of things, and then obviously the other half is motor stuff, which obviously there's a lot of motors that aren't on our brand of go-kart.
Yeah. So you'll deal with any Rotax motor or KZ motor, I suppose, won't you?
Yeah, we do. I do obviously a bit of all of them in all of the classes, you know, just whoever wants one done, make it happen.
Yeah. Nice. Well, we might come back a bit later when we've got a kart here and you can talk us through some stuff you're doing on it without giving away too many secrets.
Yeah, we can give you a rough idea.
Yeah, nice one. All right, we'll go back to Scott and back to the racing.
Rotax Max Junior out for their first heat at the moment. Sponsored by Higgins Concrete. Zach Tucker starting pole for the Rotax Max Junior alongside Marco Manson. Tommy Hart and Braxton Cravenger will go off the second row. Miles Baker and Charlie Jamison on the third row. Arian Lala will start 7th. Next to Lockie Tomlinson. Will be hoping he gets a better start than the junior DVS race. 9th and 10th are Levi McMillan and Jaden Buttermore. Cy Finnemore starting off 11th, next to Patrick McDonald in 12th. Indy Irwin will start next to Jack Phillips in 13th and 14th. Amelia Phillips behind her brother and next to Buster Bailey in 15th and 16th. Louis Smith, Magni Whittle, Angus Wilton, Braden Watson, Jacob Pye and Xavier Brothaway will make up the following positions as they come round the final corner and head off into the tram tracks. Zach Tucker leading them down into the starters box. Bit of bashing as they get there. They hit the starters box and Zach Tucker is gone. As they get through the first corner, they're all a bit of side pods banging, but they all make it through. Zach Tucker manages to hold on as they get through the hairpin, through 50 Marco Manson on the bumper, as well as Tommy Hart, Cravenger and Miles Baker. Have they all managed to get through Hart hairpin? It appears a small incident, but they all managed to get through as they head through the infield. Tucker out in the lead. Gets the first lap done. Manson right behind him. The local man Tommy Hart right behind him as well. Zach Tucker doing a great job of holding off a gaggle of Hart carts that are right behind him. As they make another lap down the end of the straight. They all manage to cleanly get through the hairpin. As they fire off into Hart hairpin. Rotax Max Junior field, normally the most feisty alongside the VMRs. But they've managed to get a couple of clean laps in, get the gaps going. Tucker taking another lap off, eyes forward. Doing a great job of holding off Manson. Jaden Buttermore looking for a move down into Toyota, thinks better of it. Decides he'll pick him off at the end of the straight. Doesn't quite get it. Jack Phillips going for a move down the inside of Hart hairpin, pulls it up, gets it turned. Can he drive it off? Arian Lala looking at making a move on Lockie Tomlinson. Not through two trees. Looks like the pack's starting to catch Zach Tucker now. Manson doing a good job of slowly reeling it in, but he's bringing other carts with him. So it won't just be a one-on-one, it might be a 3-on-1 or a 4-on-1. Miles Baker going for a move around the outside of the hairpin. Tommy is not allowing that. Oh, gets a bit crossed up. Miles Baker losing a ton of positions. Tommy Hart staying in third. Charlie Jamison down the inside of Bamber of Cravenger. Caught him sleeping. Jamison using his wealth of knowledge here at the Manawatu track. Moving forward, sitting in fourth place, eyes forward, trying to catch the front guys now. Still Zach Tucker in the lead over Manson. Gap's only 2/10. Tommy Hart is second back. Manson pulls right up to the back of Tucker under brakes. Tucker gets good drive off the corner, builds that gap back up. As they fire down into Bamber. Manson's car looks like it's starting to turn on. We've got 3 laps to go. Can Tucker hold on from the fast charging Marco Manson? Tommy Hart doing a great job there on third, just holding this position. Arian Lala still behind Lockie Tomlinson. Miles Baker catching those 2 competitors as well. As we tick off another lap. Manson weaving, trying to find a room to get past Tucker. Is he going to find some room going through the infield? Linus Stern there, following him, figuring out where he's faster. Looks like Tommy's slowly starting to reel the boys in, but he'll run out of laps there. Miles Baker's managed to get past Arian Lala. Trying to recover from the incident he had a couple laps ago. Levi McMillan doing a great job there in 9th spot. Amelia Phillips has moved up a few spots. She's now sitting in the 10th. Oh, Manson gets past Tucker. Tucker back down the inside of Manson, down 2 trees. Tommy Hart pushing them. Go through the final corner. They touch. There's a bit of Tommy Hart down the inside. Gets them both. He will say, thank you. See you later, boys. Can he hold on? The final lap. He's got to hold on for 900 odd meters to go. Blocks going into the final corner. Morse code on the rear bumper from Manson on Tommy. Tommy's looking. He's blocking again, down, holding his line. He doesn't want to let this heat win go. Doing a great job. Look at the field. 8 karts in the leading pack. Tommy running it. Manson looking for another move. Oh, Arian Tomlinson. Tucker's gone back. What's happened there? Tommy Hart, is he going to take it? It's got to be close over Manson. Tommy Hart will take the heat win. 5 thousandths of a second over Marco Manson. Charlie Jamison coming home in 3rd. Braxton Cravinger, 4th place. Miles Baker recovered into 5th. Zach Tucker going from pole all the way back to 6th. What happened in that last lap? Just a whole lot of battling. We gonna draw. Who are we gonna pick? We're gonna drop down to Regan Hall, who has got Dan Bray as up-and-coming driver apparently.
Yeah, we got Dan Bray here. He's just about to go out and race, but we just catch a quick few words. We haven't seen you racing all year. What's the story? What are you up to?
Yeah, I haven't raced since the World Championship in October. So I love Palmy. It's a cool little, well, not little. It's a cool track, nice rhythm, and I thought I'd just come down and have a drive and have some fun, really.
Is it preparation for something later in the year?
Oh, we don't know. Hey, look, Parolin and I have been in talks about the World Championship, and we're definitely keen to do it. But it's at a track that I've never been to, and it's the Italians' second home in Franciacorta. So it's a big decision to make, to go there and have 4 practice runs at a track we've never been to. So all you can do is prepare yourself and see what happens.
Yeah, nice one. Oh, good luck out there.
Yeah, thanks.
Cheers. All right, go back to you, Scott.
Thanks, mate. It's hopefully Dan Bray decides that he wants to go over to the Worlds and prove to the rest of the world that us Kiwis can do a little bit behind the wheel. He will be starting his first heat from the 3rd position behind local guy Jacob Cranston, stuck it on pole. Hopefully the rest of the competitors can actually see the lights take off or turn off behind Jacob's shiny helmet. It's chrome and it is blinging. It's hurting my eyes up here in the commentary box. So I could only imagine what the guys behind him are going to be thinking. 2nd will be Raymond Mellon. 3rd, as I said, Dan Bray. 4th will be Blake Corrin. 5th, Luke Thompson. 6th, Graham Smythe. Look for him to move forward in the heats. 7th, Nathan Krang. 8th, the other brother of Mitchell Corrin. 9th, Sam J1s. 10th is David Malcolm. 11th, Henry Gelb. And 12th, Ethan Sayer. Hopefully they've got the kart repaired and he is ready to race as the KZs head out on the track at the moment. The fastest karts we have here in New Zealand. 175 kgs, 50 plus horsepower, 0 to 100 and very quick. These are some of the best drivers we have here in the country, if not the world. Jacob Cranston competing overseas at the World Champs last year as well. As long as alongside Dan Bray. Dan Bray contesting multiple World Champs and getting multiple podiums along the way. Famously, he had a certain Max Verstappen drive over the top of him because Dan was faster than him and Max wasn't happy with that, so he drove over the top of him at one of the World Champs. So I guess Dan Bray has that to his credit. As the drivers now go through their warm-up procedures. Slightly different warm-up procedures in the KZ over the single gear classes. These guys have front brakes. Nathan Krang having an issue and pulling into the pits. There'll be one less kart on the grid. These KZs have 3 brakes. They have the single rear and the 2 up front. The drivers can adjust the bias front and rear as suit. If it rains, they can bring it back to the wind it back, or if they need a bit more front, they can wind it forward. They got the stickiest tyres out of all of them. You need to when you got 50 horsepower trying to rip out through the back of the engine. Standing starts here for the KZ2 class. They'll pull up and they'll pull the clutch, and when the lights go out, you'll watch them all take off. Lightning quick reactions to get one of these things off the line, especially if the kart in front of you doesn't want to go off the line. KZ2 class, sponsored by Sylvester Clark Consulting Engineers. As I said, Cam, the president of KartSport Manawatu, does an amazing job here. Oh, just been told that we are on YouTube. if you're on YouTube, g'day, thanks. Sorry. If you're a racer, why aren't you here? You should be racing. If you're not a racer and you want to look at getting into racing, hit up your local track for a have a go. It's a great sport to get into. Great views here from the drone. As they start pulling up into their starters boxes. At this point they sit there and they go, oh, I really hope I've got everything warm. The green flag from Bella at the back means we're about to get some lights. They roll forward into their starters box. Lights are counting on as the engine revs go up. Lights go out and they're gone. Good start from Crenny, but he is jumped by Mellon. Bray trying to go around the outside at the end of the straight. Crenny's been swamped. Bray around the outside. Gets it up into second. Mellon leading from Bray. Cranston. Smythe has moved forward ahead of Corrin. Both Corrins, Linus Stern, David Malcolm there as well. Bray with a strong start, pushing Mellon through the infield. Cranston's dropped off a bit. Whether his kart's going to come on later or not, he's just lacking a bit of pace in this first lap. Mellon, Bray, Cranston, Smythe, Blake and Mitch. End of the straight, 130k. They pull it up, feed it 4 gears, and then hope it goes when they put their foot down in the next way. As they all run through the infield. Bray working the back of Mellon. Mellon's doing a good job holding Bray behind him at the moment. Cranston's starting to reel them both back in. Cranston had enormous pace in qualifying and practice yesterday, looking to deploy some of that pace, try and catch up to the front two, if not try and get past them. Smythe in 4th place. Blake right up behind Smythe as they get through Hampton. Cranston doing a good job of catching back up. Tyres are starting to get up to 10. Starting to show that pace. Mellon, though, pulled away a bit from Bray. Maybe a kart length. We've got David Malcolm, Sam Jones and Ethan Sayer battling at the back at the moment. Line as soon as they come through for another lap. Mellon, Crenny, right up behind Bray, braking very deep. The kart's definitely turned on now. It's going to be a 3-way battle for the lead. Can Cranston find a way past Bray as they get through 2 trees? A half look there for Crenny, didn't quite go for it. He'll be sizing up for a move at the end of the straight. Gets a good run through Higgins, trying to carry that speed through Toyota as they get through. Crenny now with monster speed down the inside, but Bray outbreaks him. Bit of biff and badge on Mellon there. Now Bray's going for the pass on the lead. Mellon opened the steering, ran the high line and held onto the position. Bray now running some block lines. A couple of sodies against the Paralyn. Bray's doing a good job, but Crenny forces the issue, sticks it on the apex. Nowhere for Bray to go. Crenny now into 2nd. Now he's got to catch up to Mellon. There's a gap now that's formed. The fighting has let Raymond get away. Smythe still ahead of Blake, who's ahead of Mitch. But Thompson's right behind Mitch Corrin there. Bray back down the inside of Cranston. These two fighting are just letting Raymond get away. If anything, it's almost bringing Smythe into the equation as well. But Smythe has Blake Corrin right up behind them. They take off another lap, 2 laps to go. Raymond, Bray, Cranston, Smythe, Corrin, Thompson getting past Mitch Corrin. Sam Jones managing to get past David Malcolm. We seem to have dropped Ethan Sayer as well. He's not out there at the moment. Mellon, Bray and Cranston still going at it. A half look there for Cranston at 2 trees. Doesn't quite go for it though. Last lap. Raymond Mellon. 900 metres to go. Bray holding off Cranston still. Is he going to do enough? Deep under the brakes at the end of the straight. Pulls it up, plucks the gear, drives off. Blake Corrin all over the back of Smythe. Smythe just running the block lines, not letting Corrin go. Is he going to go for it? Doesn't quite. Bray does a great job of holding off Crenny. Smythe trying his best. Last corner, can Smythe hold on to it? Does. Raymond Mellon has done a good job. He's taken the heat win over Dan Bray, who managed to hold off Jacob Cranston. Graham Smythe did all he could there and held off Blake Corrin. Luke Thompson getting past Mitch Corrin, who is coming home in 7th. Sam Jones in 8th. David Malcolm coming home in 9th. Ethan Sayer 10th. Nathan Krang in 11th. And Henry Gelb, DNS by the looks of it, in 12th.
All right, we're just going to catch Raymond Mellon as he's getting out of the cart. Raymond Mellon, awesome. Good race, mate. That was a win for you. How'd it go?
No, it was good. Got a good start. I noticed Bray was coming up fast, so kind of just tried to minimise mistakes and keep it forward, yeah.
Yeah, they were battling pretty hard behind, so that gave you a bit of breathing room, which helped. So, yeah, well done. Good win, mate.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Who else have we got down here? Cranny, can we have a quick word? What happened, mate? You're off pole. What happened off the start?
Yeah, I've probably got on the bike point a bit too hard and got a little bit of wheel spin, and he got a good jump around the outside. And I mean, the outside on this track, it's actually probably easier to get around the corner with a bit more pace. It's quite narrow from the inside, but hey, after that, sort of bottlenecked and got a bit of a touch from behind, and then, I mean, that's racing, but as usual, you know, number 24 comes through, pushing all his way through, so that's part of it.
Yeah, there's a bit of a bump on the inside there too when you're off P1 as well, isn't there? So it probably didn't help.
Yeah, the track does have a bit of a dip down there, so you've got to be careful how hard you actually brake as well, so that can you can lock up the front brakes pretty easy if you brake too hard, so yeah.
Oh, well, better luck for the next one.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks.
See how hard it is there. The boys are coming in red-faced, and these guys have done plenty of laps, so they're really race fit. You see how hard it is. I mean, well, Sam Jones doesn't look like he was working very hard, but he might be saving his tyres for the final. Next up, we have the VMRs, sponsored by DL Tree Services. The Nixon Cripps starting this one off on pole. Showed blistering pace in qualifying. Sure, he'll be looking to replicate that in the heats. Get out front and try and stay clean.
This is the last race of the
Ivor Spence, he'll be starting this one in second. And we got a all palmy second row. Riley Craig and Flynn Pocock third and fourth. Charlie Clark and Matthew Shaw will be starting fifth and sixth. Nico Thomason and Alex Craig 7th and 8th. The 5th row will be Reed Phillips and Nico Hewson. The 6th row, Bray Milne and Aaron Lee. 13th and 14th we have Van Merritt and Ollie Bennett. 15th is Oliver Dennison and Benji Bellamy. 17th, 18th we have Dominic Ivers and Elliot Armstrong. 19th, 20th is Iris Lee and Sam Amon. And 21st we have Nixon Boshier. As I get the sign to start the engines up, the nerves start with the kids as they feed out and start their tyre warming process. Into this heat will be the conclusion of the first round of heats. We have 2 more heats.
VMR's coming around, taking the blue line, about to form up. 21 carts, 10 lines, or 10 rows, or 11, 21 carts. Nixon Cripps, Ivor Spence front row. As they all form into formation. We get the biff and bash from the close proximity of the carts leading into the start. You see all the heads start bobbling. They look like little bobble heads. Big helmets on these young kids. Nixon Cripps taking them into the starters lines. Two perfectly formed tram lines as they're approaching the start box. When's Nixon going to go? He goes straight away. Riley Craig has got a good start and followed him. Nixon Cripps with a blistering start, clean out front. Ivor Spencer's managed to hold on, but he's opened it up for Riley Craig to go down the inside. Flynn Pocock looking at going as well. Thinks better of it. Concedes back to fourth. So we got Nixon Cripps, Riley Craig, Ivor Spencer, and Flynn Pocock. Charlie Clark in fifth at the moment, followed by Nico Thomason. Nico Thomason get a good start, moving up a couple of spots. Matthew Shaw following him. As they go 3 wide through 2 trees. Benji Bellamy on the inside there. Bray Mill down the inside of pit corner on Alex Craig. Alex doing a good crossover, holding the pace. But Nixon Cripps, gone. The first lap, he's got a huge lead, half a straight lead already. Riley Craig doing a good job there, settling into second. Ivor Spence right there in third though. Flynn Pocock holding on to Ivor. Gets a good run going down into Bamber. The chasing pack forming where they're going to be. Matthew Shaw down the inside of Charlie Clark at 2 trees. Gets a clean move as they move forward. Nixon Cripps pumping in fastest laps. 1.7 seconds already ahead as they start lap 3. The battle for second though, Riley Craig, Ivor Spence and Flynn Pocock. Nose to tail, Flynn Pocock down the inside of Ivor Spence, caught him sleeping. As he moves forward, Flynn Pocock now into third position. Riley Craig still in second. Charlie Clark and Matthew Shaw. Nixon Cripps just doing a great job, just showing why he is the 1NZ. Clean pair of heels, head down, pump the fast laps, build a gap. Let the guys behind you battle out for second. Alex Craig, great move down and rock cup on Reed Phillips. Reed Phillips looking at getting it back into Hart Hampton, doesn't quite get it. Flynn Pocock caught himself back up to Riley Craig on his bumper as they go through 2 trees, feeds it down the inside, clean pass on Riley. Flynn Pocock moving up to second. Riley back to third. Ivor Spence still in the battle. Nico Thomason sitting in 5th. Here's Matthew Shaw catching him behind. They managed to drop Charlie Clark a bit. And then there's a small gap to Alex Craig and Reed Phillips and Brain Milne. Nico Hewson's there with Ollie Bennett. A little battle pack forming. Nixon Cripps, 3 seconds ahead of Flynn Pocock. Flynn Pocock doing a great job there in second. He managed to drop
Riley Craig, who's had an incident somewhere. Now Ivor Spence is now sitting in third. Nico Thomason and Matthew Shaw have moved up. Charlie Clark. Riley Craig has dropped all the way back. Matthew Shaw working on Nico Thomason. As they come, looks for a move down the inside of Bamba. Can he get it? Turns the cart in, the cart responds. That's another position gain for the North Island champ. Nico's not going to give it up though. Tries to go too wide through the infield, has to give it up eventually. 2 laps to go for Nixon Cripps. I think if he builds a bigger gap, I think Flynn might think he's dropped out of the race. That gap is massive. It's the whole length of the straight now. 4.6 seconds over Flynn Pocock. Ivor Spence 8/10 of a second behind Flynn, doing a great job there. The battle pack of Matthew Shaw and Nico Thomason looking at moving forward, trying to get to the back of Ivor Spence. I think they're going to run out of laps though. Nixon Cripps taking the last lap board. He is gone. Flynn Pocock doing a great job there in second. Ivor Spence gets the curb, unsettles the cart, head tucked under the steering wheel, trying to gain back that time. As they head down the straight, no one's looking at anything just yet. Riley Craig trying his best to get back, to the back of Charlie Clark, to gain another position. Nixon Cripps coming through 2 trees, keeps it on the black stuff, keeps it away from the curb. Last corner, Nixon Cripps is going to take the first heat win. Flynn Pocock's going to come home in second with Ivor Spence coming home in third. Matthew Shaw, Nico Thomason, Charlie Clark, Riley Craig, ahead of little brother Alex Craig, Reed Phillips, Bray Milne, Nico Hewson, and Ollie Bennett. Benji Bellamy coming home in 13th. Van Merritt is going to come home in 14th with Dominic Ewers in 15, Elliot Armstrong 16th. 17th will be, just lost my results, Nixon Aboshir. 18th Sam Amon, 19th Iris Lee, Ollie Dennison, and 21 Aaron Lee. That's the first round of heats done. Now we're about to start heat 2 with the Cadet Rocks, sponsored by PN Roofing. Freddie Waller will again start pole in this one ahead of Joey Zhou. Joey having a good start in that next one. The first race, driving around the outside in the first corner and just holding on to the lead. Max Gosling will be hoping to get a better start than the last one, stay on the track, and he's starting third. Kaiser Rankin starting this one in 4th. Taylor Costello will be sitting off in 5th next to Heath Phillips in 6th. Rowan Liu 7th, and Casey Kane will be starting this one in 8th. Heat 2 for the Cadets are out on the track at the moment. The wind seems to have picked up a bit. The track is definitely dry, but we'll see how these kids go. 6 to 9, but they drive like they're 30. I don't know how. They've been racing 3 years and they have 25 years of racing experience between them. Cadet Rock brought to you by PN Roofing. If you're in the need of a re-roof or a roof for a new build, hit up Brett Holmes and the team there and they'll sort you out. Cadet Rock are part of the Rock Cup as well. As said before, the winner of this receives a new VMR engine. So lots to race for. As in formation, the Morse code on the bumpers have already started. Very slow lead in here. Freddie's got them at a decent pace. Just he sets the speed that he wants to bring them around into the tram lines. The other carts can't go until Freddie decides that he wants to go, and he can decide at any point from the yellow line onwards when he wants to go. As he brings them around in the tram tracks. Slowly he's getting there. He's definitely taken his time and he's gone. He's got a good start as they go through Toyota. Do they all make it? Freddie's got the lead from Joey Zhou as they head down. Max Goslin down the inside of Kaiser Ranker into the hairpin. Freddie and Joey out in front. Just kicking that battle off where they started. Joey getting a good exit out of Hart Hairpin. Looks to the inside of Bamba, but thinks better of it. Kaiser Rankin getting a good start as well, pushing Max Gosling along. Joey Zhou's managed to get past Freddie. It might have been an incident there, but he's off, he's out. Joey Zhou picking up where he left off. Freddie's now in second. And Kaiser Rankin is in third. Max Gosling fourth. Taylor Costello, followed by Heath Phillips and Casey Kane. As they all make it through the hairpin. Zhou, Waller, Rankin, Gosling, Costello, Phillips. A good exit there from Waller. But Joey Zhou through the infield is just pulling lengths. As they get through two trees, a big tank slapper for Joey. Pulls Waller right up to the rear bumper again. Just dropped the wheel. Kaiser Rankin doing a great job of actually catching the front two guys at the moment. He's pulled away from Max Gosling and Taylor Costello. Waller right behind Zhou as they get to the inside. Looks to make a move, thinks better of it. Kart squirreling under brakes. As they head down into Hart Hairpin. A big turn on the wheel as they get out of there. Kaiser Rankin reeling the front two guys in. It's done a great job at the start of this race. Freddie better be careful. He's focusing on what's in front of him. He might not see what's coming from behind him. As Joey gets a little bit of a lead there. Rankin right behind Freddie. 5 laps to go. Costello right behind Max Gosling as well. Good run out of Higgins. As they make their way through Toyota. Ooh, karts get a little sideways, lose a little bit of speed. Deep under brakes. As they make it through the bump at 50 cent. Probably big enough to unseal it. Freddie down the inside of Joey. Went from defending to attacking straight away, but Joey ain't letting that happen. He's back down the inside of Waller. As they go side by side, Rankin's in there as well as they try go too wide through the pit in entry and 2 trees. As they come down to the final corner, Joey still in the lead. He won't let that one go. Freddie working the wheel, tucking behind it, getting that draft. You see he gets sucked up down the straight as they go through Toyota. Rankin getting a great run through Toyota. Is he going to poke it down the inside? Doesn't quite have the legs. Joey Joe doing a great job out front, just doing his thing. The 1 NZ, the 2 NZ. Freddie just dropping a wheel on the exit, gets the car a little sideways, sacrifices a little bit of speed though. As they get to the infield, you hear the tyres squealing as they push these karts. Little 60cc engines screaming at the end of the straight. As karts are sliding around, Freddie driving over the curbs, bouncing around. That won't get you to the front. But Joey Joe doing a great job, just smooth sailing out front now. Max Gosling has managed to pull away from Taylor Costello in 4th. Heath Phillips working the back of Taylor though in 5th and 6th. Battle forming there. In fact, down the inside into Bamba, Heath Phillips. Brilliant pass. Keeps it going. Kaiser Rankin back up to the back of Freddie. Freddie's on the grass, hits the bump, bounces all over the place. Loses a ton of time. Joey Joe doing a great job again through Toyota and defending at the end of the straight. As Kaiser Rankin catches back up. Freddie pushing Joey as they get to the Hart hairpin. They get through, they all look behind. Who's where? As they go through Bamba. And the pit entry still line of stern. No one's looking at making a move yet. It's the last lap. As they're coming around. Got one more to go. Is anyone going to make a move? Good run through. Higgins for Freddie. Catches up to the back of Joe as they go through Toyota. Joe's got some legs at the end of the straight. Defends. Freddie's looking at sticking it in there. It's getting sideways. Kaiser Rankin still in there. Is he going to feed it down the inside at Hart hairpin? No. They all still run line of stern. Joey Joe's done a great job of staying out front here. When he's been passed, he's passed straight back. He's not let them get comfortable on the front. Kaiser Rankin all over the back of Waller right now. We go through 2 trees. Is there anything left for anyone? Looks like Joey's got it sussed. Oh, big tank slapper from Freddie. Oh, he's lost it on the last corner. Kaiser Rankin's picked up a spot. Freddie does not look happy with himself. Joey Joe picking up another heat win over Kaiser Rankin, who's got second. Very well deserved second place there over Freddie Waller in 3rd and Max Gosling in 4th. Taylor Costello has come home in 5th ahead of Heath Phillips and Casey Kane. Heat 2 for the Rotax Rocks. DVS Senior getting pushed out onto the grid now. Heat 2. Seth Frost will be starting pole again for this one. Jack Strand off 2. Jamie Vanderberg, the Heat 1 winner, will be starting off 3. Surely he'll be looking at doing another, well, having another result as good as that first one. 4th will be Darren Walker. And 5th we have Leo there in the 5th place in the 25 car. Track conditions a bit different to their first ones that they had this morning. The track's completely dry now. It's had some sun on it. It's had a round of racing. More rubber's been laid down. Will that affect the setups? Probably not too much for these guys. They'll be on top of that. They'll be making setup changes as required. Rotax Rock DVS Senior the class is sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate, Manawatu. Still a smaller field, but there's still a lot to race for, as said previously. A winner of this class or the Rock Cup gets a ticket to go to the World Cup in Italy. So it'll still be gloves off from all these guys. They will race tooth and nail to the end as they come round for Heat 2. Seth Frost set in the pace. Jack Strand is looking ready to go. Leads them into the tram tracks. When is Seth going to go? Is he going to go straight away or is he going to wait? He's waited a little bit and he's caught them. He has got a blister and start. There he goes. Vanderberg's followed him through. Jack Strand has missed the start again, but he's settled into third. He hasn't lost too much ground. So we've got Seth Frost, Jamie Vanderberg, and Jack Strand, the 1, 2, 3 at the moment, as they head through Hart Hairpin. Nice and clean. Roles reverse from the first race with Seth now in the lead and Jamie in second. Heat 1, Jamie managed to get by Seth. Seth doing a good job. Gets the first lap done. Eyes forward. Knows he's got 6 to go. You can't give it away just yet. As they go down the straight. Braking late. Karts sliding around. Vanderberg squirreling. You see the steering wheel wiggle as he's hard on the brakes. As they fire out a Hart Hairpin into Bamba. Who's got the better kart through the infield? Who's got the most teeth on? Seth's doing a great job out front, but Vanderberg and Jack Strand are right there with him. Seth cannot afford to make a mistake. The 2 behind him will pounce. The top 3 managed to drop Walker. Jamie Vanderberg right up to the back of Seth Frost under braking. Seth driving it in deep and squaring the corner up again. Good drive out. As they head into Bamba, the squirreling tyres are starting to object to all the loads that are going through them. As the pack is getting tighter and tighter, Seth is getting good drive out of the hairpin corners, keeping him safe. As they head off down the straight again, through Toyota. Jack Strand clipping the inside curb, getting it up on 2 wheels. Vandenberg looked to have made some ground up there under brakes on Seth Frost. He goes down the inside at Hart Hairpin. Seth crosses it up, gets the drive, drives him to the inside. You're not getting through there, buddy. Does a great job through Bamber. Jamie, left, right, trying to find some way through. Seth doing a great job of blocking that whole track. Pretty sure I've never seen a car 8 metres wide, but Seth is doing his best to make his car 8 metres wide. Jack Strand catching him as well. Jamie Vandenberg down the inside at Toyota. That's a little bit of contact, but they've made it. Seth down the inside blocking. Lost one position, doesn't want to lose two. But he's just cost himself some time. Jamie Vandenberg's managed to pull away from the two behind him as they head back in towards the infield. Jack Strand all over Seth Frost now. Seth's got to reset, refocus and move forward. Can't get too caught up with battling Strand. Vandenberg will just drive away at that point. Darryl Walker putting some quick laps in to start catching the leading pack. It's 3 laps to go. Is he going to have enough pace to catch those guys? Vandenberg clips the inside curb. Deep under brakes. They all get through the hairpin. Keeping each other honest. As they fire back one more time through the infield. Here comes the corners. We got a right, a left, a right again. The ribs and the neck start objecting to all this. The body, the bumps, the heat. They've only got a couple more laps to go. Jack Strand still working the back of Seth Frost. Seth looks behind him, sees he's there, knows he can't make a mistake. Vandenberg settled out front now, settled into his rhythm. Knows if everything goes well, he'll have this one done. But the battle for second is still contested. Get through the infield. Lean through 2 trees, get good drive off there. Deep into the last corner. Oh, a bit sideways there from Seth. Jack's right behind him as we go into the last lap board. Who's going to do it? Seth gets a good drive out of Higgins. Defends him for himself a little bit, but drops the wheel going through Toyota. Is Jack going to have the speed to get up the inside? Goes for it anyway, pulls it up. Goes for the crisscross on Jack Strand. Seth. Jack Strand's now blocking as he heads through Hart Hairpin. Does a great job of holding on to it. Looking, see where he's going. Now he's down the inside of Bamber. Can he hold it? Seth down the inside of pit entry. They make contact, pushes him out of the way. Walker's in there, down the inside of 2 trees. Jack Strand's lost 2 positions in 2 corners. Jamie Vandenberg's going to take the heat win over Seth Frost. Darryl Walker will pick up 3rd. Jack Strand will come home in 4th. 5th place will be the 25 card of Leo there. Good racing from the DBS. Small field, but very hard fought. Great job there from Jamie Vandenberg to get another heat win in the senior DBS class. Out now, we have the Junior, Rotax Rock DBS Junior, sponsored by Palmerston North Automotive for all your mechanical servicing needs. If you need karting engines rebuilt, supplied, head down and see Todd and the team at Palmy Automotive. They do it all. They do everything from Briggs all the way up to KZ. So if you want New Zealand's fastest Briggs or New Zealand's fastest KZ, go see Todd and the team at Palmy Automotive. As the kids head off, start warming their tyres up for Heat 2, we have Marco Manson will be starting pole again for Heat 2 of the DBS Junior next to Tommy Hart. Craving will be starting third next to Lockie Tomlinson in fourth. Miles Baker will be sitting off in fifth. Lockie Roberts will be sixth. Luke McMillan will sit off in seventh against Jack Phillips in eighth, and Max Amon will be starting this one in ninth. As I hit the blue line, the weaving stops. Let's all hope you got your tyres warm enough to get around. As a all heart cut front row, the 1NZ of Marco Manson, the third generation racer of Tommy Hart. Marco brings him through into the tram lines. When's he going to go? Is he going to go straight away? Is he going to leave? He goes straight away. Gets a good jump on Tommy. They go through Toyota. Is there any contact? They all managed to get through Toyota this time. End of the straight. Biff and bash. Jack Phillips down the inside. Someone's left the door open. Marco Manson in the lead. Tommy Hart in second. Miles Baker's gone up to third ahead of Cravanger. Lachlan Tomlinson has dropped back a spot. He's still there. Marco Manson out in front, pulling the gap. Miles Baker working on Tommy Hart. Tommy oh man. We appear to have lost Jack Phillips out there again. Must have an incident. Oh, he's pushing his cart off in Hart hairpin. Is it? But as they fire through the infield, one more time. Manson holding a strong leader still, holding the pace over Tommy Hart, Miles Baker, and Cravanger. A Hart cart, 1, 2, 3, 4. Very dominant chassis of recent times. Lockie Tomlinson and the Sodi is coming up in fifth at the moment. Lockie Roberts down the inside of Luke McMillan, end of the straight. Clean move. He looks forward. He wants to move forward. Work with me, he says. As we get through, Tommy work in the back of Marco Manson, looking at trying to get forward now. The carts are starting to warm up, tyres are getting there. Tommy Hart with the fastest lap so far, 44.6. Moves right up to the back of Marco. He's dropped Miles. Miles has a quick look behind, see where Cravanger is. As they work down the straight, Tommy deep under the brakes. You can see how hard he's pushing it. Marco out front looks calm, steady. Maybe he doesn't know what's happening behind him. Maybe he doesn't care. He knows what to do. There's a reason there's a number 1 on the side of that kart. Through the infield they go. Deep into 2 trees. Gets good drive off as we come around the last corner. Reels off another lap. Tommy sideways through Higgins. Drops a little bit of speed. As they all fly through down Toyota, down the straight. Engines screaming. Get to 50 cent, the big bump in the center of the corner can unsettle the kart. If you're not ready for it, it'll fire you off to the outside curb. Tommy right on the back of Marco now. Miles and Cravinger seem to be catching up as well. So the battle for the lead might turn into a full kart battle in a couple of laps if everything keeps going the way it is. Lockie Thomason, he's still there as well. He's not out of fighting distance. He's just ticking on, keeping the boys in check. There's a fight back down the straight. Tommy doing everything he can to outbrake Marco, but Marco's just got it under control. He knows what he's doing. Tommy down the inside though, a hard hairpin. Sends it. Marco goes for the crossover. Doesn't quite get it. Tommy Hart now in the lead, running through the infield. Looks at just taking the normal line. Marco doesn't go for a move. Realizes there's still a few laps to go. 2 laps to go. Tommy's trying to break away. Miles Baker and Cravinger have done a good job. They're actually moving forward. Lockie Thomason still there. Lockie Roberts just building that gap on Luke McMillan and Max Amon as they go through 50 cent. Tommy looks back. Miles and Cravinger having a battle. Who's going to come out overall here for 3rd? Miles still has it under control at the moment as they head through 2 trees into the final corners. Good drive through the final corner for Cravinger. Catches right back up to the back of Miles Baker as they take the last lap board. As we run through Toyota, Cravinger gets a good launch through Toyota. Miles Baker blocks it. Cravinger goes the normal line, can't get the crossover. Looks down the inside of 50 cent, doesn't quite work. Miles Baker just sitting his kart in the middle of the track, making it impossible to pass. Tommy Hart through Bamber. Kart's looking fine, kart's looking clean, same with Manson. But the battle for 3rd, Lockie Thomason's here. He throws it down the inside of 2 trees. If you're not going to pass, you're going to be passed, and he does it easily. Puts it on the inside for the last corner. Tommy Hart takes the heat win over Marco Manson. Miles Baker comes home in 3rd place. Lockie Thomason 4th. Braxton Cravinger 5th. Lockie Roberts, comes home in 6th, and Luke McMillan in 7th. Max Amon comes home in 8th, and a DNF for Jack Phillips. Vortex Rock DVS Junior, brought to you by Palmy Automotive. These guys in the Rock Cup as well, they're also fighting for a ticket to the Rock Finals in Italy. Big shout out to Hampton Downs, the New Zealand Racing Academy, for sponsoring the KartStars series here. Higgins Concrete for being the naming rights sponsor here at Manawatu. Higgins Concrete, Higgins family, a long-time supporter of the track and the club. Always do a great job. If you are in the need for some concrete, even some designer-crete, you'll see inside the clubhouse they have a wider range of coloured concrete. It's not just grey, I've been told. They even do different colour exposed ag. I didn't know you could get more than one colour stone. So head up the boys at Higgins. They have facilities all around the country. Supercrete,
Counties ready mix. Higgins concrete. I think it was supercrete as well, I've been told. So, Rotax Max Light waiting on the dummy grid as we do a recovery of Jack's kart. Caleb Cross starting pole in this one. Kian Burt hoping to get a better start in this one. Starting second. Ashton Phipps, the 3NZ, going off third with Matthew Johnson next to him, the CRG teammates. Cody Noble and Chris Benton, a couple of energy karts on the third row. Patrick Holmes and Jamie Thompson, the next row. 9th and 10th place we have Lewis Draper and Ollie Workman. Daniel Pye and Jet Price will go from the 11th and 12th positions. Ethan Holland and Sam Wang will go from 13th and 14th. Harrison Zhao, Ty Eagleton, 15th and 16th. Scott McDonald, Nathan Grammer, 17th, 18th. Angus Just, Jack Bridgman, Daniel Coleman will go from the 19th, 20th and 21st positions. Caleb getting the first heat win. We'll be looking at replicating that. Keep your nose clean, stick it out front. When it comes to the final, hope that you're still in the mix. The guys at the back are going to start making some passes. All heat points count towards your final position in the final. But it's winner take all come Sunday afternoon. As I get the slow board now, as the grid will start forming up into their lines. As we lead them around. Two solid lines. Two lines of guys who don't want to give an inch. As they hit the tram lines, don't put a wheel on the line. You cop yourself a penalty. As they take off, Kian's missed the start there, but Caleb's gone. Phipps has gone with him. As they make a way through the first corner. Big hairpin at the too wide through the hairpin, 50 cent. They all make it through there. They're still jostling for positions as they get through hard hairpin. Kian down the inside of Ashton. Gets the crossover, but he's going to be on the wrong side leading into the infield. Don't worry, I'll just drive around the outside, Ashton says. I got this. Kian under some pressure now from Matthew Johnson. Caleb Cross out front again. Just you guys do your thing. I'll just drive away. Heads down now. Put in some clean laps. Try and make gaps and pull gaps back. Ollie Workman down the inside of Chris Benton at the hairpin. Benton goes, nah mate, I'll just up and under you. See you later. Running through there as they get through Bamba. You see them all using the bumps through two trees. They get good drives off two trees, slide in as they come through the right hand before the pit corner. Caleb, Ashton, Kian, Matthew. As they file through the hairpin, file through 50 cent. No one's really looking at making any moves. Oh, down the inside of hard hairpin on Dan Coleman. Goes Grammer. Holding it there.
They're battling like it's world champs, but I think they're battling for 20th and 21st. Doesn't matter, every position counts. Out front, Caleb looks behind. Nah, mate, I've got some clear track. I'll see you later. The battling pack pushing. Kian deep under brakes to the hairpin, pulls it up. Don't think anyone saw that one coming. Kian, kart's starting to switch on now. Can he put in some lap tires, try and reel that gap in? Or they're going to fight and let him get away again? There's Kian. Now moves himself up to second. Ashton goes to third. Matthew Johnson still in fourth. Cody Noble doing a great job of holding on to that lead pack. Chris Benton and Jamie Thompson drop back a little bit. The battling pack behind them. Holland defending his position. Kian the fastest on the track of that last lap. He was fastest by 2/10. Manages to build a gap now over Phipps. Phipps looks like he's dropping back slightly. Johnson might be putting a move on his teammate shortly. Patrick Holmes looking at Workman as they go through Toyota down the straight. Biff and bash. Nose cones, rear bumpers. The Morse code that the drivers play with each other, just letting them know, hey, I'm here, don't mess it up. You mess it up, 6 cuts are coming through. Got 2 laps to go this time by. Just enough time to make and break some races here. Daniel Pye doing a good job right behind Patrick Holmes and Ollie Workman as they battle for 9th, 10th and 11th. Caleb quickest on track, he's pulled the gap back out. Angus just going for a move into Hart hairpin. As the leaders back through the infield, back through 2 trees, under the shade, back into the sunlight. Last lap, has anyone got anything? Looks like the front 5 are fairly well spread out. They might be locked in, but anything can happen. You don't drop a wheel, drop a chain. Ruins your race real fast. I say that as race is done, sorry. Is it? No, the race is not done. Oh, as I say that, Matthew Johnson has pulled up. Guess the top 5 weren't locked in. I've seen him slowing up and I thought the race was done. But no, he's just had a mechanical issue. Has he dropped a chain? Did he drop a wheel and throw it? Caleb Cross is going to take the Heat 2 win over Kian Burt. Phipps is third. Cody Noble will come home in 4th then. Chris Benton, followed by Jamie Thompson. The boys coming in. Lewis Draper, he's come home in 8th, 7th, I think. Ollie Workman, Patrick Holmes and Daniel Pye, 8th, 9th, 10th. Ethan Holland coming home in 11th. Jet Price, Scott McDonald and Sam Wang in 10th, or 12th, 13th and 14th. Harrison Zhao, Jack Bridgman, Ty Eagleton, 14th, 15th, 16th. Nathan Grammer, Daniel Coleman, Angus Just is 18th, 19th and 20th. Unfortunately, DNF for Matthew Johnson, who looks to have a mechanical issue. That will be it for the first round of racing. We're going to have a quick lunch break. We'll be back with Rotax Max Heavy at the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series.
Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles.
Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce cost.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
Do the job right.
All right.
I'll hold up. Are you counting us in?
All right, we're here with Brendan Smith, who anyone who's been around karting for a while would know that name goes back a long way. So, Brendan, you've been in karting. How long have you been in karting? Actually, this is a good.
40 odd years now.
40 years. Geez, you don't look that old. Yeah. Well, when I was a young fella, I remember you racing, and that was a long time ago. But talking about today, so. Who are you? What are you doing this weekend?
So I'm helping Luke in KZ2, and I'm just sort of spinning spanners and trying to keep the wheels on it.
So when you're spinning the spanners, for people that don't sort of know what you actually do, what sort of things are you doing on the kart throughout the weekend?
Well, it's around kart preparation and race preparation. So making sure that nothing's going to fall off, fine tuning the setup throughout the day, and a bit of driver encouragement as well.
Driving encouragement, that's a good term. So you're you're a very experienced driver yourself, so you're helping Luke, so are you keep an eye on him, what he's doing, give him tips on how to do it better and all of that?
Yeah, give him feedback on what I'm seeing from the sideline, understanding what he's feeling within the kart, and sort of working out what the best line of attack is to go forward.
Yeah, so it's very much a team effort then, isn't it?
100%, yep.
So what's this thing you got hanging off here?
So being a water-cooled motor rather than starting it, we've got a preheater. So before a race, we can get the temperature up to sort of 55, 60 degrees. And it just, I guess, preserves the engine a little bit rather than starting it from cold. So yeah, it's just a nice little unit, easy, quick release fittings.
Yeah, so is that battery powered?
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you probably can't give away all your secrets, but what sort of things have you changed on the kart, say yesterday and today? And why?
Very little actually. We've been trying to sort of dial have a good workshop setup. So the kart comes out of the trailer sort of ready to go within I get an envelope which will work. And you're working from the build up to the Nationals in Hamilton, and then coming in here we've sort of got a window which is working for us quite well.
Okay, so you haven't had to change too much on the car?
No, not at all. Just fine tuning front width and that type of thing.
And that driver encouragement that you talked about?
Absolutely.
That's the biggest thing really, isn't it, the driver?
Absolutely it is. And it's easy to throw money at the kart and whatnot, but a lot of it's within the driver for sure.
Yeah, well, I think definitely that's the case. A lot of people often look to the kart for the answer when they should be perhaps looking in the mirror, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's mental approach to it's a huge part of it, and understanding that sometimes the kart may not always be 100%, but try and work it out and figure out what it needs to go fast.
Nice one. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for your time. Taking the time out of your lunch break. We're going to carry on wandering and talk to some other people.
Good stuff. Thanks. See you guys.
He's not cutting from us, so we've got to walk and talk.
Okay, all right. Well, I haven't sort of given Dan a heads up, but we might be able to have a quick chat. Have you got a moment for a quick talk, Dan? Yeah? Looks like you're fixing damage.
Preventing issues.
Preventing more issues. What kart's this? Whose kart is this that you're working on?
So this is Max Gosling's kart. He's 7. It's a cadet kart, and so far so good.
Yeah. And what happened on the back end here?
Nothing. It's just the bolts. It all flops around on purpose, and just making sure the bolts don't break, don't snap.
Oh yeah. So just replacing them before they break. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you run the rear bumper loose on purpose? That's for people that don't really know. Why do you do that?
To be honest, everyone does. You can have it tight, you can have it loose. Maybe looser releases grip a little bit, tighter gives you grip. These don't have a lot of horsepower, so try and keep it free.
So about making the chassis work.
Yeah, that's the one. And so when it all runs around loose, it wears everything out. So yeah.
Yep, nice one. Okay, cool. We're going to keep walking down here. We're going to go down to Tasman Motorsport. So these guys are from the South Island. and they come up to all the rounds of the Hampton Downs NZ Racing Academy KartStars series, so it's a big effort for them. And where are we?
Are you looking for Jimmy?
Yeah, where's Jimmy? He's running. He's hiding, isn't he? He doesn't want to be on camera. Coming this way.
Where do you want it?
Jimmy. Oh, we're live now, mate. So here's good. You've come a long way to come and help these guys out, haven't you? Where are you from?
From like Brisbane and Queensland, Australia.
And you come over for all the rounds to help them?
Yeah, we've been coming the last 2 years, predominantly helping Tasman, yeah.
What do you do for them?
So I just do their data engineer, so basically plug the laptop in and everything from tuning right through to lateral G-forces, RPM, road speed, lots of things. Basically take away all the guesswork.
Yeah, okay. So there's quite a bit of a science behind it. I mean, people probably look at a go-kart and think it's just a go-kart, but what sort of things are you getting out of the data that help you to change the kart?
But more, it probably depends on who you're working with. Like with the younger kids, they don't really have that feedback. So it's just to be able to show them like coloured lines on the road. Like usually the shortest distance is the fastest way, So they might, pass someone or block someone or something like that, and then they pick up a few tenths just in one corner, and they may not have that awareness, but just be able to show them that. Like on the laptop, it's pretty easy. And then when you go through the top guys, you can do everything from jetting and gear sets in KZ, but no different to a race car, but just how far do you want to go?
Yeah. Okay. So the data's coming out of, if we can get the camera over on here, this thing here, which is the Micron. Do they all run Micron?
So there's a few different brands that they run. Predominantly use Micron, which is a product of AIM. And that can be used on bikes and cars and a few other bits and pieces. Then there's probably Alfano. They run a program which is a lot of the factory teams in Australia use that. And then there's in the Asian market. So I go to Thailand next week. They'll use Unipro.
Right. Okay. Have you haven't got any data on a laptop you can show us, or is that too secret?
No, that's nothing that I could really sort of show. But I mean.
Yep.
For the general punter, you know what I mean? Like it's not too hard to just go on YouTube and understand what they call basic math channels to be able to pull some of the data. If you're going to spend $1,000 on an onboard diagnostics machine, why would you just use it for lap times? You can fight for your own information and you can learn and maybe put me out of a job.
Yeah, I think there'll be a while till they can do that. But that's a really cool insight because. As I say, people it looks like just a go-kart, but it's a racing machine, and like anything else, the more data you've got, I suppose, the better decisions you can make.
The level of tunability, I don't think people really understand the level of tunability, and sometimes that can sort of, facts don't care about your feelings. That's a saying that I say a lot with people. So when they say, oh, it's a go-kart, or oh, it's this, sometimes it might just be application. So you got to be willing that if you're going to put one on and you're going to have someone to understand and read it, sometimes it may not nurture how you feel.
So the data's helping you with the kart setup, but also what the driver's doing, is that right?
Yeah, 100%. So we can, again, it depends how far you go. You can choose with things like the G-force sensors in it, whether to go with, say, a different axle setup for qualifying to turn the tyre on faster, or what's a better race card or whatever. But yeah, you can. Yeah, with the amount of things that are changeable now on just what people consider as just a normal go-kart, it's why a lot of guys come back to karts from supercars and that, because they're, bang for buck and size and speed and all that, keeps you very sharp. So
yeah, nice one. All right, well, hey, thanks very much for your time. I know you don't really like being on camera, but we got you anyway. You did well.
Yeah, you got me. You caught me by surprise.
Yeah, thanks. Shall we? We're going to have a yarn to some other old guy that's been in karting for a while too.
Hello, mate.
Hey, mate, we're on the live stream here.
How's it going?
Not bad. It caught you by surprise.
You have indeed.
We have a quick yarn to...
Caleb over here.
You guys? No, I didn't say Caleb. I said
right.
you. No,
No, you're right.
No, well, we've got the Cross lads here, father and son.
We might be walking up. Caleb,
oh, where's he going?
Over here.
So, you've been around karting a long time, haven't you?
Yeah,
I was just talking to Brendan Smith, and you're probably of similar...
If you go back to 1996, I won a national title, and I took it off Brendan Smith. So so that was Yamaha Light.
Yep.
He won it 93, 94, 95, and I took it off him in 96, and he didn't. He was finished in 95. So, so basically, you know, you see these people coming through, and then you see their kids come through, but. You know, you have a lot of people change teams and looking for the golden goose, but it's just experience, man, you know. It's just, there's no golden goose. It's just a combination of kart, driver, setup, luck. It's just not one thing that makes you go fast. You've got to have the combination.
Yeah, well, like Brendan Smith was saying before, he called it driver encouragement.
Yep.
You know, they're basically just leaving the kart alone at the moment because they know it's good, and it's about getting the driver to do his thing, and having the experienced head there to teach them must be huge. And does that work well for you? It must be, actually, because you're doing pretty well this weekend. So how does it go with Dad?
Yeah, it's a big advantage when we're getting on. But no, yeah, it's a massive help because he's able to spot things that, you know, perhaps other dads aren't able to spot, and then we look at things like data and video footage and confirm those things, and then, you know, after every race, Dad and I, we have a debrief and we decide what changes we're going to make, and we try to understand what that change is going to do. You know, like, it basically starts with what do I need out there on the track, you know, and probably in that last race, I needed a little bit more off the corner. So Dad and I, we come back here, we speak, we go, okay, these changes are going to help us off the corner. What's the best one of those 3 potential changes that we can make? You know, and going back to when Dad started racing, you know, back in the 90s.
86, mate.
All right, yeah. I didn't know you were that old. No, yeah, back in the late 80s, you know, Dad's made a lot of changes to a lot of go-karts over the years. So, you know, we're able to probably do things to the go-kart, you know, set up changes to the go-kart that maybe other dads or other teams wouldn't do, you know, just because, you know, that experience that goes way back. So, you know, we're at the stage where we're pretty confident that if we make a change to the go-kart, we know what it's going to do. Whereas a lot of other teams, you know, they may be only 50-50. So we, yeah, a bit of a guess almost. So we tune right down to the final, you know, and as you get to the final, the changes you make on a go-kart get smaller and smaller. So instead of, you know, doing axles and things like that, which are generally earlier in the weekend, you know, you do things like, you know, 0.2 or 0.3 in the tyre pressures, or
evolving all the time, you know,
or the rear track. So, you know, it's just that experience that Dad brings, you know, and it helps me massively. So,
and it's also good being involved with the team too. We can help other people in the team without bringing our experience to help Tasman, and that's huge for the team as well.
Yeah. Oh, pretty cool that you guys, as you know, father and son, get to hang out together on the weekends.
Yeah, what I've said, Regan, to a lot of people over the years is you don't see many, and Luke, Caleb's younger brother's club racer too, so you don't see many dads hanging out with their 24 and 22-year-old kids on the weekend. So it forms a bond, a family bond through, because you're always with you, and we're always, Caleb and I talk every day. We're talking about setups, talking about karting, like we're talking every day on the phone. It's our life. It's been my life. It's been his life.
But karting. Yeah. You know, it's not, do you want to catch up for dinner? It's what did you think of the gearing we ran the other day? You know, it's so
blaming him for not getting the setup right.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it.
I go to bed. I'm so that dedicated to the sport. I go to bed thinking about how I can improve him, how we can do things better at the next meeting, how we can improve the kart. Like I'm just, you know, I'm married to the sport.
Yeah.
I'm married to the sport.
Yeah.
So it's been a great sport. I've seen it evolve in a lot of ways over the years. It's really healthy at the top end, the sport at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. When we had, I think it was 219 entries at the Nationals, which is the biggest it's been for a long, long time. I think 15 years or something like that. So it is very healthy at the top end.
2008, Palmerston North here was the
one that
was close to it.
Yeah.
So, but it's a fantastic sport, fantastic family sport, and I just love coming along with the boys, you know.
Awesome. So, let me ask you, like I think you struggled a bit earlier in the year compared to where you are now. What have you done differently, or what sort of changed to suddenly put you at the front?
So, if we go back to the City of Sales in Auckland, I was in a kart that I'd raced for the last sort of 3 or 4 months before that. I won the South Islands in that kart. I won the Garden City Championships in Christchurch in that kart. You know, it was a very good go-kart, and you know, the motor we had on was a fast motor. We got to Auckland, and you know, the kart felt very good. And you know, the motor probably wasn't there. The motor probably fell over before we got to Auckland. It wasn't quite at its peak. It was a brand new motor. And we have our own theories about how to keep a new motor faster for longer. That was probably one of the reasons why it wasn't as good when we got to Auckland that we thought it would be. So, you know, and also my driving in Auckland, I was too busy not focusing on my own racing. You know, being a successful driver and also my dad being a successful driver, there's a lot of demands on us from other members in the team to, help them out, look at their data, share tyre pressures, do their tyre pressures, wheel alignments, all sorts. So we were probably not focused enough on my racing, especially myself. I wasn't focused. Like I was sitting on the grid watching Taylor, who I was coaching formerly, because he was the race before me. So, I should have been thinking about my own race and the starting techniques and strategies I was going to use to, move up a few positions. But, I wasn't. So, the motor and the driver were the common denominators in Auckland. So what we did come the New Zealand Grand Prix is we had a new motor and a new kart, and it was really good. So I managed to drive through from 18th to 2nd.
Qualified third and had a penalty.
Qualified third and had a penalty, unfortunately. Again,
was that in the final?
No, the penalty was in the qualifying.
Yeah, but when you went 18th?
Yeah, so I actually went 8th to 2nd, but overall I started the heat races in 18th.
And 36 carts.
Yeah,
36 carts across the weekend, so it was a lot of passes. And, again, I probably didn't, my own fault for getting that penalty. So the driver was the common denominator. And the kart probably wasn't as good as it could have been because we weren't racing up the front with the fast people. Yeah. When you're racing up the front with the fast people, it's really easy to make changes and tune and things. So you know exactly where they're fast, where you're slow, vice versa. So it's a little bit easier, again, bringing that experience back into it to let's do this because they're doing that, So, driver and the kart probably wasn't there in the New Zealand Grand Prix in, I think, February. Come to the Nationals, again, the kart probably wasn't there. The driver.
We changed a whole lot of parts when we probably should have stuck with status quo.
Yeah, we changed a whole lot of parts.
Thinking they'd be
faster. And they weren't. So the kart probably wasn't there. So what we've done this weekend is it's quite good being in a team and being with the New Zealand Arrow importer and the Kart Republic importer. There's always a lot of karts lying around. So we've made a decision this weekend to go back to the same model that I'm very familiar with, that I used in Auckland and throughout last year at the South Islands and the Garden City Championships. And the motor's going really well this weekend, and the driver's also doing really good this weekend. So, I've had to change a few things in my approach, not be so tense about things and just understand that, what's going to happen is going to happen. And, it's not Formula One at the end of the day. We go racing to have fun.
You can't forget that.
So, and you can't win it in the first corner, but you can certainly lose it. So I've just had to, sort of pull back a little bit in terms of how aggressive I am and things like that. But yeah, we've got the combination, like Dad said, you've got to have the combination. We've got that working this weekend. So it's going really well.
Yeah, well, it looks like you have got it working. So well done, and hopefully you can keep it up through the weekend.
Thanks, Regan.
Thank you, Regan. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you. Yep.
Or is that going on? So is that been on or been on? Yeah. Thanks, Regan.
All right. I think that's probably us for now. I don't think there's anyone else that probably wants to talk to us after all of that.
Were we going to go back to Miles?
Oh yes, we can go back down and see the Bakers. Yep.
See what they're up to.
Yep. Okay, we're still live.
At KartStars Committee.
Live. All right, we're live. We got who's this guy?
Old man.
Yeah, old man. Ryan Grant. It seems we're talking to people that have been racing for many years.
Yeah.
So Ryan Grant is our DSA, or our driving standards advisor for this weekend. So he sits in a. We lock him in a room, and he watches cameras, and he's the guy that makes calls on a lot of the racing incidents. You want to just give the people watching the live stream a bit of an insight as to what you're doing in that room.
So we're looking at any incident that's get flagged up by any official on the track. So we'll go through all the video footage, see who's at fault, if there's anyone at fault, and then we'll let the guys know that if there is a fault, what they need to be doing about it.
Yeah. So you're working with the race officials, aren't you?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're the Craig Beard of the karting world at the moment.
I'm the Craig Beard. I'm the Jesus. I'm the man that everyone needs to keep happy.
Okay, good to know. Perfect. All right, well, I'll let you go and get some lunch because we don't want you to get hangry. All right, we're going to be on to...
Mitch, Miles, come here. Come here.
We're going to see Miles. He's live on camera, lounging around in the trailer.
Do you hear?
Miles.
Yeah.
How's the weekend going?
It's been alright. I had a pretty unlucky race in the Rotax. Heat 1, kind of got pushed off the track, but we came back a little bit. That Rotax race was better. Or that DVS one, sorry. We made a few changes to the car and went a lot faster, so that's good.
Yeah. What sort of, actually, mechanic guy, what changes did you make to the car? Can you tell us? Or?
Mitchell's on this cart, so Mitch is
throwing
the kitchen sink at this one because
new chain by the look of it.
Yeah, making a sprocket change, so changing the gearing kind of gives you more top speed or more bottom speed, so changing the gearing, trying to get a little bit more top speed out of it because compared to everyone else we're a little bit away. And then yeah, obviously when you change a sprocket, the chain length changes every now and then, so I just have to put a shorter chain on it so then the motor sits nicely on the go-kart. Hopefully it makes it go fast, otherwise I have to do it again this afternoon. But yeah, making changes all throughout the weekend at the moment. We're a couple of attempts away and old mate over here is just asking for a couple of little specific things with the go-kart setup, so we'll see if we can get it to where he needs to. We're improving, but I need a couple more tenths, so hopefully we can find something.
Is this a secret setup here where you only run 2 studs in the hub? Or?
No, I'm just a rough bastard and ripped it out, so might fix it later on, but it should be right for now.
Yeah. So have you made any changes to the way the kart handles or just the gearing?
Yeah, kart as well. I did a lot yesterday and didn't really get anywhere with it. So yeah, we just a lot in the front yesterday and then kind of ended up back at baseline. And now we've done a little bit in the rear end, but nothing too drastic. If you come down on Sunday, I'll probably tell you, but I'm not telling you now because there's people down there that want to know.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Thanks for that, guys. We'll carry on.
bloody good.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Welcome back to the KartStars series supported by Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy. Round 4 here at KartSport Manawatu. Rotax Max Heavy out now after lunch for their second heat. Trent Ingham will be starting from pole on this one. Darren Walker will be lining up next to him. Mason Armstrong and Ash Higgins were going off the second row. Tom Van Ken, Adam Bell off the third row. Aaron Tahu, Hero Sheridan going off 7 and 8. Brendan Hart, Mitch Vi off 9 and 10. And Brett Holmes running off the 11. Have done the warm-up as we get ready and get set to start Heat 2. Trent Ingham, great first race. Decided he didn't want anything to do with the rest of them and drove away from the other guys. As they take the starters box, Trent goes early. Gets a pretty good start as they run too wide. They start biff and bashing as they're going down the back straight. Tahu gets a good start down the middle of them all. Ingham, once again, great start. Clean out front. Armstrong, Walker, Van King. As they head into Bamba, Ash Higgins has gone back in the first couple of corners. Through two trees. They all managed to get through two trees cleanly. Ingham, big clap of the curb. Whole front end of the cart bounces. Armstrong gains a little bit of time through that. Looks back, sees where Walker is. Sees he's got a bit of a gap. Tahu right behind Van King as they go down the straight. Throws it deep down the inside. Same with Bell. Both FK carts making a pass as we get through the hairpin. Go through Hart, hairpin, lines in. No passing through there just yet. As we feed it back through the infield. Armstrong doing a good job and not letting Trent drive away with this one. Walker trying his best to go with them as well. As we come out of the shaded two trees into pit corner. 6 to go. Ingham just sit in there. 3/10 of a second ahead of Armstrong. Just behind, just the same as Walker. The gaps are pretty much the same for the first three cars. Then a gap to Aaron Tahu, Van Ken and Bell. Little 3-car group. Hero Sheridan in behind that. Ash Higgins trying to make up the ground he's lost from the first lap. As we weave back through the infield, back through two trees, get good drive off it. Adam Bell in the 5-car right behind Van King in the 4, looking menacing, looking like he wants to get on with the move. Top 3, still same positions. Bell down the inside. Van Ken left the door open. Bell didn't need a second opportunity. Just see you later, mate. Now he can look at trying to catch his teammate in Tahu now. The top 3 still in the same positions. Trent hasn't pulled out a lead like he did in the first one. He's just biding his time. Armstrong just going with him, seeing where the pace is, seeing what the race will unfold like. Walker doing a great job of sticking with the two. The 3 NZ. The 1 NZ and 2 NZ of Urban and Bethune not contesting this round. So Darren Walker, the highest nationally placed driver at the moment. But Ingham doesn't care about that. He's just worried about getting this race done, getting maximum points as he can once again. Armstrong following him through though, not letting him get away. Walker appears to have caught Armstrong though, so Walker's cart might be coming on earlier than the front two. As Bell and Tahu fought it out for 4th. Bell's managed to get past Tahu as they set off 3 laps to go. Armstrong the fastest on the track in 2nd place, only just. But the gap isn't coming down, it's still 3/10. Another 3/10 back to Walker as they head back through Bamba. Armstrong and Walker gain a lot of time through the infield on Ingham. Maybe Ingham's got a couple of less teeth on the two behind him, and then uses that top speed down the straights to pull back the gap. With 2 laps to go, we're going to be able to see a pass for the lead as Walker gets a brilliant go through Toyota as they fly down the straight. The other chasing pack of 5 karts: Bell, Tahu, Van Ken, Higgins, Sheridan. Higgins doing a good job of making his way back up through the field. Brett Holmes and Mitch Vi, 10th 11. Mitch Vi throwing it in deep. Didn't quite get Holmes in that one. Is the drone footage of the top 3 as they finish another lap. Last lap. Can anyone do anything? Ingham looks like he's got it under control. 4/10 of a second. Walker 2/10 behind Armstrong. Deep under brakes, pulls it right up. Nose to tail as they go through the hairpin. Slightly sideways through 50 Cent. Is he going to get a good drive off hairpin? Can he do anything into Bamba? Armstrong gets a clean drive. But Walker got the pace late in the race. He's running out of corners though. Oh, looks for a move into 2 trees. Doesn't quite get it. That'll set Ingham, Armstrong off into first and second. That'll be another heat win for Ingham. Armstrong second. Walker coming home in third. Bell fourth. Tahu fifth. Van Ken sixth. Ash Higgins coming home in seventh. Hero Sheridan popping it home in eighth. Ninth place for Brendan Hart. 10 for Brett Holmes. And 11th, Mitch Vi. Wonderful shots there from the drone. The amazing KartSport Manawatu facilities. The sun is out. The track is looking amazing. The racing is just as hot and heavy as everything else. Congrats to Trent on that other, the second heat win of the day. Had it slightly tougher in that one with Armstrong and Walker keeping up with him and forcing the issue a bit, making sure he can't lift off the throttle, making sure he really had to fight for that the whole way to the line. You see here the drone footage here. The places they're able to stick the drone and the footage that they're able to bring us. Don't quite get that feel when you're standing in the stands watching the racing at how they're coming through the corners and the speed that they carry. You know, like when you get a big field of view like the drone's able to give us from above, you see how much the karts are moving and how quick they can take these corners. Rotax Mix Junior up next. They're sponsored by Higgins Concrete, the naming rights sponsor. Oh, got a spinner at the start. It looks like Cravinger. He's doing the right thing. He's dragging his kart back out. He's going to keep going. Well, Zach Tucker will lead us off from pole once again, followed by Marco Manson in second. Tommy Hart will be in third. Braxton Cravinger was meant to start in fourth, but that small whoopsie will mean he'll be off the back of the grid. Fifth place will be Miles Baker alongside his teammate Charlie Jamison. The fourth row will be Arian Lala and Lockie Tomlinson. Fifth row will be Levi McMillan, the Mainland Series champ, and the 43 of Jaden Buttermore from Taranaki. Sixth row will be Cy Finnebore and Patrick McDonald in 11th and 12th. Seventh row Indiu and a Jack Phillips. 8th row will be Amelia Phillips and Buster Bailey in 15th and 16th. Louis Smith and Magni Whittle, Angus Wilton and Braden Watson make up the 9th and 10th rows, and Jacob Pye and Xavier Bothaway make up the 11th row. As the carts start forming up, as they hit the blue line, the weaving stops. Game faces go on. Braxton's got a big task ahead of him. He's let all the carts in front of him effectively. He's starting from the back. It'll be interesting to see how far forward he can move in this one. The rest of the field just moving into their spots. We'll see how this start goes. As they go into the tram tracks. Very slow start. Tucker's just taking his time. And he's gone. He's got a great start. 2 wide, 3 wide through Toyota. Tucker's cleared out. Marco Mensah's followed in second. Charlie Jemisen's popped himself into 3rd place, but Lockie Thompson isn't having that. He fires it down the inside of 50 Cent. Forces the issue. Tommy Hart's lost a couple of spots. He's going to lose another one. Miles Baker down the inside. Tommy Hart on the grass. He's lost a ton of positions. He's dropped it right back. There's an incident at Bamber. Hart is involved in that as well. And the Magni Whittle. But out front, Zach Tucker clearing out over Marco Manson. Lockie Tomlinson going with them. Charlie Jemison holding his pace as well. Miles Baker, Arian Lala, Jaden Buttermore. Cy Finnemore's done a great job of moving up some spots. As they fire back down. Patrick McDonald right behind the Mainland Series champ. Levi McMillan going into Bamber. The top 5 carts, 6 carts, all look relatively calm right now. Miles Baker looks to be the closest one against Charlie Jemison as they go through Toyota. The field, Cravenger moved all the way up to 12 already, or 12th already, as he looks to make a move on Amelia Phillips. Great. Zach Tucker out in front, where he's used to being. Marco Menson following him closely with Lockie Tomlinson. Miles Baker has cleared Charlie Jemison. And now Aria Lala all over the back of Charlie. Jaden Buttermore right behind Lala as well as Cy Finnemore. Cy Finnemore drops a wheel going through Toyota, bounces the cart down the straight. As the energy in this little field here, something might go down. Someone will put it in where they don't really want it right now. Arian gets a good run out of Hart Hip and going down into Bamber Curve. Going through the infield. All over the back of Charlie Jemison. Throws it down the inside of 2 trees. Charlie sees it, lets it happen. Doesn't want to lose too much speed. Arian looking at moving forward there. Cravenger slowly picking his way forward. Cravenger's in clear air now. He's got a gap to Jack Phillips ahead of him. But he's done a brilliant job of picking through the traffic so far. Keeping his nose on him. There we go. So it's still Tucker in the lead. Manson Tomlinson, Baker, Charlie Jemisen's got past Arian again. They've swapped positions. So we got Lala, Buttermore, Finnemore, McMillan. A huge battle pack forming. Amelia Phillips going for a move down the inside at the end of the straight. She gets it done. And there we go. Charlie going through Bamba, Arian still on him. Buttermore, Finnemore, McMillan. Braxton makes another move on Jack Phillips. Jack gets the up and in. Craving it down the inside, forces the issue. Gives him a wave, like, work with me, mate. Let's move forward. Braxton doing a great job, moving it up to 11th. Zach Tucker, though, just cruising out in the front. Manson there with him. There we got Tomlinson, Baker. Baker's catching Tomlinson. We're coming up to our last lap board now, though. Is there going to be any last lap dives? Tucker coming around the final corner to take the last lap board. Manson there as well. Miles Baker catching Tomlinson. Got 930 odd metres to make a move. Charlie Jemison, Lala, Buttermore, Finnemore, McMillan. Cravinger flying through Toyota. Can he make any more positions? Make his way back up. Down the inside of McDonald. Threw it in deep, all the way. Mate, that was a different postcode. Speaking of different postcodes, Zach Tucker is out in front. The front two have checked out and gone. Zach Tucker coming around the final corners. Final corner now. There'll be a Heat 2 win for Zach Tucker, followed behind by Marco Manson. Oh, incident in the final corner. Jack Phillips and Patrick McDonald. I hope they're okay. But congrats to Zach Tucker on the win. Heat 2, Marco Manson. Lockie Tomlinson manages to hold on for third. Miles Baker fourth. Charlie Jemison holding out Arian Lala for fifth and sixth. Jaden Buttermore and Cy Finnemore seventh and eighth. The Mainland Series champ, Levi McMillan, coming home in ninth. Braxton Cravinger making his way back all the way to 10th. Great job from Braxton. Amelia coming home in 11th. Louis Smith 12th. Buster Bailey 13th. Braden Watson and Jacob Pye coming home in 14th and 15th. Angus Wilton, Indy Ewan and Jack Phillips 16th, 17th and 18th. Tommy Hart, after that first couple lap incidents, come home in 19th. Magni Whittle home in 20th. Xavier Brothaway in 21st. And Patrick McDonald, unfortunately, looks like a DNF. So that was your Rotax Max Junior, sponsored by Higgins Concrete. Next up, we have the big hitters, KZ2. On pole for this one will be Jacob Cranston. It looks like he's opted to start on the outside for this one. So the pole sitter can actually choose what side of the track they would like to start on. It's just the front row that will swap. The rest of the grid will remain where they've qualified. So Jacob Cranston will start from pole on the outside. Raymond Malin will start from P2 on the inside, which is typically normally the pole. Daniel Bray will start from third on the inside, and Blake Corrin will be fourth. The 31 of Luke Thompson will be fifth, and Graham Smythe will be starting off in sixth. Nathan Crane will be hoping to get a start in this one. He had a DNF in the first one, didn't even make the formation lap. He'll be starting in seventh, and Mitch Corrin will start in eighth. Sam Jones will be starting in ninth. David Malcolm will be starting in 10th. Henry Gelb, hopefully he will be starting this one. It doesn't, oh, I can't see him on the grid. So maybe he's got an issue there, but Ethan Sale will be starting 12th. Yeah, there's some drone footage for you. That's I don't know how many people would like that, but we got a wave out of Patrick, so he can't be too upset about his result. Well, I'd like to thank Todd and the Palmy Automotive crew for the recovery trailer. They've done a great job, and City Honda once again for the use of the side-by-side for the weekend. Thank you so much for that, all the volunteers and the sponsors. Sponsors for the KZ2, Sylvester Clark Consulting Engineers, Cam Jack. Once again, thank you for everything you guys do. Oh, that's terrifying. That's the last thing I wanted to see. It's a good thing that the camera guys finally figured that out and got rid of that. That would have been a disgusting view for all you guys. I'm sorry. Good thing the camera guys told me to put my top back on. While we sit there and we wait for our recovery to go out, just a big thanks to the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy for the support of this KartStars series. They do an amazing job of supporting up-and-coming drivers and older drivers making their way through from karting to circuit racing. So thank you very much, guys, and we hope to continue the support and the involvement that we have together moving forward in the future. As the KZs go out now for their warm-up for Heat 2. The sun is shining here at Manawatu. I'd just like everyone to take a screenshot of proof that we do get sunshine here in Palmerston North. As they go through their starting procedures. Right. KZs, once again, the fastest things we have here, 50 horsepower, 175 kgs, 130 odd k at the end of the straight here, and then they're hard on the brakes, try and pull it up for the corner. We've got a mixture of engines out there too. We've got the TM engine, R2, Matt Kingsman and other engine builders supplying those ones, and the IAMS Screamer, Dan Bray. So a good mixture of engines. I'm sure that they both have pros and cons on where one is better than the other. The same as the drivers, obviously. Not everyone's just perfect. Even though if you ask them, they'll tell you they're all perfect and they never make a mistake. As they come around now for the start of their second one, they'll start lining up, and you'll see Raymond Mellon pulled to the inside as Cranston has elected to start on the outside of the second heat. Dan Bray, very experienced. He's done a lot of these starts. The same with Graham Smythe. And here you go, here's some drone footage for you. We'll see how quick these things can get away. As the green flag goes up at the back, the drivers get the signal. Roll their cars forward into the starter's box as the lights will come on. The lights on, they go, and they're off. Cranny with a start, gets the jump around the outside. Bray with an trouble to get off the line. He has dropped a few spots, tries to go back around the outside, and he does it because it's Daniel Bray, and he's pretty good at driving apparently. Cranny out of the lead. Blake Corrin into second, and Dan Bray proving why he is a multiple world champ podium getter. Sitting in third. Graham Smythe in fourth. Raymond Mellon has dropped back quite a few spots from the front row. So we got Cranny, Blake Corrin, Dan Bray, Graham Smythe, Mitch Corrin, and Nathan Krang. Then it's Raymond Mellon, Luke Thompson, David Malcolm, Sam Jones, and Ethan Sayer. It's Cranny. Quick look over his shoulder to see where everyone is as he feeds it down the gearbox. Dan Bray going for a move into pit entry. The top four breaking away. Thompson down the inside of the pit corner. Not enough room. Oh, bit of a contact between Mitch and Malin as they come out of Higgins. Nose cones, side pods rubbing as they go down the straight at 100 plus Ks. Cranny coming through hard hairpin. Takes off another lap, keeps the cart steady. Brace still trying to find a way behind past Corrin, sorry. Blake doing a great job holding him off. Graham Smythe still there as well. As they come through another lap. Corrin, good run off Higgins, but Bray deep in under the brakes through Toyota. Carried the speed as they go down the straight, down the inside. Forces the issue. Bray into second. Corrin holding on to third. Looks back. Where's Smythe? I've got a gap. Keeps his eyes forward. All this fighting though. All this fighting allows Cranny to drive away. 1.5 seconds for Jacob Cranston over Daniel Bray at the moment. Corrin in third and Graham Smythe in fourth. As we follow the drone footage as they go down the straight. Hard on the brakes, through the gearbox, out of the corner, back up through the gearbox. Next thing you know, you're already at another corner and you're feeding it more gears. Drone footage. The drone trying to keep up with the KZs. That's how fast they are. As they feed it through two trees. Graham Smythe now down the inside of the final corner. Doesn't quite have enough. Blake Corrin drives around the outside. 3 laps to go. As they head down the straight through Toyota. Can Graham pull it up at this one? Doesn't appear to be close enough. As they get through Rock Cup corner, through 50 Cent, back down into Hart Hairpin. Cranny well and truly in control of Heat 2. Bray in second. The battle seems to be for third at the moment between Corrin and Graham Smythe. Raymond Mellon and Nathan Krang battling away for fourth and fifth as well. Oh, fifth to sixth, sorry. Sam Jones ahead of Mitch Corrin and David Malcolm. How good is the drone footage of these KZs as they get through, stamp on the gas, and you see the speed these things have. Jacob Cranston coming around to take the last lap board. Tidy laps, just plucking them off, doing his thing. Bray in second. Blake Corrin doing a great job of holding off Graham Smythe. Just a quick look, see where he's at, see the gap he's got. Mellon's doing a good job of actually catching up to Blake and Graham Smythe. Sodi's set to come on late. Might have set his tyre pressures slightly lower, so he's got them under him as the race goes on. As we go into Bamber, big dive from Mellon. Made up a lot of ground under brakes. Is he going to go for a move into two trees? Smythe blocks it off. As they come out, is it going to be a big dive into the pit corner? Not enough. Jacob Cranston's going to take the win for Heat 2 over Dan Bray. Blake Corrin will bring it home a third ahead of Graham Smythe and a last lap effort. Massive last lap effort from Raymond Mellon. It was a good job. Nathan Krang will be the next one across the line in 6th. 7th will be Luke Thompson. 8th, Sam Jones. 9th, Mitch Corrin. 10th, David Malcolm. 11th will be Ethan Sayer, who I think pulled it in a couple of laps early. So Jacob Cranston there with another, well, not another win, a win in Heat 2 there. It was good performance from Cranston, Bray and Blake Corrin. We're going to feed it down to the weigh shed. I think we got Regan down there. Looks like he's going to go ask the pressing issues, see the highs and the lows.
All right, we'll go and talk to Blake Corrin.
Appears to, I think he's going to go pick up Blake Corrin and see what he's got to say.
Yeah, Blake, can we grab you quickly? All right, how was that, mate? You started P3, finished P3, but there's a bit that went on in between. How did it go?
Yeah, we obviously didn't have the pace the front guys had, but it was a tough race and we finished well, so good points for the final.
Yeah, and you had your teammate Graham all over you at one stage. It looked like he had a pretty good look a couple of times, so you managed to hold him off.
Yeah, it was definitely coming. I think pretty similar on pace, but yeah, it was just had to try work together and sort the setup out for the final.
Yeah, nice one, mate. Well done. Keep going hard.
Thank you.
Thanks, Regan. Great Blake on the third. It was a good race. Vortex Mini Rock out on the track at the moment, sponsored by DL Tree Services. As they start warming up their engine, Nixon Crips, an absolute blowout in the first one. Just checked out. He'll be starting on pole once again. Ivor Spence will be going off second. The Palmy second row of Riley Craig and Flynn Pocock. Charlie Clark and Matthew Shaw will be going off 5th and 6th. 7th, we have the 3NZ of Nico Thomason and 8th of Alex Craig. Reed Phillips and Nico Hewsons are up next in 9th and 10th. 11th, we have Bray Milne. 12th, Aaron Lee. 13th, we have Van Merritt. 14th, Ollie Bennett. 15th, Oliver Dennison. 16th, Palmy boy Benji Bellamy. 17th, we have the 77 of Dominic Ivers. 18th, we have Elliot Armstrong. 19th, we have Iris Lee, 20th Sam Amon, and 21st is Nixon Boshia. As the field forms up on this nice sunny afternoon here at KartSport Manawatu. Nixon bringing them around. He'll be hoping for another repeat performance from the first race. I think the only time he saw a second kart was in the waste shed after the race. As he lines them up through the tram lines. When's he going to go? Is he going to go straight away or is he going to wait a bit? He's gone straight away. As they go through Toyota, as they tangle through Toyota, Riley Craig's managed to get down the inside of Ivor Spence. So has Flynn Pocock. Good start. So Ivor Spence forces the issue back down into 50 Cent. He stays. I'm not going any further back, boys. I'm staying here. Charlie Clark holding it there on the outside. And Nixon Cripps, once again, get to start. He checks out. He doesn't want to know anything that's happening behind him. The Palmy duo of Riley Craig and Flynn Pocock trying to chase him down. They don't want to let him get away. Don't let him build that lead. This is when Nixon is absolutely clinical. Just at the start, just pumps his clean laps in, builds a gap, maintains his gap. As we head down the straight, Flynn Pocock deep under brakes. Almost punches the back of Riley's kart. Pulls it up. Ivor Spence in fourth. Nico Thomason and fifth with Charlie Clark right behind him as they go into Bamber. Matthew Shaw there as well. Hewson. Alex Craig working on the back of Reed Phillips as they get through Two Trees. Is he going to go for a move? Doesn't. Thinks about better of it. As we head back down the straight, Nixon Cripps. Look at the lead he's already got. Riley Craig and Flynn Pocock fighting over second. As they've run through Hart Hairpin, nose to tail. Flynn getting past Riley Craig, sorry, at Hart Hairpin. Riley's not happy with it. Feeds it back down the inside of Two Trees. They're fighting, letting Ivor catch them. They're letting Nixon get away. The battle for second. 3 karts. Nico Thomason's coming through now. Doesn't work. As we run through Hart Hairpin. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock right on his bumper still. Ivor Spence dropping a wheel, getting a bit loose as they come out of the corner. Flynn back down the inside of Two Trees. Back into second place. Nixon Cripps once again gone. See you later. Different postcode. If anything, I think he's actually on the he's on the ferry. He's almost home, the lead he's got. Flynn Pocock second. Riley Craig third. Ivor Spence fourth. Nico Thompson fifth. Matthew Shaw sixth. Charlie Clark seventh. Nico Hewson eighth. Sorry. Reed Phillips and Alex Craig still going at it. As the next gaggle of cars come through, look at them go. Just looking over their shoulders, trying to figure out where they're going to be attacked from. Are they going to be attacked or can they do the attacking? as we follow the carts down through Toyota, down the hill as they pull up to the hairpin at the end. Ivor Spence hard on the wheel. Flynn Pocock tucking up behind on the steering wheel, trying to get a draft. Riley Craig gets a good run down the inside of Bamber. Gets the position. Flynn right there still, same with Ivor Spence. As they follow through the pit corner there. Reed Phillips and Alex Craig still nose to tail the whole race. Benji Bellamy there as well, moving forward slowly. Nixon Cripps just showing why he is the national champ. Just see you later. The Palmy boys, Flynn and Riley Craig going at it. Hammer and tong. Ivor Spence still in there, just waiting for them to trip up on each other. Just waiting for it. There's the three carts go through the infield. Nico Tomlinson and Matthew Shaw slowly gaining on them as well. Flynn Pocock, perfect dive down the inside. Last lap board, looks back. What kind of gap does he have? Can he hold on for it? One more lap. Riley Craig gets a good run through Toyota, looks to go down the inside. Is Flynn blocking it? He is. He covers that off. Gets a little push for his troubles there. Riley Craig down the inside, launches it from deep as they come through. Looks like Ivor Spence is going to take advantage of that. Down the inside of Bamber as well. Oh, they tangle slightly. They're still going, all of them. Riley Craig's coming out in second at the moment with Ivor Spence still there. We'll mention Nixon Cripps because he's just crossing the line now for another heat win. But the battle's still on for second. Riley Craig blocking. Ivor Spence going for it, doesn't get it. So Riley Craig, great job, second place. Ivor Spence third. Flynn Pocock coming home in fourth. Matthew Shaw managed to get past Nico Thomason to come home in fifth. Nico Thomason in sixth. Seventh will be the Charlie Clark. And Nico Hewson coming home next. Yeah, Alex Craig and Reed Phillips will be rounding out your top 10. Aaron Lee, Bray Milne, Benji Bellamy, the next 3, 11th, 12th, and 13th, when Van Merritt, Oliver Dennison, and Dominic Ivers, 14th, 15th, and 16th. 17th, we had Elliot Armstrong. 18th was Ollie Bennett. 19th was Sam Amon. 20 was Iris Lee. 21st was Nixon Boshier. Great racing from those VMRs. From flag to flag, it's pretty clean. I didn't see too many drop noses, if any, in that race. Next up, we have Heat 3 of the Cadet Rock, brought to you by PN Roofing. Joey Joe with a couple of heat wins so far. Freddie Waller followed him closely home in that second heat. Max Gosling starting third in this one, hoping to move forward. Kaiser Rankin did a great job in Heat 2. Did a great job. He managed to get it home in second after Freddie dropped it in the last corner. Pressured him into a mistake the whole race. Taylor Costello will start 5th in this. Heath Phillips will be 6th. It's good to see Rowan Liu back out there after a mechanical trouble in the second one. He'll be starting 7th, and Casey Kane will be starting 8th. Joey Joe surely will be hoping for the 3-peat. Clean sweep at the heats, and then he knows he'll be starting pole for the pre-final. The other boys, they'll have something to say about that. They won't want to let him just drive away with it. Once again, that drone footage, absolutely amazing. Gives you a great overview of the track here at KartSport Manawatu. The technical nature of the track and how we can produce such great races here. The likes of Brendan Hart, Will and Earl Bamber, Chris Pither. As the cadets form up for their last heat race of the day. Freddie will be hoping to get a great start through turn one. Maybe do his best to hold off Joey Joe. Even if for a couple of laps, keep the field close, let them all battle. Joey will be hoping for a clean start to drive around the outside and drive away again as they hit the tram lines. As they slowly run up to the starter's box. When is Freddie going to go? He's gone early. Joey's countered that. He knew it was happening. He's driven right around the outside once again. Joey Joe is gone. As they get down to the hairpin for the first time. Joey Joe, first place. Second, Freddie Wallet and Kaiser Rankin once again. Great start in third place. Max Gosling dropped down to fourth. Heath Phillips, he's gone up to fifth with Taylor Costello just behind him. Casey Kane in seventh and Rowan Liu in eighth at the moment. But out in the lead, Joey Joe. Gone straight away. First lap, build a gap. Freddie having to contend with Kaiser Rankin right behind him. Kaiser having another great start. As we head down the back straight, Freddie deep under brakes, managed to pull it up, gained a lot of time. What's happened to Joey? He's lost a lot of time. Did he have an incident? Covers it off into Hart hairpin as they come through. Back down the short straight to Bamber curve. As the carts bounce through the bumps. The two trees as they all get through two trees, miss the inside curb, you hit that and it will lift the cart massively. Curbs here at KartSport Manawatu are quite aggressive. Kaiser Rankin with a huge run out of Higgins, but just pushed Freddie. Just gives him a big hurry up, mate. We need to go. We can't let Joey get away from us. Joey Joe still in the lead. Freddie right there, cart length behind Kaiser Rankin, another cart length behind that. Max Gosling, 1.8 behind that. The front three are checking out. Taylor Costello, the South Island champ, right behind the local boy of Heath Phillips. Doing a great job. Rowan Liu and Casey Kane. Another lap done for Joey. Freddie seems a bit closer in this one. He's brought the gap down to 1/10. Good run through Toyota for Freddie. Is he going to poke it down the inside? Yeah, down the inside of the end of the straight. Ran it a bit deep. So did Joey though. Kaiser Rankin trying to stick with them. Didn't quite capitalise on the opportunity just then, but he's still with him. He hasn't lost ground. As Freddie's going through the infield now, Joe all over the back of him. He does not like sitting in second, this kid. Look at him, aggressive, wants to be in the lead, and there it is. Back to the lead. The crossover from Freddie as they go too wide down into Higgins. Understeer a little bit there from Joe, but he gets the power on. Look at the power as they go down the straight. Through Toyota. Who's the fastest through Toyota? Looks like Kaiser got a good run there. Is he going to be able to stick it down the inside as they get to the end of the straight? Down the inside of the national champ. Bounces over the curb. Joey just goes around the outside. I don't want to deal with it. See you later. I've got to try and catch Freddie. But look who's come up from all this fighters. Max Gosling. He's reeled them all in from all the fighting. But Freddie now has a decent gap over Joe, Kaiser Rankin, and then Max Gosling. Heath Phillips still doing a great job of holding off Taylor Costello. Casey Kane ahead of Rowan Liu still. 3 laps to go. Freddie looks back, ducks under the wheel. Joe, foot to the floor as hard as he can. Their heads are turning. They need to know where everyone is. As we run through 50 Cent. Karts bounce through Hart Heppen as well as they get back on the power. Freddie doing a great job now that he's in the lead. Managed to do a good job of crossing over Joey. Didn't let him run his race. There's the top 4 now. Slowly start pulling away. Heath Phillips hard on the wheel there. 2 laps to go. Gap's now out to 0.8 of a second. Freddie showing that pace he had from qualifying this morning. Kaiser Rankin doing a brilliant job there in 3rd place. Can be quite intimidating when you're racing with 1, 2, 3 NZ, but Kaiser is just showing why we should all recognise the effort he's putting in as well. He is doing such a good job. As we come through the final corner is the last lap board. Freddie's got 1 lap to hold on. He slides a bit though, going through Higgins. That'll cost him a bit of speed as we go down the straight. Joe, Kaiser, great run through Toyota. Pulls it up. Pulls up the gap massively to Joe at the end of the straight. Got the gap right down to a couple of kart lengths. Is he going to be able to do anything as we go through the infield? He's still on it. He's still within that kart length of Joe. Is he going to be able to put a move on the national champ? Freddie out front. He's got a couple more corners. He's just got to stay off the curb. Keep the chain on the kart. Heath and Taylor Costello going side by side. Looks like Freddie Waller's going to win the heat 3. Joe's going to get 2nd. Kaiser Rankin coming home in 3rd ahead of the 3NZ of Max Gosling. Heath Phillips doing a great job coming home in 5th, holding off the South Island champ of Taylor Costello all race. Well done. And the 77 of Casey Kane coming home ahead of the 98 of Rowan Liu. Just remember, these kids are between the ages of 6 and 9, and they are still some of the cleanest races I see. But great job, Freddie. You picked that one really well. That switch back up on Joey was clinical. That was very well done. So congrats to Freddie for the Heat 3 win as we pull him into the pits. sponsored by Bailey's Real Estate. Up next, we got some very enthusiastic crowd. Way over on the other side. Relax. The wave won't cost you. It'll be the race that costs you. We can relax while we're watching other people race. Looks like a very happy team manager there with Richard Bethune, with the Rotax Max Challenge being reignited with a few rounds in the coming months. So that'll be good to get going for all the competitors as well. But right now we have the Rotax Rock DBS Senior out there for their Heat 3 for another ticket to another Worlds for our New Zealand drivers. Seth Frost once again leading away from pole with Jack Strand off second. Jack will be hoping for a better start than the previous two heats, with Jamie Vanderberg going off third, Darren Walker off fourth, and Leo in the 25 car off fifth. The footage here on the live stream from the live stream, boys, are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the effort you guys are putting in as well to allow us to show you guys the racing that we are able to produce. As we run them through Two Trees as they form up their tram lines. Seth Frost on pole. Jack Strand sitting in second. Is he going to get a decent start on this one? He's missed the start the last couple of times. As they run through. As they run up to the starter's box. When are they going to go? Seth's gone. Jamie's gone with him. If they get through Toyota, Jack Strand holding around the outside of Jamie, but he's on the outside leading into the hairpin. Tries to hold around the outside, doesn't quite work. We got Seth Frost in the lead. Looks back, sees Jamie Vanderberg there. And Jack Strand in third. Darren coming around a fourth. As they run through the infield, hit Two Trees, run through the shade, back out into the sunlight. They complete the first lap. Seth Frost doing a great job, holding off Vanderberg. Back through Toyota they go, down the straight, engine screaming, begging for mercy as they pull them up. As they hit the bump, Frost gets a little sideways. Vanderberg's kart looks a little bit more settled at the moment as the early laps wind away. As they get through the big right-hander of Bamba into a left-hander. Jack Strand doing a good job of keeping up with the front two as previous in Heat 2. Darren Walker going with them. They all make it through Toyota cleanly. End of the straight, hard on the brakes. No clutch on these DBSs, direct drive. So it's a different driving style to the Rotax. These guys know what they're doing. Seth up on the wheel, getting it going. Vandenberg still just right behind him, waiting for his opportunity to make his move. Jack Strand right there as well. No one can afford No one can afford to make a mistake as they run through. End of the straight once again, hard on the brakes. Jamie pulling it up. The Sodi car looking very planted under brakes, or heavy braking. As they get through Hart Hairpin, they all get the drive that they need. Looking after the tyres, not overworking them. Seth, good drive once again. His excellent drive off the corner, which prevents Jamie being able to make a move. Because if he throws it down the inside or anything, Seth just uses the drive that he has to get it off the corner. Minor radiator flap adjustment keeps the engine in the optimum temperature. You don't want them too cold or too hot. So they just adjust the radiator flap just to allow the right amount of air to go through. Back through, down into Bamber. Vandenberg closer to Frost through that corner, but lost it a bit on exit. Jack Strand looks to be catching. Seth Frost almost looks to be holding the other two up, but it doesn't matter because he's still in the lead. Doesn't matter if you're holding them up as long as they can't get by you. As we go down the straight, Vandenberg goes for the move, pulls it up. Oh, small contact, but not too bad. And Jamie's been set free. What kind of pace can he do? Jack Strand all over the back of Seth Frost at the same time. As we through the infield, Seth sliding on exit, giving the car a bit of wally. A bit too early. The tyres are just saying no. They don't want anything to do with that. 2 laps to go. Jack Strand, the fastest on the track, in 3rd place at the moment. Seth Frost made a mistake through Toyota, but he's blocking down the inside. Doesn't want Jack Strand to get down there. Jack now doing the crossover. Is he going to go? He can't pull it up early at Hart Hairpin. As they come towards Bamber, they're racing to the edge of the track. Seth running them out of road. Jack holding it in there as they're sliding through the infield, working the tyres. Seth Frost doing a great block job. In the last lap. 1 lap to do it. Vandenberg clean out front once again. Quick look back from Seth Frost. See where Strand is. As they pull up at the end of the straight once again, a Rock Cup corner. Jack Strand makes up good ground there, but Seth once again gets brilliant drive, the 2NZ off the corner. As they last time through the infield, Vandenberg make it a clean sweep of victories as he comes around 2 trees, back into the sun. A right-hander before pit corner. He'll take the checker flag. That's Heat 3 win for Jamie Vandenberg. 2nd place is Seth Frost, and 3rd, once again, Jack Strand. 4th goes to Darren Walker. The 25 kart there of Leo in 5th. Good job, boys. Another very hard-fought race between the 3 of them. The old comments on the Facebook about the Delhi dive, mate. There's been plenty of Delhi dives, but the renowned Delhi dive, for the people who don't know about it, is it's a coin by myself. It's when you pass someone on the last lap of the last corner. So there's been a couple of dives, but they're not a deli dive because they haven't been on the last lap. So maybe, Nathan, if you jump back in the cart, I can give you a first-hand experience on how to do a deli dive. Rotax Rock Devious Junior out now for their third heat, sponsored by Palmy Automotive. Once again, Todd and the crew down there, your go-to for all mechanical servicing needs and karting engine requirements. Todd, Anthony, Nathan, Ricardo and Damo down there. The boys always very welcoming and very helpful. From anything from kart engine rebuilds to car engine rebuilds, chassis straightening, chassis repairs, or even just general bits and bobs for your kart, go see the boys at Palmy Automotive. We got Marco Manson starting on pole for this one with Tommy Hart in second. Tommy Hart getting the win in the heat 2. Hopefully surely he'll be looking at trying to replicate that in the third heat. Braxton Cravinger starting in third with Lockie Tomlinson in fourth. Miles Baker in fifth with Lachlan Roberts starting sixth. Luke McMillan seventh. Jack Phillips hoping to get a race finish here in the DVS in eighth. Max Amon in ninth. As they continue around for their warm-up. The sun's warming up the track. It's been on the track all day. The karts don't need as much tyre temp as they did first thing in the morning when the track was cold, the track was wet. You see the drivers were working harder to warm up the tyres now. They don't have to work as hard. Temp comes as slightly more naturally. Arco's got the field under wraps here as he's leading them around into the tram tracks. Got to be careful not to put your wheel on the white line as we take the start, because you could be done for a tram line infringement, which would be a 3-second penalty. As they hit the starter's box, Marco's gone. Gets a jump. Hart follows him through, gets a good run, almost looks to go down the inside as Craving is down the inside of Lockie Tomlinson, runs a bit wide, and Miles Baker goes, thank you very much, I'll take that free position. So we got Manson, Hart, Tomlinson, Baker, Craving, Roberts, McMillan, Amon, and Jack Phillips. Is there Tommy Hart defends his position of Tomlinson, who tried to go for a move through Bamba. Marco out in the lead, Tommy second, Tomlinson third with Baker right behind him. As they head back down the straight, down through Toyota. Try and carry as much speed as you can. It's not quite flat, but they'll get as close to it as they can. Let's go heading towards Hart Hairpin. named after Tommy's granddad, Raymond Hart. As we head back through the infield, Cravinger right up behind Miles Baker. Just giving him little Morse codes, going, hey mate, I'm here if you want to go a little bit faster, please. Manson, gone. Tommy Hart, 1.2 seconds behind. Manson's just pumping some quick laps as soon as he can. Build that gap. Miles Baker, right behind Lockie Tomlinson. As they head back down into Hart Hairpin. All line astern, no one go for a pass. Baker down the inside of Lockie, going through Bamber, can't quite get it. It's going to cause him to check up slightly as Braxton going to go for a move. Miles actually goes, no, I'll just go down through two trees. Gets the move done. Braxton down the inside of a final corner. It's remnants of a Delhi dive there. Lockie Roberts takes advantage of that and sends it down the inside of Higgins as well. So in 3 corners, Tomlinson's lost 3 spots. Manson still out in the lead. Tommy second. Bacon out to third with Cravinger in 4th. Lachlan Roberts in 5th. Tomlinson 6th. McMillan 7th. Max Amon and Jack Phillips following. We go back through the infield they go. All line astern, not really too much deviation with lines as they all try and figure out where everyone's at now. Whose carts come on? Whose carts have decided to come on later? Are only 8-lap heats, but you can still do so much around this technical track. Tommy Hart fastest on track with a 44.0. 1/10 faster than Manson, but still 1 second behind. As they file through Hart Hairpin back towards Bamber. Cravinger still right behind Baker, driving up deep into the pit corner. Still Cravinger. Can't do anything about Baker just yet. Baker getting off the corner, excellent. Cravinger driving it deep into the corner. His speed into the corner is amazing, but Baker's speed on the exit of the corner is just as good. You can see both the drivers are achieving their speed in different ways. It's excellent to see as they go back through Bamber. Cravinger gains all that speed and all that gap back on Baker. And then we get out of the corner and Baker drives away from him. Manson, 2 to go. Tommy Hart's closing the gap. But the lead 2 are pulling away from 3rd place. Lockie Roberts doing a great job holding off Lachlan Tomlinson. Luke McMillan right behind there with Jack Phillips there having a great race. Max Amon sitting in 9th. Tomlinson looks like he's gaining now on Lockie Roberts. Lockie Roberts starting to slide a bit through that infield, working the rear tyre a bit. The surface temp getting a bit hot, turn a bit jelly. Last lap to go as they head through Higgins. Lockie Roberts looks behind, sees the bright orange nose cone of the Sodi. Is he going to go for a move at the end of the straight? Lockie Roberts blocks it off, so Tomlinson goes high, goes for the up and under, doesn't quite work it out. As they run through 50 cent, is he going to go down the inside at Hart Hairpin? Feeds it down, nice and smooth. Gets the drive out the side by side as they go through Bamber, but Tomlinson's down the inside. He's going to hold it there. Lockie Roberts is having nothing of that. Feeds that back down the inside of the left-hander. But now Tomlinson's down the inside of the right-hander. Luke McMillan goes, I want in on this. Feeds it down the inside. Stops it. Lockie Roberts. Oh, contact in the last corner. Jack Phillips goes, thanks, mate. I'll take those 2 positions. That was good racing. Congrats to Marco Manson on the Heat 3 win. Just clean out front with Tommy Hart in second. Miles Baker managing to hold off Cravinger in their battle for third and fourth. Tomlinson coming home in fifth with Jack Phillips in sixth after that last lap. Last corner pass on Luke McMillan and Lockie Roberts. It was great racing, and Max Amon coming home in ninth. That's the Junior Vortex Rock Devious Junior done for today. That's their heat, 3 heats done. They'll be back for tomorrow for their pre-final and final. Rotax Max Light now sponsored by Manawatu and TRC Toyota out on the track for their third and final heat. Caleb Cross doing a great job of winning the first 2 heats. Just working some aircon issues out in the comms box. We're not used to this amount of sun and heat here in Palmy, so the live stream boys and myself are starting to get up a bit of a sweat. I don't think the families want us to deal with a whole lot of sweaty men coming out of the comms box at the end of the day. So we're trying to air ourselves out. But Rotax Max Light starting on pole. We have Caleb Cross in second, Kian Burt, Ashton Phipps, and Matthew Johnson, the CRG second row. Cody Noble, Chris Benton, 5th and 6th. Patrick Holmes, Jamie Thompson, 7th, 8th. Lewis Draper, Ollie Workman, the top 10 as they lead round to the starters box. Caleb Cross, he's gone early. Kian's gone with him as they go through Toyota. Pushing and shoving as they run down to the hairpin. As they block, tangle as they all... Chris Benton drives right around the outside of them all and comes home in 4th. But once again, Jack Bridgman having some contact up at the top corner. Caleb Cross out of the lead at the moment with Kian Burt following Phipps, Benton, Johnson, Workman, Noble. The boys are ticking on. They've all filed into position as the laps will now tick on. Caleb tucking under the wheel, Just wants that little bit extra speed at the end of the straight. Kian Burt, the local guy, wanting to put on a show for the home crowd. Ashton Phipps with 3NZ, sliding it through into Bamba, deep under brakes on the entry. Benton, kart's looking good. It's coming on strong early as they get through two trees. Gets great drive on Ashton. Johnson still with the lead pack. They've broken away a little there from Cody Noble, who's in a bit of a no man's land against Lewis Draper as well. And then you got Ollie Workman, Patrick Holmes. Down the inside of Ollie Workman, pulls it up. The whole crew's trying to follow him through. Doesn't quite work. Sam Wang trying to get in there as well. They say Jamie Thompson trying to force his way forward. Sam Wang down the inside of Ollie Workman, pulls it up at two trees, gets it going. Caleb Cross though, the South Island champ, out and gone once again. Kian Burt, 6/10 behind, trying to pull it in. Ashton Phipps doing a great job in third, holding off Chris Benton and his teammate Matthew Johnson. Cody Noble looks like he's slowly starting to reel those front boys in. Patrick Holmes catching Draper. Patrick Holmes got very good early pace at the moment. Managed to drive away from the chasing pack of Sam Wang and Oliver Workman. Patrick Holmes down the inside, gets it done, pulls it up, carries on. Patrick Holmes doing a good job, moving up to 7th. Arrow kart looks to be dialed in. The same arrow kart as Caleb Cross out in the lead. As we come through two trees, the leader's taking the flag, taking another lap. Chris Benton bouncing over the drain, huge hop. Matthew Johnson right on him now as we go through Toyota. Is he going to get any run? He clips the inside curb, launches up on two wheels as they fire down the straight. Matthew Johnson pulls up as we get through 50 Cent, down into Hart Hairpin, deep on the brakes. Reduces all that gap. Patrick Holmes looking at trying to claw the gap to the front, guys. Another local boy. A lot of laps here. But Cross, Burt, Phipps, Benton, Johnson, Noble, Holmes, Draper, Wang, Holland, Thompson, as they fire through. Johnson looks to be closer this time. Has a look down the inside, pulls it up, gets the crossover. Benton looking at it. Is he going to try go for it at Hart Hairpin? Johnson blocks that off. Benton's still with him as they fire through into Bamba Curve. Good move from Johnson. Clean lines through the infield too, stopping any sort of repass that Benton might have at the moment. We're on our last lap. Caleb Cross looks back, sees a big gap, knows he's got it. He can just relax. Kian Burt still chasing. Ashton Phipps doing a great job of keeping up with Kian, not allowing Kian to slack off either, keeping him very honest. Johnson and Benton still going at it. Battling over the minor spots here at the front. Cody Noble done a great job. Reeled back in Johnson and Benton. As we come around the final corner here for Caleb Cross. Clean sweeper, heat wins. Kian Burt in second, and Ashton Phipps at 3NZ in third. Johnson and Benton will be the next two home, followed by Cody Noble. Patrick Holmes, great job to come home in 7th, with Lewis Draper, Sam Wang and Ethan Holland making up the 10. Jamie Thompson, Daniel Pye and Ollie Workman 11th, 12th and 13th. Scott McDonald coming home at 14th. Jet Price, Harrison Zhao, Ty Ingleton 15th, 16th and 17th. Angus Just, Nathan Grammer, Dan Coleman and Jack Bridgman make up the next 4 spots, 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st. So Caleb Cross, great job. 3 heat wins from 3 starts. He's doing a perfect day. Kian Burt coming home in second. Ashton Phipps in third. That is the third and final heat for Rotax Max Light for today. They'll be back again as well as all the other classes for their pre-finals and finals tomorrow. As we see all the Rotax Max Light drivers taking their helmets off and sitting in tech. Some of them looking happy, some of them not so happy. And there we go, we got impound there. That's Tommy Hart's Junior DBS from the race before. Just going through a couple of technical checks to make sure that the carts are legal as the meeting progresses. Rotax Max Heavy out on the track now, sponsored by Marcel Electrical. Marcel Electrical, based over in Wanganui, specialising in all types of electrical work, commercial, residential. Trent Ingham starting on pole here for the Rotax Max Heavies. Darren Walker, he'll go off the number 2 spot. Mason Armstrong, he'll be going off third, with Ash Higgins off 4th. Ash will be looking to get a better start than he did in the second race. Tom Van Ken, he's going off 5th, with FK driver Adam Bell off 6th. Fellow FK driver Aaron Tahu 7th. Hero Sheridan going off 8th. Brendan Hart, Mr. Toyota going off 9, Mitch Vi off 10, and Brett Holmes, he'll be going off 11th. Trent Ingham, a couple of heat wins so far. First one, he checked out. The second one, Armstrong, Walker kept him honest. What will happen in this one? The boys are all lined up as they come around the final corner, leaning into the tram lines. The start's so crucial around here. If you get held on the outside, you drop many positions. So as they start hitting the stars box, Trent's gone early. He's gone from the start. Armstrong holding it down the inside. Walker again, a good run around the outside. Goes to the inside, blocks it off, but Mason trying to force the issue. Ash Higgins around the outside, climbs all the way out to third. Bell holding it there as well, forcing the issue. Right on Ash Higgins, down the inside of Bamba. Catches Ash sleeping a little bit. Don't think Ash was ready for that. Bell blocking as we go through 2 trees. Sacrifice a little speed as they come off it. Going through the final corner. Trent's gone. Walker's trying to go with him. And we got Bell there as well. Ingham, Walker, Bell, Higgins. We got Armstrong, Sheridan coming in from a postcode and collecting Armstrong. Just a bit out of control on that one, but they both managed to carry on, lost a few positions. But Ingham out in front, controlling the race once again. Walker, Adam Bell, Ash Higgins, Tom Van Ken, Aaron Tahu. And then we got local man Brett Holmes ahead of Mitch Vi, Mason Armstrong, and Hero Sheridan. Brendan Hart doesn't seem to be out there at the moment. Might have dropped him. But Trent Ingham in the Hart cart. Looking steady. Looking under control. Darren Walker, the 3NZ, going with him. Adam Bell doing a great job. Sitting in the third spot at the moment. There's a gaggle of 4 carts as they run through 2 trees. Brett Holmes leading that pack. Mason Armstrong down the inside on the curb, runs him out of road. Hero Sheridan passes both of them. Mitch Vi taking advantage of that. Just like that, Brett Holmes goes in the front of that pack to the back of that pack. As they carry on down the straight. Armstrong down the inside of Sheridan, pulls it up through 50 Cent. Holmes down the inside of Vi into Hart Hairpin, gets the move done. Fire back through down. Through the infield, Sheridan on Armstrong. Armstrong seems to now have the position. Now he just needs to put some laps together, build a gap. The Ingham out front still. Walker, Bell, Higgins, Van King, Tahu. Positions seem to be kind of spreading out now. Oh, Mitch Vi throwing it in deep at Hart Hairpin. Brett Holmes hopping around a little. He's got it under control. As 3 laps to go. Ingham well under control. Fastest on the track at the moment. Hero Sheridan down in 8th. Ingham maintaining that 0.8 of a second gap over Darren Walker. Adam Bell, another 5/10 back. Ash Higgins doing a great job. It's in there in 4th. Tahu working on Van Ken as they get through 2 trees. The leaders down through the last corner. As 2 laps to go. As they feed it down the straight through Toyota. Clip the inside curb. Maintain the speed. Brake as late as you dare down the straight. Hope it pulls up. And back through, down 50 Cent, through the bump, down to Hart Hairpin. Get on the gas early, out of Hart Hairpin. Drive it through into Bamba. Ash Higgins. Looks like his cart's coming on towards the end here. Starting to get a bit closer to Adam Bell. Might not be enough time to avoid our last lap. Ingham out front. Walker 2nd. Bell 3rd. Higgins 4th. Van Kam, Tahu. Armstrong. Sheridan, Holmes and Vi. As we go down the straight for the last time. Ingham doing a great job. Just keeping it away from the curbs, making sure it comes home. Excellent driving from Treat Ingham. Through the last corner. Another clean sweep. Heat races for Ingham. Walker will bring it home in second with Adam Bell in third. Great race from Adam. Ash Higgins coming home in fourth with Tom Van Ken and Aaron Tahu fifth and sixth. Mason Armstrong seventh. Hero Sheridan eighth. Ninth was Brett Holmes in 10th. Mitch Vi. Rotax Max Heavy brought to you by Marcel Electrical. The big boys, they'll rest up now. I'm sure they'll pull in and get a couple of refreshments into them. I think that's why they're all in the heavy class, because they all like a bit of refreshments. There's nothing wrong with that. Next up we have the Rotax Max Junior class, Heat 3, brought to you by Higgins Concrete. We see some of the technical checks here on the live stream from our tech stewards. And we're just checking float heights in the carb there. Making sure there's no extra machining on the carbs and what's allowed. Just precautionary checks just to make sure everything's all tickety-boo. Rotax Max Junior out on track now for their third and final heat of the day. Zach Tucker once again will be leading us away from pole with Marco Manson, the national champ, next to him. Tommy Hart and Braxton Cravinger will be going off the second row. Miles Baker and Charlie Jemison, a Hart cut third row. Arian Lala and Lockie Thomason will be going off the fourth row with mainland champ Levi McMillan and Jaden Buttermore off 9th and 10th. Cy Finnemore, Patrick McDonald going off the 6th row. Indy Irwin and Jack Phillips going off the 7th row, 13th and 14th. Amelia Phillips off in 15th with Buster Bailey next to her. Louis Smith, Magni Whittle off the 9th row. Angus Wilton and Braden Watson off the 10th row. And Jacob Pye and Xavier Bothaway going off the 11th and final row. As the sun is absolutely beaming down on the track and it starts to set here in the Manawatu. Visibility can be a struggle now for the drivers as they come out of certain corners. You get some sunstrike as they come out of Bamba there. The sun straight on their eyes. As the last of the carts come round to form up the tram lines. Zach Tucker opening the flap of his engine, making sure it's at that optimum temp power. Mark momentum off the outside row. There we go. Feeds them into the tram tracks. And we're about to take the start box as they hit the line. Tucker's gone early. Gets the jump into Toyota as they jump the curbs, 2-3 wide. They all make it through cleanly. Tucker out in front into the hairpin. Manson gone with him through 50 Cent. There's a gap there, back now to Tommy Hart and Miles Baker. As they come out of Hart hairpin, carts going everywhere, but they all manage to somewhat stay on the track. As Charlie Jamison managed to get past Cravinger, and so is Lockie Tomlinson. Manson all over the back of Tucker on this first opening lap. Tommy Hart, Miles Baker going with him. We've got Charlie Jamison, Lockie Tomlinson, Cravinger, Lala, Buttermore, Phillips, McDonald, McMillan. They all fire through Manawatu Toyota. Tomlinson down the inside of Charlie Jemison at the hairpin. They're fighting as they get through 50 Craving is trying to force the issue here. As they get through Hart hairpin. Oh, Tommy Hart's managed to capitalise on the incident at Bamba, taking the lead. Tucker's gone from the lead back to third. Miles Baker's moved himself up into second. So we got Hart, Baker, Tucker, Manson, Tomlinson, Cravinger, Lala, Jamison, Phillips, Buttermore. As we goes back down the straight, Tucker looking to have a go. Baker thinking better, Baker knowing better of it, putting the cart where Tucker couldn't get by. We got Tommy Hart out in the lead. Got a couple of kart lengths over his teammate Miles Baker. Zach Tucker running out of the WKS karts shop. And then we got Marco Manson as well out of the Hart team. Cravinger trying to get past. Tomlinson wants to join that front pack. There he goes down the inside of the final corner. Tomlinson aware of that, gets the switch back on him. Tries to hold him out. Lala tried to go for a move down into Higgins. Here we go, the front guys as we go down the back straight as well. Manson, deep under brakes, squirreling karts. The big angry pack following. Tomlinson, Cravinger, Lala, Jamison, Jack Phillips. Jamison go down the inside of Lala. Does he get it done? Jack Phillips on the grass on the exit. As we poke through. Lala maintained the spot over Jamison. Buttermore all over Jamison now, causing him to block a bit. As we go through the final corner, they all managed to get through. It's a big angry pack that's forming though. It's starting to spread out as Tomlinson, Cravinger, Lala. The front four. Well, second, third, and fourth are starting to Constantine. They're starting to get closer. They're starting to get agitated. Miles Baker is sitting in second. Zach Tucker's looking racy behind him with Manson following. As we... Tommy Hart still in the lead. Baker, Tucker holding off Manson. Manson looks like he's got some pace. As they run through Toyota. Who gets a good run? Manson gets a clean run. Tucks behind the wheel, trying to get more speed. Deep under brakes into Rock Cup corner. Pulls it up. Third place for Marco Manson. Fourth for Tucker. As they get through Hart hairpin, Tommy fires it back. Baker goes as well. Manson now on third. Hart cart 1, 2, 3. The Carlos Sainz cart in fourth of the WKS kart shop. Tomlinson, Cravinger, Lala, Jamison, Buttermore, Finnemore, Phillips, McMillan, McDonald. They fire through. 2 laps to go. The front four have fanned out slightly. Cravinger throws it deep on Tomlinson, pulls it up, gets him. Cravinger has been unleashed. What has he got in the dying stages of the race? Jamison looks like he's starting to get some pace again on Lala. Right behind him as they go through Bamba in the pit entry. Is he going to weigh up an option here? Goes for it at 2 trees, pulls it up. Lala tries the crossback, doesn't quite get it. Going into the pit corner. Charlie looks like he's got that position. Sus now going around the last lap. And we go through Toyota. The gaps. Finnemore looks like trying to put a move down the inside of Buttermore. The 2NZ moving his way up. Tommy Hart though. Still got a couple more corners for another heat win. Gets through 2 trees. Baker trying to chase him down. Tommy Hart coming through the final corner now. There'll be another heat win for the local. Miles Baker in second. Marco Manson, the national champ, home in third. Zach Tucker fourth. Ravinger up into fifth. Tomlinson in sixth. Charlie Jamison, great job to come home in seventh. Arian Lala eighth. Cy Finnemore ninth. Jaden Buttermore in 10th. Jack Phillips ahead of his sister Amelia Phillips in 11th and 12th. And Levi McMillan, the mainland champ, coming home in 12th. 13th, sorry. That's great racing there from the junior Rotax boys. Patrick McDonald coming home in 14th. 15th, Louis Smith. 16th, Indy Irwin. Great job for her. Buster Bailey coming home in 17th. Braden Watson, 18th. Jacob Pye, 19th. Angus Wilton, 20th. 21st and 22nd, Magni Whittle and Xavier Brothaway. So as they sit there, checking all their data on the Alfano, seeing what lap times they did, looking down on the nose cone, making sure they didn't get a drop nose. KZ2 now out on the track for their third and final heat. Looks like Jacob Cranston is elected to start from the outside of row one once again. So Raymond Mellon will start on the inside. Cranston, Jacoby, as he actually likes to be called, Jacoby C. Ranston will start on the outside. On the second row inside will be Dan Bray, with Blake Corrin on the outside of him in fourth. Luke Thompson will start it from fifth, with Graham Smythe in sixth. Nathan Krang and Mitch Corrin starting in seventh and eighth on the fourth row. Sam Jones and David Malcolm will start on the fifth row, ninth and 10th. I'm not sure what's happened to Henry Gelb, but doesn't appear to be out there. And neither does Ethan Sayer, so there will be no back row, unfortunately. Well, the back row guys won't be starting this third heat. As the big boys go through their warm-up procedures, get their Vegas, the sticky tyres that they run even hotter and even stickier. Get the brakes nice and hot. Get the brake bias adjusted to how they want for the first lap in the first corner. This is the second to last race for the day. After this, we've got one more. We'll have the big hitters, or the bigger hitters of the BMRs. Sit there and they'll do their final heat. You see there all the VMR kids looking towards the KZs, to what they potentially aspire to be. The lights are about to go out as engines start building the revs. The lights out. Another great start from Cranny, but Mellon bet him to the apex and ran him off. Bray takes advantage of that, moves himself up to second. Cranston now back to third. Smythe made a couple of spots. He's in fourth with Krang in fifth. Corrin ahead of the other Corrin, Blake, that is of Mitch. Sam Jones fighting Luke Thompson and Dave Malcolm in there as well. Mellon, great start. Builder gaps, just like in the first one. Craney pushing his way, seeing if he can get through Dan Bray. Dan Bray, very experienced, head on their shoulders. He knows how to do it. Pulls it up at the hairpin. Graham Smythe going with the top three this time. As they feed it back down the gearbox to get it pulled up. Engine screaming. Get through two trees. Get out, and they feed it a couple more gears. Pull up at the pit corner. Plant the gas, drive away. Mellon, Bray, Crenny, Smythe. $130K down the straight. Krang down the inside of Dave Malcolm. So get through Hart hairpin. Cranston all over the back of Bray. Not able to find a way through, but Bray's the fastest on the track at the moment with a 43.1. A 10th faster. 10th faster than the leader, Raymond. The front three pulling away from Graham Smythe at the moment. As I say that, Graham puts in a quick lap. The front three, nose to tail effectively, a cart length between the three. As they run through the pit entry, through two trees, nose to tail as they drive out of there. Is Bray going to go for a move? Not quite. Mellon's got the pace there. Gets it off the corner. Bray gets through Higgins. Mellon gets brilliant drive out of that Higgins corner. Builds a gap, but Bray feeds it down the inside of the hairpin. Mellon holds on. Cranny tries to get it in there. Can't quite fit. Cranny going for the wider line. Opens it up. Can he get any drive? Down the inside of Bamba. Bray blocks it off beautifully. Doing a great job of attacking and defending all at the same time, Dan Bray. Pushing Mellon through the corner. Going, mate, I need you to go faster here. I'm getting attacked from Crenny. Crenny going for a move. Doesn't quite. 3 laps to go. Mellon's doing a great job of holding these two world-class drivers off. We go down the end of the straight. Is Bray going to go for another move? Throws it in deep. Mellon doing a great job. As we go through, Bamba. Two trees gets great drive. Graham Smythe catching the front three. Smythe will throw it down the inside if he is showing any sign of someone slacking. He doesn't need a second invite. Deep under brakes. The sun will be affecting the drivers as they come out of those corners. The tinted visors will be working overtime as they get through Hart hairpin. Drive back down to Bam, back down the gears. Bray looking for a move. Can't quite find the gap. As they wander through the infield. Mellon doing a great job of just sticking it on the inside. Rennie starting to get a bit aggro there. The cart's looking a bit wobbly as we go around the last lap. Might be getting a bit impatient. Wants to get past these boys. Last lap. Who's going for it? Bray blocks it. Cranny tries to go down the inside of 50 Cent. Doesn't quite have it as we get through Hart Hairpin. Mellon pulls the gears out of the corner. Through the infield we go. Final time. Bray still on his rear. Through pit entry. Hit the curve slightly. Unsettle the car. Gets through 2 trees. Bray can't do anything. He's got to go for a last lap. Doesn't go for it. Raymond Mellon. Beautiful Heat 3 win. Excellent job. That was a terrific race from the top 4. From everyone. Nose to tail from those 3. All race. No damage. Thanks to the live stream crew for keeping up with all that. We got Raymond Mellon coming home in first place in that one. Daniel Bray second. Jacob Cranston coming home in third. Graham Smythe fourth. Blake Corrin coming home ahead of his brother Mitch Corrin. Luke Thompson, Nathan Krang, and Sam Jones. The final race of the day. Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by DL Tree Services. Vortex Mini Rock is also a part of the Rock Cup. Winner of the Rock Cup for the VMR will get a ticket to race over in the Rock Cup final. Last race of the day, Nixon Cripps will once again lead us away from the pole position. Ivor Spence will go off from second place. Riley Craig, Flynn Pocock third and fourth. Charlie Clark and Matthew Shaw will go off the third row. Nico Thomason and Alex Craig will go off the fourth row. Reed Phillips and Nico Hewson in ninth and 10th, the fifth row. Bray Milne, Aaron Lee will fire off from the sixth row. Van Merritt and Ollie Bennett will start from the seventh row. Oliver Dennison, Benji Bellamy, 15th and 16th. The eighth row, ninth row, we have Dominic Ivers and Elliot Armstrong. 10th, we have Iris Lee, Sam Amon, and 21st, we have Nixon Boshier. We got 8 laps of racing left for today. And then everyone gets to pack up, clean the carts, go over the carts, and get all ready for the big races tomorrow, the most important ones. I see a lot of hands over faces. The sun definitely coming down now. Hopefully it doesn't affect the drivers too much as we line the kids up. Nixon Cripps already got a couple of dominant heat wins so far. Surely he'll be looking at adding his name to the list of people who have had a whitewash of 3 heat wins today. As the bobbleheads come down to the final corner, just the Morse code happening. Nixon doing a brilliant job of just delivering the field to the tram lines. Now he gets the decision. When do I go? Do I wait? Do I go at the line? He's gone at the line. He's gone. As Riley Craig's tried to go with him. He's gone with him through the first corner. All contact. Flynn Pocock gets a little airborne as we go down the straight. We got Nixon Cripps once again in the lead. Riley Craig trying to go with him. A huge bunch of cars trying to go through there. We got Ivor Spence and Flynn Pocock front runners today. They're at the back now. But Nixon Cripps, Riley Craig, Nico Thompson, and Reed Phillips, top 4. Bray Milne worked his way up to 5th with Matthew Shaw in 6th. As they get rid of as they go through for the first lap, Nixon Cripps once again trying to build that lead. Riley Craig trying to go with him, trying to stop him getting away. As we go down the straight, Ollie Bennett with a big move, 2 for 1, throws it in deep. Moves himself up to 9th with that move. And then he leaves the door open for the next corner, lets them all back through. Cripps, Riley Craig, Thompson, Phillips, Milne, Shaw, Charlie Clark, Van Merritt, Dominic Ivers and Ollie Dennison here, top 10 as they come around for one more lap. Milne all over the back of Charlie Clark as they go through Higgins. Gets a good run. Can he get a pull? Can he pull out going through Toyota? Charlie Clark looking as they go down the straight. He's blocking that inside line. Milne goes for the conventional line. Doesn't quite get the speed. Van Merritt right behind them. Hoping to make something happen. Nixon Cripps trying to pull away. Riley Craig doing a great job going with him. The gap's only a second. I think previous races it's been out at 3 seconds already. Nico Thompson, 3rd. Reed Phillips and Matthew Shaw, the North Island champs, in 4th and 5th. Matthew Shaw going for a move through Toyota. Can't quite get it. Carries the speed. They both tuck under the wheel. Down the inside of the Rock Cup corner. Matthew Shaw pulls it up. They both get through. Reed Phillips tucks in. Keeps going. Flynn Pocock down the inside of Ollie Bennett. Trying to make up for those positions he's lost. As well as Ivor Spence. Iverson in 16th and Flynn in 12th. Nixon Cripps, fastest on track, 48.6. 4/10 faster than the next fastest, which is Riley in 2nd. 1.9 seconds, Nixon Cripps. He is out. As the rest of the field start battling away again. Flynn Pocock with a good run down through Toyota. Is he going to go for a move down the inside, pulls it up, gets it done. Moves himself up to 10th. Dispatches Aaron Lee. Moves eyes forward, carries on. Houston goes for a move down at Hart Happen as well. Gets it done. Oh, better contact. They carry on. Flynn Pocock down the inside at pit entry. Flynn Pocock is just passing carts left, right and centre. Clearly doesn't like being behind people. As we go through Higgins, we'll follow Flynn, see if we can get another one. Gets a great run out of Higgins. Pulls alongside. Down the inside of Toyota. Gets another one done. Moves himself up to 8th. Passes Oliver Dennison. Who's next for Flynn? Bray Milne. He's a couple seconds ahead. Will he be able to pull him in? There's only 2 laps to go. Nixon Cripps. Once again. 2.4 seconds ahead. He is gone. Riley Craig doing a good job trying to stay with him. But he's maintaining the gap to 3rd place. Nico Thompson. Matthew Shaw, the North Island champ, is in 4th. Reed Phillips doing a great job holding on to 5th. Bray Milne trying to chase down the 6th place of Charlie Clark. Whereas he just looked over his shoulder, just seen Flynn Pocock reeling him in. Flynn Pocock down the end of the straight. He's caught Bray Mill. Is he going to go for a move into Hart Hairpin? Launches it deep, pulls it up, gets it done, drives out the other side, looks back. He's got it moved. It's another one for Flynn Pocock. Moves himself up to 7th from being back of the grid. Last lap for Nixon Cripps. 900 metres. Riley Craig, 2nd place. There's a big gaggle of angry carts. Ollie Bennett in the lead of that one. But Nixon Cripps coming through Hart Hairpin. Out on his own. Just off. Clinical all day, just puts the cart exactly where it needs to be. Doesn't do anything silly, doesn't ride a curb. Coming through the final corner here, Nixon Cripps is going to take another heat win. That's 3 for the day. Riley Craig, excellent job coming home in 2nd. Nico Thomason 3rd and Matthew Shaw 4th. Reed Phillips 5th, Charlie Clark in 6th. Flynn Pocock, excellent job. Oh, another last lap pass. Benji Bellamy gets one more done on the last corner. Gets a cheeky little deli dive in there. Bray Milne coming home in 8th. Ivor Spence came back from the back as well to 9th. Excellent driving from Ivor. Ollie Dennison, Aaron Lee, Elliot Armstrong, Dominic Ivers, Benji Bellamy, Nico Hewson, Alex Craig, Ollie Bennett, Iris Lee, Nixon Boshier, Sam Amon and Van Merritt. They were your finishers. And Sam Amon. That is racing for today here at the KartStars Series Round 4, brought to you by Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy. Racing will start from 9 a.m. tomorrow, or 9:05 I think it is. The live stream will be on at that time as well. The amazing kitchen crew have some food ready for us this evening, and there will be refreshments available. Fun fact, KartSport Manawatu actually has their own beer. So if you are feeling thirsty, please pop down there and try the Sheriff's Lager. It's a hazy IPA. And support the local companies that help us to support you guys. Thank you once again to all the volunteers. You guys do an amazing job. And to all the drivers and the families, thank you. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.